Hello and welcome to the 8th edition of Productized Conference 2023. My name is, Okay, so my name is Andrea Marque. I am the co-founder of Productized Conference. And how are you feeling today? Good?
Great.
Amazing. So that's great. So what are we going to talk about here today? But, I understand you guys still need some coffee and, we're going to get there. But before we start this exciting day, let me just say a few words about the story of Productize and how we started this, okay? So 8 years ago, in 2015, in this very same venue, we actually kicked off Productized Conference for the first time. And there's supposed to be a picture over there of the first edition of Productized Conference. But anyone from Productized Conference 2015 in the room? Wow, I see some faces. Yes, there. Yes, your photo is everywhere, by the way. Probably in this picture as well. Okay, thank you. And as you know, so this is 2015. We kicked off the conference, and I think we were onto something. And needless to say, we also hosted the conference in 2016, in 2017, 2018, and in 2019. And the event grew bigger and bigger. So year after year, we were able to gather more people, like-minded people who shared a passion for products. And we were on a rise until, you guessed it, COVID hit, right? So we had to change the format of the event, and we didn't want to let the pandemic stop us. So we hosted the conference online in 2020 and then in 2021. But, as you can guess, in the end, it did not feel the same, right? It did not feel the same. So in 2022, we decided to do a sabbatical from organizing Productized Conference. So we needed to recharge. I mean, I needed to recharge as well, to be honest. And we decided to think a little bit and to take a step back, go back to basics, and try to rethink the way that what is a conference really, right? Why a conference? Why not a summit, like the Web Summit, or a festival, or a convention, or an exhibition, or something like that? And a conference, going a little bit meta, is a meeting for humans, I guess, that having different opinions are willing to embrace others as well, and to express their ideas, but also to get better common understanding. And for us, that means advancing the state of the product community and what we do in our professional life. So this is important because we are in times of clash, misunderstandings, closed bubbles, tension. So I really think that conferences are more important than ever in what futurist Jamai Cassio calls our Bani world, a world that is brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible. So with Productize, we hope that we can contribute to that mission so that you, the maker, the producer, the one doing the hard work, can build better products and therefore better futures. And with this new energy, we use the past year to gather all our strengths and to bring you an even better version of Productized Conference. For that, I think the last day was a testimony to that, and we can look forward to a packed agenda with stellar speakers and topics to help you become an even better product manager and leader. I also want to thank our sponsors and partners. A special thank you to our main sponsor, Next by Cofidis, our sponsors, Air Focus, Tangível, and Balsamic, and all our partners. I will not name them all, but they know who they are. The Productized team and everyone else who supported along the way. Without you as well, this would not be possible. So that being said, I'm thrilled to call on stage my fellow MC, Margarida Cosme. She is also a fellow product manager who was the host of our last Productized podcast series to kick off this awesome day, and I declare open Productized 2023. I really hope you enjoy the conference, and please welcome Margarida on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, André, and a warm welcome from my side. My name is Margarida Cosme, your MC for the morning talks, and I'm looking forward for an inspiring day with some of my favorite product leaders. So, as you heard, at Productized, you are in the center of the conference, and we want to make sure we'll be addressing your most burning questions. Therefore, we will use Slido, a platform where you can add your questions and also upvote questions from other participants. I guess some of you already use Slido in other occasions. So what will happen is that at the end of each block of talks, the 3 questions with the highest number of votes will be answered by our speakers here on stage. So choose wisely when upvoting. Also, throughout the event, we will be questioning you, and you'll be able to share your opinion in live polls. So let's start it out. Please pick up your phone, and I would like you to enter in Slido by using the QR code, or you can also enter in slido.com and enter the code #Productized. And I have a few questions prepared to you. Let's see how the mood is. So I am really curious to know which country are you joining us from? Have you traveled 10 hours to come here, or 10 minutes like me? Okay, Portugal is the biggest one. We have here Philippines, wow, okay. Big travel. Czech Republic, Norway, never visit. Okay, Brazil. Switzerland is Germany, big representative here, nice. Okay, so great to see that we are so diverse. Okay. Second question is, how is Lisbon treating you so far? Is it your first time in Lisbon? Are you enjoying it? I have to say that we are now having a really good weather for October. Okay, we have 1% that is not liking Lisbon. I hope things get better to you. But majority is having a great time, okay. Lisbon, keep up the good work. And finally, how is your energy level right now? Are you ready to kick off the day with an amazing talk? Okay, we are better than I expected. Nice. Some people still need a bit of coffee, but I'm sure with the first talk from Radhika, you'll be all energized. So don't forget to use Slido to add your questions, also upvote questions from the other participants. At the end of each block of talks, we'll have here our speakers on stage answering them. And so with no further ado, I would like to introduce you our first speaker of today, Radhika Dut. So Radhika is an influential author of the book Radical Product Thinking, The New Mindset for Innovating Smarter. She is an entrepreneur, product leader, and advises diverse organizations on creating revolutionary products. She co-founded Radical Product Thinking and speaks at prominent events worldwide. Today, she'll joining us here on stage with the topic, Transform Your Organization to Build World-Changing Products. Please help me welcoming Radhika here on stage with an enormous round of applause. The speaker here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad the energy levels are higher than expected. True to the name Radical, we are going to be challenging some conventional ideas. So we're going to be talking about how we can transform our organizations to build world-changing products. And when it comes to transformation, right, we so often hear the term, we have to be product-led, that we have to go through this product-led transformation. And, you know, let's start with the radical idea that I really dislike the word product-led. And I'll start with, why did this word product-led even come about, right? It's because traditionally organizations have been either engineering-led or they've been sales-led. You know, engineering-led organizations are the ones that typically build solutions that were then searching for problems, right? How many of us have worked in companies where we talked about use cases? That's exactly the definition of engineering-led, where we build technologies and then we look for use cases for them. And on the other hand, you have sales-led organizations, right? The sales-led organizations basically say, whatever the customer wants, just whatever they want, let's just go build it. As long as it brings in revenues, let's go build it, right? And so what companies realized over time that either of these extremes is really hard to scale. And so product-led came up as the balance between being engineering-led or sales-led. But if you've used the words product-led at your company, most likely you've faced this mini revolt, right? Your marketing team or your sales team, engineering team, everyone will say, wait a minute, you know, why product-led? I thought we're supposed to be customer-led, right? When you use the words product-led, it sounds like this is a power dynamic that you're trying to usurp power from the product organization. And so what has happened is, by calling it product-led, actually, the path has not been any clearer. And so what we need to do to clarify that path is actually start by using the right terminology. So let's not call it product-led. Transformation starts by creating clarity around what are we transforming to? And the answer to that for me is being vision-driven. That's what we want to be, right? We want to be vision-driven. So let's talk about what that means. Because until now, you know, we haven't really learned a process for being vision-driven. What we've learned so far is that the right way to build products is you have to, above all, iterate quickly. And our mantras for innovation have been, you know, you have to build, test, learn, scale. You have to fail fast, learn fast. But above all, as long as you iterate quickly, that's how your product is going to be successful and then hopefully make lots of money, right? Here's the reality, though. While we have focused on methodologies like Lean and Agile, which have helped us iterate faster, they've helped us innovate faster by driving faster, right? So these methodologies, they give us speed. And it's fantastic to have speed. This is not a criticism of speed, but speed alone is not enough. And so what happens? People say, oh, what we need in addition to speed is let's ask customers what they want, right? But asking customers for what they want, that's the equivalent of driving fast, and then you stop, roll down your windows, and ask for directions along the way. But when we step back for a moment, right, what we realize is, before we actually start driving, or before we stop and ask someone for directions, we are in the driver's seat as product people. And when you're in the driver's seat, you have to know where you want to go, your final destination, and roughly how you're going to get there. And only then is it useful to have a fast car, and only then is it useful to stop and ask for directions. Because when we just have speed, right, speed often looks like this. It looks like chaos, where you have everyone moving fast, but in different directions. And so this chaos, the way it manifests itself in our organizations, is in what I call product diseases. So since these product diseases are so common, and honestly, I have experienced these product diseases myself, and no matter where I've worked in so many industries, ranging from broadcast, telecom, media and entertainment, advertising, robotics, even wine, right? And it was across a wide range of sizes of companies, all the way from startups to multinationals to government organizations. And I've come across these same set of product diseases over and over. So let's do a checkup and tell me if you've seen these diseases too. And there's no shame in sharing diseases, there's solidarity. So let's start by talking about sales-led companies and the most common diseases I see there. And this one is probably my favorite disease. It's called obsessive sales disorder. Right? Obsessive sales disorder happens when your salesperson comes to you and they have a glimmer in their eye and they say to you, you know, if you just add this one custom feature for me, we can win this mega client. And this sounds mostly harmless because they promise we're not going to turn it on for others. And so we say, yes, let's do it. And pretty soon, by the end of the year, you know, you're sitting with a stack of contracts and your entire roadmap is driven by all that you have to make good on, right? How many of us have seen obsessive sales disorder? Excellent, thank you. This is one I contributed to, so. Let's talk about common diseases in engineering-led organizations. I think the most common one is narcissist complex. Right? Narcissist complex happens when we're so focused on looking inwards, thinking about our own goals and, you know, what we need, that we become disconnected from what actually our customers need. And I think the worst case that I had experienced until recently was when an executive at a group of hospitals in the US, when this executive said, you know, for us to be successful, we need our patients to come back often. Forgetting what this means for actually the patients, right? But let's not make it seem like being engineering-led or sales-led is actually mutually exclusive, because you can actually be both at the same time. And so here are some common diseases that happen in both, and both when they're together. It's pivotitis. Some of you are laughing because you've experienced this, right? You know before I even describe it what it is. Pivotitis happens when our company feels like we're constantly in the search of the next shiny object. When we switch from one nice idea to the next, and especially in a sales-led organization, this feels like one sprint to the next, we're working on whichever client is screaming the loudest, we work on whatever they want, right? And then this disease is strategic swelling. This is when your product starts out well, and your customer says, you know, I have an idea for your product. If you add this one feature, I could also use your product to do blah. And that sounds good, so you add that feature. And next they say, oh, we also have another idea. And this other customer says, you know, you can add this feature and we could do this too. And so pretty soon you add more and more features, and your product is doing everything for everyone, and it'll even make you coffee if you just ask nicely, right? Your product becomes so bloated you no longer recognize it. Anyone see strategic swelling? Thank you. Okay, so why do these diseases happen? I mentioned that it happens when we have speed. It happens specifically when we have speed without direction, right? When our iterations are not driven by a clear vision and strategy. When we're not being vision-driven. And so what we know from high school physics is we want not speed, but speed plus direction, so that's how, you know, everyone in the organization is pointing in the same direction, and that's how we get forward velocity. And that is where radical product thinking comes in. It's a methodology for building world-changing products, and it gives us a step-by-step approach so that we can align our organizations and add direction to our execution. And in the radical product thinking way, it means that, you know, instead of just iterating quickly, we engineer change. That your product is your mechanism for creating the change you want to bring. And so engineering change means starting with this clarity of what's the change you want to bring about, meaning the vision. then translating that into a strategy or a set of actionable steps, then into a set of priorities, then execution and measurement, where what we measure is derived from our strategy. And then finally, we can use all of these ideas to also create the culture that we need for innovation. And in the radical product thinking way, all of these elements are engineered as communication tools so that we can bring everyone with us on the journey. But at this point, you would be fair to ask, you promised something radical. Every word you've used so far, vision, strategy, we've heard these words before, right? We know we need a good vision, we need strategy. So what is radical about this? And so to illustrate that, I really want to share with you the example of DC versus Marvel. Let's start with the story of DC. DC actually has been a sales-led organization. The way they've made movies has been always looking at the short term, chasing yearly summer blockbusters. And so how did this manifest in their product, right? Oh, I'll talk about first, how did it manifest in their vision and strategy? When you have this sales-led approach, the way we use our vision and the way it manifests in our vision is this broad vision that essentially means, let's just do whatever brings in revenues. And our strategy basically says, what brings in revenues? Let's do more of that. Right? That's how we use vision and strategy in a sales-led organization. And how does that manifest in a product? Well, in 1989, DC came up with Batman. And that went really well, so they said, ooh, let's try that again. So they did Batman Returns. And that went well, so they said, okay, it's going to be Batman forever. Now they really stuck to this team because then they created Batman versus Robin. And if you watch that movie, you know that it was the worst superhero movie of all time, right? So then you would think, okay, now they're going to start with a clean slate and try something else, right? But no, they came up with Batman Begins. But hey, at least this can be excused because this was a Christian Bale movie. It was done well, right? So then they came up with The Dark Knight, also a good movie. The Dark Knight Rises, also well done, respect. And so then they said, we know people like Batman, and they like Superman. What if we do Batman versus Superman? And this movie was so bad that one character spares the other because their moms share the same first name. I promise that's not a spoiler. So now you would think, okay, they are going to rethink things. But what did they come up with in 2022? It was the Batman. But at this point, you get the picture, and not only that, you have a name for this disease, right? It's obsessive sales disorder. Now I want us to compare this to what Marvel did instead. In the 1990s, Marvel was in trouble. They were on the verge of bankruptcy. They had sold off all of their major characters. They had sold off Spider-Man, X-Men, and there were movies being made, some were good, some were mediocre. They weren't seeing much of anything from those movies. They really needed to rethink things. Fortunately for them, along came Kevin Feige, who rose through the ranks at Marvel. And Kevin Feige, who is now their president, he had a vision for Marvel. And his vision was to create movies that were true to Marvel comic books. And I didn't know this until recently, but actually, comic books are profound commentary on society and human issues. And so, if you take this Marvel vision, this Kevin Feige vision, and translate it into the radical product thinking approach to a vision statement, here's how it would read. Today, when moviegoers who like superheroes want to be entertained and they want to see themselves reflected in these heroes and identify with them, they have to watch superhero movies where they may or may not identify with the character, or they have to turn to comics instead. This is unacceptable because we miss out on impacting moviegoers more deeply. And bringing awareness of societal and human issues like comic books do. We envision a world where moviegoers can see themselves reflected in a universe of interconnected superhero characters that reflect these societal and human issues. And the way we're bringing about this world is through our movies and characters that are true to these comic books. Now, this is a good vision because it's detailed, it describes the problem, why it must be solved, and what's the solution. But having a vision is really only the first step. What you need next is a really detailed strategy, and that is where a radical strategy comes in. A radical strategy, or an RDCL strategy, is a mnemonic that helps you think through what's the real pain point. Then you can think through the design capabilities, logistics. Real pain points in this case was, moviegoers, they don't know this universe of characters. They haven't studied comic books. They're not comic buffs. But they want to feel like they're insiders. They want to have this know-how, and they want to get to know this universe of heroes. And so the solution is to create character development, right? To build out these stories and these little-known characters. Nobody knew of these characters like Iron Man and Thor until these movies came out. And think about the interconnected end credit scenes, which were often they got more buzz than the entire movie. In terms of capabilities, right? They had to enable this interconnected set of stories by buying back some of those characters that they had sold off, like they had sold off Thor and Hulk too. And then in terms of logistics, this is where we think about the business model, your sales channels, etc. Remember that they were on the verge of bankruptcy, right? So they had to make the business model work. So they borrowed they borrowed 500 million to make 10 movies. And they had to get the right kind of actors that would fit within the budget. So think about actors like Robert Downey Jr., who were talented but not famous at the time. So you have a good strategy. You have a vision. That's when you need to translate it into a set of priorities, right? And into a roadmap. Typically, we often want to assign priorities, just saying, this is priority 1, 2, and 3. But instead, in a vision-driven world, you share your priorities by explaining your rationale for the right trade-off between the long term and the short term, right? That's essentially how, as a product person, how, as a leader, you're intuitively prioritizing. You're always balancing long term versus short term. So let's make that explicit for our teams by drawing that up on an X and a Y axis. By drawing up vision, like, is this good for the vision or not? And is this good for survival or not? And so, what did this mean for Marvel? Right? They started by investing in the vision, meaning it was good for the vision, but not that great for survival in the short term. So they invested in the vision by testing if movies can be successful without all these big-named characters, by creating all these movies with, B and C-list superhero movie characters like Iron Man, right? So they tested this. That was investing in the vision. Then they had to take on some vision debt. Vision debt is kind of like technical debt, but on the vision side, where you're doing things that are good for the short term, good for survival, but it's not good for the long term, right? So they took out this loan for 10 movies that was vision debt because it was helping survival, but hey, it's not good for the long-term vision. And then they did things that were good for both vision and survival, like creating these interconnected stories. And as they were doing things in the ideal quadrant, they were able to then invest more in the vision. They went and bought back more characters. And then they could do more things in the ideal quadrant. They were casting the right characters. And over time, even big-named talent. They also announced a whole roadmap, right? They announced phases 1 through 4 long before these movies came out. But even in this roadmap, right, it's not like they just announced this and they launched this whole strategy in one big bang. What they did was they took a hypothesis-driven approach. And this is where the execution and measurement comes in. You can translate your strategy and every element of your strategy into hypotheses and how you measure success. So here's one of the most important hypotheses they had. Their hypothesis was, It's not important to have A-list characters or A-list actors. What's important is the power of our storytelling. And the way they tested this, by the way, is, anyone remember the movie in 1998, Blade? Great, so cult fans, right? So Blade actually was this unknown superhero vampire character. They made it with a 45 million budget, and it got a cult following and 130 million box office return. That was how they tested that hypothesis. And taking this vision-driven approach, Marvel has made 10 out of the 30 highest-grossing movies of all time. And Kevin Feige has become the highest-grossing executive producer of all time. How do you think DC did in comparison? So they have made 1 of the top 30. Anyone want to take a guess as to what movie that was? You can scream out your answer out loud. What was that? No, but good guess. What was... No, not Dark Knight. I would have thought so, but no. No, actually. So now I'll give you the answer, because I was just as baffled. I swore I thought it was going to be a Batman movie, but no, it was actually Aquaman. Which was exactly my reaction. I said, what? No, why? And you know what? I was doing all of this research with my son, and so my son, he looks at me, seriously? Just look at him. An insightful kid. But the moral of the story is that you can build radical products. And your radical product is the mechanism for creating the change that you want to bring in the world. And you can do that by very systematically translating a vision for change, very step by step, into reality. But at this point, it begs the question, you know, everything that you gave an example of so far, vision, strategy, it's from the perspective of a leader, right? What if I'm not in a leadership role? What if I'm not the Kevin Feige of the world and I'm an individual contributor? How do I use radical product thinking? And this is where I want to give you this change in mindset, that I want us to think differently about what makes a visionary. You don't have to be Iron Man or somebody like an Elon Musk. That's such a flawed picture of what makes a visionary. You can be a visionary by creating change systematically in whatever path that inspires you. And so, whether it's, you know, parenting, activism, your work, whatever it is your product, and you can take this vision-driven approach. And the example I want to use to illustrate that is the example of Raymond Murayama, who was an architect, and actually, he just only last month passed away. This story inspired me so much because Raymond's vision was really shaped by his being interned during the Second World War. He was only 12 at the time, and he was in a being Japanese, he was put in a prisoner camp. And that really shaped his vision for the world. The change that he envisioned was, he felt like democracy is fragile, that you have to fight for the rights not just of yourself, but everybody. And his vehicle for bringing about that change, meaning his product to bring that change, was to create inclusive, participatory architecture, and architecture that really brought people together. So how did that manifest in his products? One of the earliest things that he built was the Ontario Science Centre in 1967. The critics hated it, actually. Critics said, you know, this is like a carnival, but at a museum. But while critics hated it, actually people loved it for exactly that same reason. But that was just one of his early projects, right? One of the most well-known things he did was the Canadian War Museum in Ottawa. And I find it so beautiful, just his vision and how he talked about it, because he said, you know, there will be the obligatory jeeps, tanks, and the medals of valor. But, he said, there will also be a teddy bear once carried by a Canadian Army stretcher bearer who was killed in World War II, and it was given to him by his 10-year-old daughter as a good luck charm. And along with that is a letter that his son wrote to him that he never got a chance to read. His vision was that instead of just sharing this, glamour and this, machism of war, he wanted to share the human faces of war and the tragedy of war, right? So how did his vision translate into his priorities? He started by investing in the vision. The Ontario Science Centre, that was investing in the vision. He did something that was what he thought good for the vision. Public loved it. It brought people together. Critics hated it, right? It wasn't great for survival. Later, the Canadian War Museum actually was good for both vision and survival. He was really well known for that. But one of the things that he did was also investing in the vision by declining projects. Sometimes you invest in the vision based on what you say no to. And one of the things that he said no to, very famously, was to a famous lawyer and his wife. And his reason was, he said, I listened for 40 minutes and found out they had nice homes and many, many cars and a cottage and boats. And he said to them, okay, you don't need an architect, you need family counseling because an architect can't fuse you together. He realized that in creating that project for them, he would only be taking on vision debt, right? And so with that, I leave you with the thought that every one of us can build radical products and create the change that we envision very systematically. We can engineer that change by translating it from vision into strategy, priorities, execution, into a culture that we want. And so lastly, I'll end with this, that if you'd like to learn more, you can get the Radical Product Thinking book. Yesterday at the workshop, someone said, I really wish my company's leaders were here. So one of the ways to help bring about a mindset change, if you're ever doing a book club at your company, I'll say this to all of the productized community, feel free to reach out to me. If you're doing a book club, if you're driven by passion, I thrive on passion, and I'll join you for a Q&A session. Reach out to me if you want. You can ask me about corporate training and workshops. You can get the free toolkit on the Radical Product Thinking website. And lastly, I always love to hear how people are creating the change that inspires them using Radical Product Thinking. So feel free to connect with me, and I'd love to hear from you on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika, for helping us diagnose our company diseases, prescribing the remedy, and also for such an inspiring talk. And now I am eager to call on stage someone that I admire so much. So as a product leader coach, she empowers teams and leaders to achieve their goals by focusing on strengths and helping them view themselves as a product. She has a deep understanding on various industries through her extensive consulting and in-house product leadership experience. And also, I heard that she is working on a children's book about product management that I can't wait to read. So a big round of applause for Tammy Rees that will join us here today with the topic, The Only 3 Questions You'll Ever Need. Tammy.
Good morning, everyone. This is actually my second time in Lisbon. I was here for the first Web Summit in 2016. I'm a very big fan of your city. So thank you, Radhika, for teeing this up so nicely. How can you focus on that vision, etc.? So I'm going to simplify this and life for you into 3 questions. These are legitimately the only 3 questions you need, and I've tested them on other people, and they're like, yeah, I guess that would really help. So hopefully, by the end of this, you will say, yeah, I can simply focus on 3 things and not worry about quadrants or otherwise, unless I'm getting more detailed, which is great. So I call this also leadership made simple. So how did this come about? The original question for many, many years of my life has been, what exactly do product managers do? What's a product manager? And I've always responded for the last, let's just call it 12 years, in the same way. We're the people who decide what to do next. We're the people you want in a room to decide what to do next. We figure that out by communicating, inwards. We ask questions, we learn from customers, we learn to prioritize, and then we choose what's next, what's at the top of that priority list. That's our main role at most companies, deciding what to do next. But the question became, how do we do that? So that is where our 3 questions come in. And our 3 questions are, where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? Where are we coming from? And where should we go next? And if you're thinking this might seem a little familiar, these really are the 3 most important questions for product management, leadership, life, and they come from Google Maps. It's a good place for them to come from. More than 10 billion downloads, #1 travel app of all time. And I actually figured out that Google Maps was aligned with my vision on this. I was teaching Melissa Perri, who will be speaking later. I've worked with her for years, and through Product Institute, her online course, I get to coach small groups. And one of our small groups is a product management rotational program. Brand new product people. They're coming from all different places or straight out of university, don't really know what product is. And I was trying to connect the dots for them about what it was. And I said, it's sort of like Google Maps. Your first thing you do is you choose your destination. And then it went from there. So this is now, the inspiration for this talk comes from that particular client. They got a free version of it. A little bit about me. I'm going to answer the 3 questions for you. Where do I want to go? What is my vision? I want to help product people at all levels be awesome and get recognized for it. That's the only thing I do. I work with product people like you, help them be awesome. Where am I coming from? I've got lots of product experience, and I founded the Product Leader Coach a few years ago. I do product training for Product Institute, as I just mentioned. I also do group coaching through Product Collective and Women in Product. Different levels of people. Product Leader Coach, executives. Corporate trainer, first-time product people. Group coaching, mid-career. And then I get to talk to people like you, which is also part of what I do. Where am I going next? I want to just help people be awesome. I want to help more of you. So I'm coming to Europe. And I'm working on this children's book. It's called, What Do Product Managers Do? What do product managers do? A primer for aspiring PMs of all ages and parents who aren't sure it's a real job. Because I can't handle how many times my dad has mentioned that I'm a project manager. It's been almost 20 years, people. All right, well, so if you scan that QR code, you'll be brought to my website and you can sign up to find out when the book is going to launch. The last time I did this, actually, where's João Moida? He's here somewhere. Not yet. Oh, he's late. It's because he got a preview. So when I interviewed on his podcast, the Productized podcast, he offered to, or Andres, was it you who translated it into? Andres translated it into Portuguese. So our second language that will come out will be Portuguese, thanks to Andres. So this is Sue. She's buzzing around the buzzwords of product management. But where are we going today? So we're going to talk about the 3 questions as they apply to product. We're going to talk about the 3 questions as they apply to leadership and your life. I promise we'll get to that part. So where do we want to go? Where are we coming from? And where should we go next? I shortened it. Too many words. Where to, where from, where next. Everyone say it with me. Where to, where from, where next. One more time. Where to, where from, where next. All right, now you're professionals. So where to centers on the vision that Radhika so expressed was important. I could not agree more, and it is incredibly absent in countless companies. Where to? What is our vision? Where from? That's where analytics comes into play. Product operations, right? What Melissa's going to be talking about. The analysis of where we are right now, which is our vision's over there. This is where we are now. Where next? It's our strategy. How are we going to get all the way over here to this vision? Because a vision is a future that doesn't exist yet. So Question number 1, where do we want to go? This can be called a vision, a mission, goals, objectives, outcomes, intents. I don't care what word you use for it. I just want you to be something you want the future to hold. That you as a company, that you as a product team, that you as an individual, that you as a family, that you as a team want to go. It's a future that you want. Not something you think should happen, but you actually want it to happen. All of these words, they help create focus on that end destination. My favorite word for it is North Star. Maybe it's because I'm a sailor and I like the navigational theme. I don't know. But I think North Star is great because Vasco da Gama, right? Circumnavigated the globe. How did he do that? With a North Star. He found his way to India, right? So not circumnavigated, but found his way to India. Spices, they were kind of important back in the 1500s, in case you're wondering. So North Star, literally, you could be in the middle of the wide ocean, no land in sight. You look up, I see the North Star. Based on this cool, interesting Septuagint tool from the ancient, I can figure out where I am and where I'm going based on a little tiny dot in the sky. That's what a North Star is. Wherever you are, you can see it and you can figure out where you need to go based on that. So, this future vision is how we want to serve our customers, partners, stakeholders, right? Differently. It's an important word. Differently than what we do today. That future is different than now. And in order to understand how do we get what that next step is, because we're product people and we decide what to do next, we have to understand how do we currently serve them. So our starting point, when you're talking about Google Maps, what is the default starting point? It's your current location, right? You can change that because you're planning for the future, but your default is where are we right now? That's your starting point. And Melissa, in Escaping the Build Trap, talks about this. She calls it the current state. And you must understand your current state through quantified measurements before you start on your vision. Before work starts towards your vision. So don't start deciding what to do next. Don't start building a strategy and plan until you figure out where are you now. Because you can see your North Star, but you have to know where you are. So, old school business. I'm not all about the new stuff. SWOT analysis. Who here has ever done a SWOT analysis? Yeah, you might have thought it was old school and you didn't need it anymore. I actually think it's pretty strong. Mainly because it helps you think both internally about yourself, your strengths and your weaknesses, and externally about the opportunities and threats. Because when you're trying to figure out how am I supposed to get there, this is part of helping you analyze where am I right now. There's a guy named Nikolaj Siggelko. Connected Strategy is not as well read as many of the other books that we talk about, but I got to work with him at Wharton, and he added something really unique to talking about strategy for me. And that is that it's only considered a strategic decision if it's going to leverage your own competitive advantages. And how will you know your competitive advantages unless you understand where you are now? What are our unique selling propositions? What are our unique strengths? Because that's how we differentiate ourselves in the market. What is our kingdom that we need to protect, and how can we build on top of that foundation? So we've gone through 2 questions. Where do we want to go? Where are we coming from? And it's time to figure out where should we go next. So unfortunately, this is where most people start. You get asked a question, should we do something? And you think about feasibility questions. What's the next step and how to get there, right? I'm going. But I incredibly emphasize to you, start with number 1, where do we want to go? Figure out where you are now before you get to where should we go next. Because when you contemplate those other questions, you don't get stuck in the immediate options that you come up with feasible. So don't start with where should we go next, start with the other 2. Because when you start with those other 2, you realize there's actually tons of different options on how to reach that vision. And yeah, it's going to be a big investment into customer discovery. But your path may not be direct, and there may be very many unknowns, but hopefully you're going to get to that vision because you've kept it in mind the entire time. So sometimes you might go a little left and a little right, but as long as you have this concept of your North Star and where you're going, you will eventually hit there. More old school business stuff. Michael Porter, classic business goal book. Porter's generic strategies. So these are general categories of where should we go next. But when I worked with Melissa, we came up with this. Where should we go next? Most product strategies fall into 3 categories. Increase revenue, protect your revenue, decrease churn, right? Improve customer satisfaction, or reduce costs. So you have to decide where within these 3 do we want to go. Are we trying to increase revenue? Are we trying to protect revenue? Or reduce costs? And we came up with 16 strategies for growth, me and the team. You can scan that also. There's a nice article and deck about all these different options. These are legitimately the full 16 things you could do when you're thinking about growth. And they're categorized. But where should we go next? If you were in Google Maps, you got options. Public transportation. You could walk there. We could ride a bike. You can hail an Uber. This is the build by partner question in product strategy. Should we build it? Should we buy it? Should we partner? Right? So once you've chosen where you want to go, you understand where you are now, and you've chosen one of these strategies of increasing revenue and how you're going to do that, you then have to decide, build by partner. Should I take public transit? Should I hire an Uber? Right? And so I ask you a question. Should we open a kindergarten? But really, this is the same question as any product service expansion question. Should we do this extra thing? And that's often the first question that gets asked. Should we do this? And then we're like, oh, okay. What questions might you ask? Well, do we have a teacher for the kindergarten? Do we have a classroom for the kindergarten? But in fact, you should be asking the 3 questions. Where to? Where do we want to go? Where from? Where are we now? And where next? Because should we open a kindergarten will lead to those feasibility questions instead of the valuability question. Is this valuable to us? Right? If I am a daycare center, where I am now is different than if I'm in an elementary school or if I'm a college. The reasons why a college might want to open a kindergarten to serve their university teachers is different than an elementary school, is different than a daycare center, is different than someone who's just fed up with the current educational options. But they each have different visions, and they need to figure out, does opening a kindergarten fit with that? And so if they answer those questions and the answers are all yes, you make it happen. Test and launch, build, measure, learn. If it's in line with your vision, if you understand where you're coming from, and it is the right next step. It's about choosing, is this the right next step to help me get closer to my vision? If it's no, don't do it. That's what focus is all about. Radhika mentioned this, say no. That's a part of strategy, is say no. If it doesn't fit into your vision, if it doesn't fit into your current strengths, if it isn't part of your strategic intents for your strategy, don't do it. Say yes to very few ideas. This is what's called a Sankey diagram. Ideas can come from the left side. Customers, your customer office, which could be customer success or otherwise, executive, leaders, sales team, portfolio marketing, your product and dev team. But they all map somewhere, and very few make it into the backlog. Because some things aren't valuable to our customers. Some things are not in line with our vision. Some things are not part of our current strategy, our current strategic intents. And some things fit yes to all of those, but then when we talk to the engineering team, we realize there isn't enough payoff. The ROI isn't there. There's too much vision debt or technical debt. So, everyone feel like they understand the 3 questions pretty well? We're ready for some leadership. So how does this work with leadership? Leadership is actually knowing which of the 3 questions you should answer. Because a leader will never answer all 3 questions. So depending on the scenario you're in, you have to figure out which of the 3 questions are my responsibility. So, Marty Kagan, Empowered, I love this book for product leaders. If you're thinking about becoming a product manager, or director, or group PM, or CPO, read the book. It actually has some really solid examples. And what he talks about is how do you empower your team? And empowerment actually means I'm not going to answer all the questions for you. Your job is to answer some of the questions. And so here are some real scenarios. Strategic planning, organizational changes, and annual planning. So in a strategic planning, your executives are in charge of where to. You as a CPO or other product leader is in charge of where next. The where from is informed by market research, business ops, data, et cetera. If you're dealing with an organizational change, you want to change a process, you want to change the team structure, your job is to figure out where to. What do you envision your team doing? What will they be able to do by themselves? You coordinate with cross-functional leadership to understand what problems do we currently have with the current structure or current process. And where next, you actually let the team leadership, so you and other people, decide where to go next. If you're doing annual planning, again, you actually have to do strategy deployment where you communicate to the other product people that you as a leader are setting this as the vision for next year, for next quarter, for the next 3 years, whatever that timeline is. They then get informed through data, ideas from their individual teams, customers, sales, prospects. And then it's up to the team manager, whatever that is, whether that's a product manager, and this could also work for marketing or sales or otherwise. Leadership sets the goal. They say, this is where we want to go, and other members have to figure out how to get there. Other members have to analyze, where are we now? So we call this strategy deployment. It helps us focus. The map is wide, so we help you focus. We give clear targets, we give objectives, we give frameworks, we give guidelines, we give constraints, and they all help the team decide where to go next. And if there's conflict, because not everything is always so clear, your job is not to answer the question. This team wants to go left, this other team wants to go right. It is not up to you to decide whether it's left or right. It is up to you to remind them, where do we want to go? And help them analyze which of the options is going to be most valuable, which is most in line with our vision, which will help us get there faster. Adam Harmitz is over at Microsoft. He's a friend of mine from university. He came up with this, and I love it. It's the product leader's serenity prayer. Give me the patience to let current experts make the call. Empowerment. Give me the strength to chart new courses when patterns are shifting. Leadership, setting a vision. Give me the wisdom to know the difference. Give me the ability to know which of the 3 questions I'm supposed to answer, which are my responsibility versus somebody else. But I said life. So we've covered products and we've covered leadership, but it's time to talk about life. I promised you, you only had to know these 3 questions and your whole life would be figured out. So, your career. Where do you want to go? Not where does somebody else tell you is the right job or the right future for you. Where are you coming from right now? What are your strengths? Get some 360 feedback. Understand what other people think you're good at. Understand what other people think makes you happy. Talk to your family. They know what's good when you come home from work. Where do you go next? Where should your next role be? Is it within your own company? Is it a lateral move? Is it a totally new industry? I know there are a number of people here who are thinking about becoming product people, and you're coming from disparate places like photography and medicine and other things. I was an event planner. My first job was an event planner fundraiser. My undergraduate degree is in physiological science. No one thought this is where my future was. I'm not even sure I knew this was where my future was. But I can tell you that while I was a product manager, I thought my future was to be a CPO because other people told me that's what I was supposed to want, or to be a VP of product. It turns out I'm actually really good at helping other people be awesome. That's one of my strengths. I see the patterns for other people. I help them do what's right. So that's the right next role for me, is doing what I'm doing right now, because I'm uniquely qualified. Because for a really long time, I used to feel bad about the fact that I never stayed at a job for more than 1.5 years. But it turned out I had seen 50 companies by the time I was 35. Because I had done consulting and otherwise. And you know what's great about that? When you have that breadth of knowledge, you can actually start establishing patterns and give advice to people because you've seen different things. So that was one of my unique strengths that I thought was a weakness. And depending on the market, it is a weakness. It doesn't make me an ideal candidate to be a VP of product. I have been. It doesn't make me an ideal candidate for most people. I don't have the street cred for that, but I have the street cred to consult with anybody, to coach anybody. So when I'm coaching, I use something called the GROW model. Understand your goal. Where do you want to go? Reality. What is your current reality? Where are you now? Understand your options about where you're going to go next. Choose one. Go do it. So, if you're working as an executive leader, this is what your 360 might look like. These are some things that a CEO or CRO or your board might say. They provide the wrong level of detail. They probably will say you don't have executive presence, but that's what they mean. But when you focus on your strengths, your unique selling propositions, your unique value propositions, your specific skills and experience, you can get closer to your goals. So, you want to go back to that? Someone wants to take a picture and I want to stop you. So 3 questions for your life. Where to, where from, where next? Everyone ready? Where to? Great. Vacation. It's my favorite thing to do. So, where to? What are our goals of vacation? How many people, when they go on vacation, it's because someone just came back from someplace else and they really liked it? Oh, I just heard, this is really great. The Azores, oh yeah, they went somewhere hiking, this was great. Oh, they visited Paris, they came back with the most beautiful dress. Oh, they went to the United States and they went to San Francisco and they drove down the coast. They had a fantastic time. Does it align with where you want? What are your goals of vacation? Do we want to visit family members? Is there a specific event that this is correlated with? Am I trying to reconnect with old friends from university or younger? Am I trying to get away from my kids? Or anything else? Where from? Where am I now? What's my current situation? What's my budget? Are there countries on my hit list or places on my hit list I'd like to go to? Do I have an option for childcare? Can the grandparents take care of it or not? What's my tolerance for safety, for costliness, for travel time? How long am I willing to be on an airplane? Am I willing to go for 3 stopovers along the way? These are all questions about who am I right now? What is my current situation? And then, where next? Based on this combination of where to and where from, where next, you book your trip. So where next for us? Set your goals. Where to? Know where you're coming from. Assess your strengths. Where next? Choose your next step. And then go do it. Go make it happen. Whatever that next thing is, that is the build, measure, learn side of this. But as Radhika said, don't just iterate fast without a direction. Know where you're going. So thank you. This is my LinkedIn, my email. You can email me for anything. This particular QR code has some very special magic with it. It means that you can actually get a free session with me. 45 minutes hanging out with me, talking about your goals, talking about where you are right now, talking about how to get where you want to go next. And if you happen to be a leader, I'm happy to share my annual planning templates with you. It's something I'm working on right now to help people strategy deploy, create structure for their teams so that they can decide in their sphere of influence where to go next based on a vision of where they want to go, based on a larger vision of where the company wants to go, and an understanding of where we are right now. So thank you very much. Good luck in your lives, in building fantastic products, and in becoming incredible product leaders who know when to ask the question and what to answer. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tammy, for such an inspiring talk. We'll see each other again here for the Q&A session. So our next topic is very important for the product success. It's about sales and growth. So our next speaker is Leah Taran, and she is a leading growth advisor for scaling B2B companies. She was the former head of product at D&Dild, Joie, and led the core product at Small PDF with over 50 million monthly active users. She is a program creator, lecturer, and executive coach and advisor to company leadership and funds around product-led growth, scaling, and product-led sales. She's going to joining us here today on this stage with the topic Mastering the Product-First Approach, Sales and Product-Led Growth United. Please join me on stage, Leah Taran.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I got this right from the last presentation. So where am I going to? I'm going to go over there. I came from over there, and I hope I can give you now some enjoying 30 minutes in this talk. What I'm going to talk about, I also have to check because I chose a really weird title, Mastering the Product-First Approach, Sales and Product-Led Growth United. So at this point, I would have a slide to introduce myself, how awesome I am, what all my achievements are, how cool I am, and why you should not leave the room in the next 30 minutes. But that is kind of backwards, isn't it? I think my microphone is giving something off. Oh, it's my earring? Okay, I'm going to get rid of the earring just for you, okay? So we're going to adapt now. Okay, if there's anything else, put it in Slido and tell me. Okay, let's go. Let me show you my talk first. Let me give you some value first, and then tell you who I am. Because if you know me, then an introduction is kind of unnecessary, and if you don't, then you frankly don't care what I did 10 years ago. So what are we going to talk about today is product-led growth. What we do in product-led growth is we try to establish trust different than classical marketing or sales tactics to scale any company. We're talking about showing value and not talking about it, which is kind of ironic because I'm talking about it right now. Let's talk about this particular word here, trust. Let's say you have a document that is too big, and this is how generative AI thinks about how to visualize this. You have a PDF that is too big, you need to do something with it, and it just does not work. What do? You go to Google and you type in, I need to compress this PDF. You're probably very stressed. Then you're going to get a result, hopefully from small PDF. It tells you here how you can compress this PDF and get a really good version out of it. Then you get a drop area, you put it in there, and then you get a download. At no point did I require you to register in any way. And this entire flow is what we optimized, was also the way that we formed trust with our customers. It was very, very fast. And then at some point, if you loved it a little bit too much, we gave you this kind of thing, and then you had to get your credit card out. But that's, we also have to make money, right? There's a lot of companies out there that are doing product-led growth. None of you is new to the concept of trials and self-serve. I'm not trying to sell you on that particular thing. Canva is really good. HubSpot is really good. But what are we talking about here? We're talking about how to create and scale, most importantly, a successful product. And the definition of a successful product is actually not that easy. You need to have something that kicks ass, so something that's product market fit in a big enough market that I can scale. And I also need to have a distribution to bring it out there. And this is the key. So when we're fundamentally talking about product-led growth, we're talking about some kind of distribution model. Because there's a lot of products out there that are really good, and nobody's using them. 20 years ago, I was told that if you have a great product, everything else will follow. Content first, form follows. While that is true, you need both. And if we're looking at the market with this very lovely corporate pyramid, this is how you know, by the way, that you will land in executive leadership. You start to have these kind of slides in. If we're looking at the market, we have 4 segments, right? We have the enterprise segment, few accounts, a lot of money, mid-market, the lower B2B segment, and then also consumer. And product-led growth is really good traditionally in the lower segments. So where there's a lot of people with relatively little value. And sales-led growth, those are the experts in the enterprise and higher segment where there's a lot of money, lots of problems, lots of important people with lots of ties, and high ACVs. So let's fundamentally go one step back. What are we talking about when we talk about sales-led growth? We talk about a model that starts an acquisition that is typically driven by marketing. We have some big monetization. We have someone ringing the gong, someone that wants to sell you as much licenses as possible so they get their check in the mail. And then we have some retention that hopefully works out afterwards. We're trying to match the value that we have as an organization with the needs of a customer. And there's nothing wrong with that, but fundamentally the risk in this model is with the customer. I give you $30,000 and then you give me a car, and if the car is bad, it's kind of my problem. But we're gonna fix it for you if you give us even more money. And that's how we used to sell software 10 years ago. On-premise software, good times. Okay, what this is it is high upfront cost. It's a long-term commitment. It is sales-led. How do we do this in product-led growth? When we talk about product-led growth, we talk about trials, freemiums, interactive demos, all that kind of stuff, but there's more to it. What we talk about is we have some kind of free user acquisition, which does not mean that the users are free, but your product is free and they are being acquired into the free flow of your particular product. They're using it, and this is what marketing brings in. Then we have to retain them. So we have to prove now at this point that we can retain the free users in some particular way. And if you pay a lot of attention, then you can see that I was using my visual skills here to make this line a little bit thicker, because that's where the magic is. The next step that we're going to do is, once we have proven that we can retain people with our free product, which is not that easy, then we try to close them small. We do some kind of small monetization. We try to get a little bit of money out of you, so in the future, you can expand with us. So the model focuses on this expansion revenue, and I hope I can show you why afterwards. What we try to do here is we're trying to experience value without payment or acquiring sales in any way, and the risk is now with the business. It's a low upfront cost. It's focused on expansion. It is very transparent, and you can cancel at any time. I'm driving very close to the road. Anyone who's doing product-led growth in here, and that has also Excel sheets in front of them, they know that every month, every second month, every third month, whatever your plans are, all your revenue is up for renewal, because all of your customers could cancel. So we drive very close to the road. But there is something going on that you might not be aware of. We have a looming recession. I mean, everybody hopefully is aware of this, right? So like, money is just not that easy to come by again. And now acquisition is burning. And this happens every time. Every time something happens in the market, everybody tells you like, oh, we need to be efficient. You have to do more with the money that you have, Leah. Do more. And that usually means acquisition budgets are just burning. But the other thing that's happening now from the other side is that AI is coming into the market. And AI is really good in creating some products. There's a commoditization happening. There are more solutions for the same problems that we tend to have. And that means messaging. Me claiming that I have the best product in the world and not this person over there. Sorry for whoever you are, that was not personal. It means that my messaging differentiation is getting harder, because why should you believe me? You have to start to differentiate yourself through the actual product and the positioning that you have in the market. But if you listened before, I told you that we also need to have some kind of way of reaching the users. So how do we tell users? It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. The question behind all of this is, who do we trust as consumers if everything looks perfect from the outside? Because this is the world that we're heading to. AI makes it really easy to create marketing copy that looks good enough, pictures that look professional enough, claims that we are the best, and this person is the best, and that person is the best. So who do we trust? Customers ultimately always go back to what cannot be faked, and this applies to B2B, this applies to B2C. And that is the success with a product. And product-led growth establishes this trust by delivering success as fast and authentic as possible, payment later. Who in here was around when banner ads were invented? Who enjoyed that? Ah, the guy that invented it over there. Okay, so banner ads, when they were introduced, they had a very high click-through rate. Everybody who works in marketing is just salivating at the thought of like, oh my God, 2% of people were clicking on this kind of garbage. And then we started to learn as people, they click on it, and it's never actually doing what you're supposed to. And, my parents, most of the time, they still do that, but, And the conversions rates went down from 2% to 0.02% or whatever it is today. We develop patterns, and we start to know when something is fake. So no matter how much you train your marketing and sales to deliver the perfect pitch, the success with the product will reinforce whether you can do it in the long term. So let's talk for a moment about this. This is about choice and commoditization. If I am in the market to get a new car, now I can choose from 12 different models. I don't have like 2 to choose. Which ones am I going for? I don't know, but I don't have to check all these 12 because 3 of them maybe offer me a really good buying experience. So the buying experience, what my product is, how am I buying this, how am I being treated, is becoming much more important than just the core product itself. And this is the first thing that you have to take from this. Because what we're fundamentally looking at from a product-led growth perspective is that we have a core product, which is your car, but all the other services, they are there to look at customer success in a very specific way. So let's look at customer success in this way. We have some kind of moment where the customer, the user, B2B, B2C, doesn't matter, is ready to use your product. And we have some kind of aha moment, which is usually you have experienced the value of the core product. The car drives, yeah, it's pretty cool. And then you have some eureka and habit moment, which is you experience some extended value from this particular product. This could be, hey, my phone actually integrates with this car. I have a problem with this car. I can press this button, and then some nice little men and women are coming and fixing my car. That's a really cool experience. So that would be an extended version of your value, but not the reason why you bought the car in the first place. This is where retention happens. Let's talk about this one for a second. So what is a eureka and a habit moment fundamentally? For Slack, it was if you sent, as a business account, 2,000 messages within 30 days. Then we counted you as having reached the eureka and habit moment. Mind you, this is before payment. No payment has happened. I'm just looking into this whether I can measure it. At small PDF, what we used to do is we said, if you started to use 2 different tools on one document, then you had a eureka moment. Because the eureka moment is the majority of our acquisition comes in for one problem, and then they're like, oh, wow, that was really cool. You can actually do more for us. Cross-selling. And you might think that this way of looking at customers is a very dirty word that everybody who has been in my workshop knows since yesterday. It's a funnel. Don't like the word. So you put something in at the start, 1,000 users, and then you get something out at the end, which is a customer. Kind of like the F word, right? So I'm not going to say it anymore. And while this is legit, this is not how we should look at it. Let's look at this different. Let's say everyone who's coming in has their setup moment, goes through the aha, develops a eureka moment. What is happening to those? They have a chance to start to recommend your product to someone else. And if you're a good leader that cares about the efficiency of your company, then you know that making this efficient is the future of your business. It is what makes you scale, and it's what makes you happy. Because there's nothing cheaper than word of mouth, but it is very hard to get. It's the one salesperson in your team that is super expensive to hire, but once they work for you, they do it for free. And knowing this particular loop is knowing whether you can keep the water that you're going to add on top in once you add more. When I consult with companies, what I see very often is that they tell me how much money they make. Oh, we've been doing 2 million ARR, 3 million, 4 million. Everybody who has ever invested in here is then going to ask, what did it cost you to get that particular revenue? And it's not just the people that you have on payroll, right? Because if I want to scale it, I need to know how much did you pay for these 2 million? And did you pay in a way that you can repeat it? Because if you invited your friends and families and your network into your product and that is generating your revenue, that is not scalable. Scaling this thing, when it is inefficient, is the #1 reason for product-led growth companies to die. It is the #1 reason for people to go on LinkedIn and say, PLG does not work, Leah. It's garbage. We don't want to give our products for free. And I'm like, good for you. Okay, so how do we make this wheel turn? How do we make it faster? What we need is we focus on recurring needs. Everything that is recurring is happening often. Happening often means we have a lot of chances to wow our users. Short time to value, extremely important. The amount of time it takes from one person to have a specific thought, this is my problem, to the value that they get, is highly indicative whether they stay with you for a long time. Your product needs to be easy to explain and recommend. Did you ever think about whether you are creating a product vision and a value proposition that you put out for your customers that makes it easy for them to explain it to someone else? Because I just told you, we try to make our product recommendable. And the strongest users that we have in our inbound are the ones that are recommended. So I need to make sure that if somebody loves my product, that they can actually recommend it easily, by process and by wording. And we use goals to target value. Not revenue, value, customer value, and growth teams who piss everyone off. So let me just quickly go into this. You can take a picture of it. I'm just going to, in the interest of time, because I'm probably talking already for too long. What we're talking about is we're trying to separate the business success at the top from management with the customer success in the operative teams. We care about revenue, but we're not targeting it. And the teams, they care about the customer, and they're very much targeting it. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Lea Tarin. This is me standing on 2 fish trying to kill inefficiencies in growth companies. I'm a B2B growth advisor for scale-ups. I've been part of 2 hypergrowth companies. One of them is Small PDF, which is a pretty big deal. Dine Deal. I was at Microsoft, which is not a hypergrowth startup. And I've been the head of product at Jua. I'm also the author of the #1 product-led growth guide. I have a podcast, and I do many other things I don't even remember. But I fundamentally help scale-ups to get this particular motion right in B2B. And here are 3 reasons why you should also not ignore product-led growth. Boom. That's a cool slide, isn't it? Okay, so B2B buyers are starting now to behave like B2C users. They start to have choice. And if they start to have choice, they start to also exert the same behavior that B2C customers do, because whether you believe it or not, in businesses, there's also people. So product-led growth, if you're just looking at this, is actually profiting from a commoditization movement that is pushing the revenue downwards. As we have choice, prices are coming down. If prices are coming down, I expect to have an easier onboarding experience. It's a bit confusing, but that's just what it is. Let me share something that is hot off the press. I received this yesterday at 10 o'clock, and Tracy included the presentation for me, thankfully. So I'm running this survey on what is on top of mind of go-to-market leaders nowadays. And we're running this with Pocus and KeyPlay. And I just want to show you one slide on what people are most worried about in 2023. This is going to come out in a couple of days. We had about 100 responses from enterprises and mid-market segments. So we asked 73 companies so far that have answered this. Question 27, rank from most important to least important the following go-to-market priorities for you in 2024. So this is just like 1 year ahead. And let me walk you through this. We want to go up market. It's kind of problematic if you want to go up market if the market is starting to push down. The second thing is we want to find new sources of deals, of course. We also want to improve sales and productivity. But it's not anymore about hiring more representatives or using AI or whatever. That's not on top of mind. We want to figure out how we can do more, right? Like this is the stuff that I told you from before. Here's the second reason why you cannot ignore product-led growth. Because now we're starting to combine product-led growth with the best of what sales-led growth does to grab these B2B markets. And this is where it becomes interesting. So everything before was just me giving you an introduction on product-led growth. Now we're actually talking about product-led sales. Let's look at my corporate graph again. On the right side, we have now product-led sales. And product-led sales is extremely good in grabbing mid-market value, and also a little bit from the lower part, by uniting what sales-led growth does really, really well and combining it with product-led growth does. And you might be asking yourself, so what do I do? What's the difference? Instead of individual users, we start to look at teams and accounts, and we try to find those that are worth reaching out when they signal, I am ready, through their measurable, objective behavior. Now you might ask yourself, okay, so how do we do this? Here's where the actionable part of this particular talk starts. In product-led sales, what we have is we have some kind of free B2B accounts. Again, the accounts are not free. They're just using the free part of our product, either a freemium or a trial or an interactive demo. Then we attach some behavior scoring to that. For instance, are they using the product successful? Plus 40 points. Are they visiting specific pages? Plus 10 points. Are they accelerating usage now in a specific time frame? Plus 10 points. Are they inviting other users? And so forth and so forth. And if these accounts are going above a specific threshold, which we work out with analytics and so forth, then they are called a product qualified account. And this can take days, and this can take months. And this is also the reason why you should not limit your product in a trial in a B2B environment on time. Who in here bought for a company a software that cost more than $10,000 a year? Keep your hand up if that process was shorter than a week. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month, 2, maybe some people are starting now to go up. You don't know. We don't know. Gary is maybe not around, or our CFO is right now on a yacht trip. I don't know. And someone needs to approve. And this can be a problem. So we wait for the customer to actually use our product and be ready with it. And now our accounts are ready to reach out. So they're ready for sales to go. We have a high closing rate, we have a low CAC, and we have 40% less lead time. Why? Because behavior is much more indicative that somebody actually loves your product, and it changes the entire conversation. Hey, I've been noticing that you were using our product. Do you mind talking about it? Yeah, sure. I love it, of course. I don't mind being called by someone from a product that I love. I love Miro. If they call me, I can talk all day what I love and what I hate about the product. So how does this change now the role of a salesperson in product-led sales? So let's say you're doing this with a company, and you try to get there, and you say, like, yeah, this is a good thing. We have to now change, which is a problem in the word. Radhika also mentioned this. Product-led is not just about product. We need to change incentives for salespeople to get more money for accounts that expand in the future. And if you waltz into a sales meeting like this and you say, like, hey, I'm going to take away your quota, but I give you more money if you get a client that expands in a year, the first question they're going to ask you is, are you high? What did you smoke? How should I know whether someone is going to expand in the future? And then I say, hey, I'm glad you're asking, because sales is only contacting product qualified accounts. Because we know from research and through our own internal analysis that people who are using your product, businesses that are using these products in that way, they will expand later on much, much better if you do not give them too many licenses to start with. Oh, I have this special deal for you. You can get 500 licenses for the price of 50. You're going to grow into it. The first day you have a new CFO that is looking at your licensing, they're going to kick you out, and then you're then you're cooked. And just like one more thing, right? So like sales is only contacting these accounts, and we need to make sure, this is one of the biggest dangers that you can do in product-led sales, you need to have more leads that you can handle. Because if you have too many salespeople, why would you qualify the pipeline? It's kind of pointless, right? Like if you call everyone, because then you make your entire buying experience worthless again. So the fundamental job is now we need to give sales tools that let them identify long-term deals instead of these short-term quotas. And we can do this through product ops, for instance. Melissa is going to talk about this. By giving them sales or like data-driven sales insights that give them easy access to this data. And that means not that sales has to call Gary in engineering and be like, hey, can you tell me what this particular guy did? Yeah, I'm going to get back to you in 4 days. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a really direct system to actually get insights. Here's the third reason why you should not ignore it. We have a secret long-term weapon. And that secret long-term weapon is called expansion revenue. This is the main reason, or one of the main reasons why we're doing product-led growth in the first place. We can start to expand our value in the long term by cross-selling, because we have now already increased usage and trust from our users. Who in here is using HubSpot? Are you using more than one product that they offer? Okay, I see some people nod. So HubSpot has 5 different core products, and you can enter in any one of them. But if you love one, I mean, it's not hard. Yeah, I'm explaining you what cross-selling is. So, okay. But the fundamental cool thing here is that we can grab enterprise value before it is enterprise. I can start to grab a problem before it becomes an enterprise problem, because some of these companies will grow with you and start to scale up. And then you better be ready, and you have a product that is good for individual users, that is good in teams, that is also good if you were in an enterprise. That is a difficult stretch, but everybody who's using Canva, everybody who's using HubSpot knows what I'm talking about here. So product-led growth is fundamentally about forming habits. And the customer, frankly, does not care whether you have a department that is called sales, marketing, or product. They jump from all kinds of points. They jump from left to right, to up, to down, whatever. They might come in through sales. They might then go to your website or the other way around. Nobody cares. Only what matters in the middle is this. From the value proposition, how can I drive people up to the setup moment, to the aha moment, to the eureka moment, to the habit, and then we start to talk about monetization, not before. So that means for product, you only ship what makes the wheel go faster and is measurable. You might even have to unship stuff for that, because I'm going to incentivize you on the middle column. For marketing, it means that you were measured on the quality of your traffics and leads, and not the quantity. And for sales, it means that you're being incentivized on customer expansion and success, not quota. It is about showing value and not talking about it. And that's everything that I have for you today. Thank you so much for listening. Should I say?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you, Leah. So we are now going to start our first Q&A session. So Leah, you can stay here. And I would like to ask again Radhika and Tammy to join me here on stage. So now it's the time for you to add your question or vote other questions. Also, I can already answer one question that is in Slido regarding the slides. They will be shared with you in the newsletter, so don't worry. Yeah.
I was just being shooed this way, so.
Okay.
By the way, if you didn't notice, this is possibly the only conference I've ever been at where the headliners are 4 women on that poster outside. So, well done.
Thank you. All right, so let's start by the first question. Looking at success retrospectively, it's easy to fit events to fit a framework. Do you have any data that Marvel actually thoughtfully executed this way? So
that one's for you.
Yes. So, I did a lot of research on this, by the way, and there are so many stories about Kevin Feige and actually taking this very vision-driven approach. Everything that you saw on those slides was based on how they thought through it. And by the way, I also did a lot of research on DC. I tried to look up what is their vision, and I challenge you, if you can find their vision statement even, that would be a step up. Like, that in itself was very telling to me.
Yeah, if you can't find it, how can employees?
Yeah.
Right. Leah, when is product-led growth not a good fit for a product or company?
And that is a great question. Also, I have to say that I'm a DC girl. Sorry, I'm just like into the Batman and the Nolan movies. So when is PLG not a good fit for a product or company? That's a great question. So first of all, when your product is very hard to explain and you have such a niche audience that you need to have sales, even in the first kind of interaction, to explain what you're doing, then that is just where product-led growth does not fit really well. So if you look at Tesla, for instance, Tesla is right now more or less a product-led growth company, which is ironic. But 10 years ago, it was very hard to explain to someone easily why they would even need an electric car. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to explain to someone like, how does this work with charging and everything? And just because you have it on your website, by the way, does not mean the market knows about it. This is when we have to create initial demand, when we create a new category, for instance, everybody wants to create a new category, right? Then product-led growth is not good because people are not coming if they don't know that you exist. So for creating initial demand, sales is still the way to go, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, it's actually a good thing. Yeah.
I would like to add to that if you have a highly complex product, build a second product that's aligned, that's easier to explain, that is an entry point for product-led growth, that then allows you to get some of these product qualified accounts that you might sell your bigger product to and establish that as a funnel. Because it allows for you to have this pool of people who may even be paying you because they should convert on that smaller product and lead to that bigger opportunity. And that is more complicated, but it is not impossible if you have a good vision that is leading your way and you have a good concept as to what that should be because you understand your market and their needs and all the other things you're going to learn about today.
Now, Zendesk is doing an excellent job at this. They have some of the best interactive demos because Zendesk is as enterprise as you can be. And yeah.
Yeah.
It all goes back to vision.
Yeah.
Radhika again. How do you get it a meaningful vision that's not artificial or fabricated?
I love this question, right? How do we get to a meaningful vision that's not fabricated? One of the most common product diseases is what I call hero syndrome. And it happens when we feel like we have to create a vision that sounds inspiring. Because that's what we've learned, right? Like a good vision sounds inspiring. It's a short slogan that motivates people. And it's time to forget that. We really don't need it to sound inspiring. So the first thing is, forget the idea that we have to memorize a slogan or that it sounds inspiring. What you really want is you want people to be able to repeat back your shared vision in their own words. And so there's no need to artificially create any words. There's no point wordsmithing, right? All you want is this clarity of the who, what, why, when, and how, which is what we had in that fill-in-the-blank statement. And so when you're truly honest about whose world are you trying to change, that's how you get to this meaningful vision. And I'll give you one example of an organization. So they wanted to sound inspiring, and they said that their vision was they wanted to democratize justice for people. Now that sounds truly grand, right? But then you see what the product actually did. It was actually being used by large law firms, the kind of firms that you pay a lot of money for. So it's not democratizing justice in any way. And it just left people, like the employees within the company, truly disillusioned because what you're actually working on has nothing to do with what sounds motivating. And so it's actually a deterrent for your own employees if you make it sound artificially meaningful. Just be honest. And I'll give you the counterexample where I was working at an ad tech firm. This was ad tech for TV sales. You cannot get more meaningless than that, right? If I tried. And yet, we were honest about what our vision was, and everyone in that team stuck around for years because we really had a team culture that shared the vision, in all honesty, for exactly what it was.
Thank you, Radhika. Unfortunately, we are out of time. So
I was looking forward to the next
One more
question
question?
there.
One more? Okay, great. Okay, yeah, because we have one with...
Can I take one? Because there's one on the board that's me.
You're not just taking one.
Well,
Then we go
everyone
with
got
two.
one.
No, you go for it.
Yeah.
Take it. I'm joking.
So the question is why isn't where from the first? So if all you do is analyze where you are now, you look very closely as to where your options are, as to where you can go next. And then if you evaluate within your vision, you choose between the options that you think about from where you are now. It's the problem with only talking to current customers and not looking at the market and not looking at prospects. But if you start by looking outwards at that vision, and then evaluate where you are now, the options you will afford yourself are much, much more expansive. And so that's why the questions are in the order they are.
Just to add to that, I so agree with it. And one of the problems with starting with where from is that that kind of makes us reactive. You know, everything in our companies already is trying to make us reactive, right? And starting with that where from question just reinforces that same structure.
There we go. Agreement. Thank you all.
Well, yes, thank you again to our speakers. So after these 3 amazing talks, we are ready for the first coffee break. You can go for the coffee break downstairs or upstairs. And for the questions that are here on site, you can take advantage to ask the speakers as well. So see each other again at 11:50 here. Thank you.
Obrigado. Munição não está a chegar aqui, por favor. Obrigado, obrigado. Não sei se tá funcionando isso. Deixa pro final. Deixa eu pro miudinho. Pode fazer aquela intro? Vai. Falta mais um? Cansa tocar de manhã, cara? Calor aqui. Duas? Então tá. No final a gente faz o ovo. Pode fazer um forrozinho também. Fazer um forrozinho? Sabiá?
Vai.
Acho que é só não. Começa lá no B, né? Muito obrigado, bom dia a todos e a todas. Somos Tangará Duo. Estamos aqui apresentar um pouco de música instrumental brasileira para vocês. Espero que gostem. E essa vai ser a última. Tá calor aqui. Muito obrigado e até breve.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are all energized with coffee or sugar. So I would like to pass the mic to Nina Schneider, who is going to be the MC for the rest of the morning. And I will introduce Nina now. So Nina is one of the curators of the Productized 2023 and a product leader specialized at enterprise, B2B, and go-to-market. Currently, she is the CPO at Sherpany, leading a product and engineering organization of 60 people on a mission to make every meeting count. So please, welcome on stage, Nina Schneider.
Test, test. Yes, the test worked. Wonderful. It's like when you do demos on stage, right? So welcome back, everyone. As Margarita said, my name is Nina Schneider. If you want to talk to me, I'm happy to exchange on product strategy and aligning go-to-market teams, especially if you work in a startup and scale up. And I'm going to be your MC for the rest of the morning. Now, I hope you come back from the break not just with coffee and snacks, but already having had your first conversations with someone you did not know yet. And maybe you exchanged some key takeaways from the morning, or maybe even better, a difference in opinions. As Andres said, this is what we want to be the host of in this conference. So please continue engaging. And now, after getting inspiration on how to set direction this morning, we're going to move on to talk about the teams and the people that are needed for that. But before I introduce you to our next speaker, I want to hear again from you. I want to get to know you. I want to learn from you. So I see some people already preparing the mobile phones. Get ready for Slido. I have 2 questions for you. And let's start easy. What was the morning energizer that fueled you today before coming to Productized? I hope it's easy. There was a bit of prompting from me there. All right, it looks like good old caffeine is actually making the race. I try to stay away from that before 11 a.m. in the morning, so I did not have my first coffee. You can try water with lemon inside. But it's great that you already were able to also catch up on fruit and vitamins, and morning walks was a good thing for you too. Maybe you'll be inspired to put in some more Zen time after the talks this morning. So thank you for that. And now I want to get some inspiration on what is a product or tool that has stolen your heart and is open all day, every day on your laptop or mobile phone. And by the way, if it's a physical product, I'm also happy for you to throw it in the mix and get inspired by that. Spotify, yeah, that's a really good one. Notion, winning there. Slack is strong. Nice. ChatGPT also. New Kids on the Block, Figma. Yeah, some old school Microsoft Outlook as well. Nice. But Spotify is definitely winning in the mix. And sorry, I didn't want to judge anyone using Microsoft. Yeah, okay. Notion and ChatGPT winning. Awesome. Please keep on using Slido. We're going to do the same ritual again at the end of the 3 talks. We're going to invite the speakers on stage, and we're going to use your questions, and we have time for 3 of them. Also, there will be a round table at the end after the speakers, where, again, you can submit your questions. And now I'm really delighted, and I'm sure you can't wait to hear who our next speaker is, and it will be Chiesa Muguti. Chiesa is an assiduous product leader, well-versed both on the technical and the commercial side across the whole product development lifecycle. She's a skilled communicator, which makes her successful and effective at all levels of business, and is a servant product leader, leading high-performing teams that are known for collaborative problem-solving and, most importantly, for successful outcomes. I really look forward to her insights and, more importantly, her invitation for all of us to reflect what makes high-performing teams. In her talk, equitable product teams must be our North Star. Please give a very, very warm welcome to Chiesa Muguti. Rocket.
Hi, everyone. I always feel a little bit weird when people read my intro, because I'm just like, oh my gosh, I sound like such a dick. But anyways, I hope you all enjoyed the coffee break. I did attempt to talk to someone I don't know, but I am an introvert, so I walk like straight through the crowd. So I just want to thank all the extroverts out there who make our lives that much easier and start the conversation. So I hope that everybody else got to talk to someone, and next time you see me walking through, please shame me, publicly shame me. So I'm going to start off and tell you a little bit about me and who these 4 people are with me. So you've got my grandmothers on the left and the right-hand side, and then the picture is me with my mom and dad. So I'm a middle child, and I feel like I don't have as many photos with my parents. So as a child, so I've really made up for it in adulthood. And the reason that I've got them here in front of, that I wanted to share them with you, is because they informed a lot about my values and why I am so passionate about equity. The 4 of them, my grandmothers are now late, but the 4 of them are masters at really showing you have to understand a person, you have to understand their background, you have to understand their story to get the best out of them. A quick thing that I will tell you is that when we were growing up, so I'm Zimbabwean, we had a lady who came to help us with the house, and she had sort of no formal education. And my mom sat her down and said, do you want to look after children and clean the house for the rest of your life? And she said, no. And my mom said, right, so what you're going to do while you're here and look after my children is I'm going to pay for you to go back to high school. You do that part-time, and then now she's a teacher, which means it's also changed the outcomes for her family. So just wanted to give you a little bit of why I'm so inspired by that. So as I said, I'm Zimbabwean. I moved to the UK when I was 19 years old to go and study. I thought I'd leave Zimbabwe for 5 years, but it's been 21, so, you know, here we are. I went to university in Brighton, in the UK, which is by the sea. And coming from a landlocked country, I thought I'd spend my life at the beach, but it seems the novelty wears off quite quickly. But I'm still partial to a fish and chips. So initially I was going to become, yeah, I know, I love it. So initially I was going to become an engineer, but I got like, I think 35% for my Java module. So yeah, I'm a failed engineer and I ended up in product. I wonder how many of us are exactly the same. So I started off my career in payments, working in a business analyst role, and then I was convinced / pushed / influenced to move into product. So anyway, here we are 15 years later. So some of the stuff we're going to talk about today is going to make you feel awkward. And for me, I feel awkward from here. So I've been feeling awkward from here since the morning that I was going to be standing in front of you. And maybe it might make you feel a little bit weird. And that's absolutely fine, because I want this awkwardness to be a team sport. So we're all going to feel awkward together. And that's fine. And I want you to sit with those feelings. And I want you to think about where they come from. And I want you to handle yourself with care. So this is not a talk where I want you to feel bad afterwards and just be like, I have the weight of the world on my shoulders, I have messed up. It's not about that. It's just about how we can collectively reflect about how we can move forward together. So since we've just come from a break, I think we still need some physical activity. So I'm going to ask some questions. So if the answer is yes, please can you stand up? We're going to have to be really quick because I'm already looking at the timer and it's telling me, girl. I will participate, but I will put my hand up. So we're going to be really, really quick. So first question is, how many of you have been in a team or are in a team where when there is a conversation, you feel like everybody can contribute? You don't kind of have the same 2 or 3 people speaking. So how many of you would say hey, I work in a team, and please do look around. This is not an exam, so there's no cheating, so you can look. So yeah, how many of you feel hey, I work in a team and we can all speak up? Okay, I want to work where all of you are working. Amazing. How many of you have worked with someone where maybe they've joined the organization and you've been don't know how long this person's going to last, but they've blossomed and gone on to the next stage in their career and just really been absolutely amazing? This is such a great, positive crowd. I love it. How many of you have worked in a team? So specifically looking at BIPOC, so this is Black, Indigenous, people of color. How many of you, if you look at the society around you, so day to day when you're commuting or in shops, and you look kind of at the makeup of the society around you, how many of you would say your team is representative of BIPOC people? Okay, cool. Okay, great. Okay. How many of you have had a leader who is from a minoritized group? So this covers some of the protected characteristics around race, sexuality, religion. So how many of you have had a leader, and they can also have intersections. So how many of you have had a leader who is from a minoritized group? I am that person. Okay. How many of you have worked with a displaced person? So I'll explain. I don't use the word refugee because it's got such negative connotations, and I use displaced person because I think if we say displaced, we can all imagine what it could feel like to be displaced, and I think then that you have more empathy for people. So how many of you have worked with a displaced person? Cool. How many of you have worked in an organization, okay, they don't have to be doing it, but are now yeah, cultural add as opposed to cultural fit? Okay. How many of you have worked with, I don't know why I'm laughing. How many of you have worked with someone over the age of 50? So I know age is a little bit like, yeah, tricky. Some people are not sure. Okay, so almost everyone. Okay, amazing. How many of you have worked with someone who has a physical disability? Okay. Cool. Thank you all so much for participating. It was really nice because it's a really great way to also get to know you. So none of these questions were asked to make you feel bad, uncomfortable maybe, because maybe there were a couple where you were just like, BIPOC, what's going on? My Toronized group, what's going on? I want you to be curious. I want you to be pensive. So if you did not answer yes to any of those, I want you to be curious about why that is. But it's never, ever to make people feel bad. I don't want you to feel bad at all. So we all know diversity matters. I mean, this is a word that we're seeing everywhere. I feel like diversity and AI are like competing to be like the word of the year. And we know that there have been lots of studies that have been done that companies that have a diverse leadership team tend to perform 25% better financially. But what about equity? I feel like this is something that we don't really hear about. And just a disclaimer, I'm not talking about the amount of equity you get in a company. This is not about money. I'm sorry. I'm like the worst person to talk about that. So just to make it clear. So just to try to explain a little bit using an analogy, because I love analogies, is let's think of an art exhibition. So we have an art exhibition, and so I can explain diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, because we see these together a lot of the time. So diversity would be like all the different artists that are represented at the art exhibition. So you want to get a range of artists that's like representative of the society around you. Equity is the time and space the art gets. So some artists are more prominent than other artists. So what equity is thinking about the artists who maybe don't get as much airtime, are not as well known, and figuring out maybe how we can position their art so that they do get a little bit more airtime. This is not to take away from the artists maybe who do get a lot of airtime, but it's to try to say, like, how can we make it a little bit more fair and give more space? Inclusion is how the art is represented. So we want everything to look like it fits together and it looks like it's one exhibition. So that's inclusion without making it like this is different from that. And then belonging is how we talk about the art. So belonging is talking about it and that it's the human story, bringing it all together, that we're doing this art exhibition, it's all art, we embrace all the different artists without sort of othering. So this is what belonging is about. So equity really refers to fairness and justice. And I think it's important to make the distinction because I think people conflate equity and equality quite a lot. So equality really focuses on everybody gets exactly the same. So thankfully, we did not grow up like that because me, my brother, and my sister all have very different eating habits. So equality would be my mom forcing us to all eat the same thing, which would have been futile. But equity is saying like, okay, I'm going to meet you, Chiedza, where you are with your 1,000 allergies and not try to kill you and feed you the exact same thing as your brother and your sister, because that will put you at a disadvantage. So equity is really about addressing the adjustment, the imbalances that we know we have in society. So when you hear me use the word equity or the word equitable, if it's easier for you, just replace that with fair and impartial. And I believe a picture says 1,000 words, and this is why I love this picture. So on the left-hand side, okay, so first of all, we have three people who look like they've cake crashed a football game. So they don't look like they've bought tickets, but we won't talk about the fact that they might not supposed to be there. But what we have on the left-hand side is equality. Everybody gets exactly the same. The person on the left doesn't really need that box. It's not going to enhance the experience, really, because this person is like tall enough to be able to see and hear what's going on. The person in the middle can see what's going on standing on the box, but they are still expending energy having to stand on their toes. And every so often, they're going to have to come down, and they might miss something. But just think about, they cannot concentrate fully because they're thinking, gosh, I have to keep standing on my toes so I can see what's happening. So you can kind of enjoy, but you kind of have to always be cognizant that I need to get on my toes. And then for the person who's in the wheelchair, this is absolutely useless. It doesn't help. Give everybody the same. Let's not favor anybody. It's not about favoring, but it's about looking at how can we make this more balanced. Equity is what we see on the right-hand side. So you can see the person on the left, he's living his best life, still enjoying, his hand is even up, he's enjoying even more. And maybe it's because the other two can see more, and they can now enjoy a little bit more together. The person in the middle doesn't have to expend energy anymore standing on their toes, because now they've got two boxes and they can see it, and the person on the wheelchair now has a ramp and they can get up and see exactly what's going on. We all have an innate desire. It doesn't matter who you are, no matter how hardcore you are, no matter how much you say you're an introvert, you don't like other people, we still, whenever we're in a group, we want to feel we belong, and we really want to feel accepted. We also really yearn to be seen, we want to be heard, and we want to know that what we say matters. So you can imagine those three at the game. So think about the one on the left-hand side, that maybe afterwards they're talking about the game, and the person who's in the wheelchair, they could hear, but they couldn't really see. The one in the middle might have missed some bits and pieces, and maybe they feel like, you know what, I don't really feel like I belong here. But we also love familiarity, and that's that whole thing about that awkward feeling. We feel better around people we can understand and we know, and that's fine. That makes us human. And why is equity so important in product teams? Because if we can draw people out of themselves, and we can get people to open up, and we can get people to share, and we can get people to really tell us what's on their minds, we will be that much more innovative, and we will be that much more creative. And also because we'll have this wide range of the way people see the world and the way people think, then when we get these customer insights, we're not going to interpret them all in the same way. People are going to have different ways of interpreting that, which makes it much, much richer. And also, once we unlock people's potential, it's a wide range of skills that we can draw from, right? So I'm kind of known for like breaking the ice in meetings, and this is a skill that we deploy in teams, so I'm known for that, and we use that. I'm not really that well known for like when there's a lot of conflict, so there are other people who then can manage that, and that's totally fine. And the more that people feel like they can express themselves, they can share, and they can also be themselves, then the more satisfied they are. And all of those things, insert currency, bills, make more money. And why do we have to care? Because the products and services that we put out there influence society, and they have an impact. So if we're baking in our own biases or the way we think, maybe we have a limited way of seeing things, we're just going to put this into our products. And if we really want to build inclusive products, and I see this all the time, I see this like, we want to be inclusive, we want belonging, etc. But we have to look inwards to make sure and say, from the team that we're in, are we actually fostering an environment where people feel like they are included, that they feel like they open up and they can share? Because if they don't, then what you do on the outside is just going to be reflecting that. And why we have to think about this even more is that globalization means a complete change to the workforce. We are now more and more working with people who are really different from us, different backgrounds from different countries, and we have to really think about the unique needs of individuals to make sure that they can flourish. And I know product people, we love to say, like, measure what matters. And this is normally like customer acquisition costs and revenue and acquisition. But then what about the people who are driving all of those things? How are you measuring how they feel? How are you measuring whether they feel included? And we normally palm this off to people and culture teams, which I think is really quite wrong. Because as product people, we are used to thinking about how can we measure something. And I do believe that there's a great contribution that we can make to thinking about how we can measure that. So one thing in an organization that we looked at was attrition. So how long do people stay and when do they leave? And just to also reiterate, and I will keep saying, is that this is not someone else's job. This is a collective responsibility. Everybody in their small way can make people feel like they should be here. So I'll give some real-world examples about how something where we build something with equity can make such a big difference. So I don't know how many of you know M-Pesa. It started off in Kenya, so it's to do with mobile money. And so clap in the front, thank you. And what M-Pesa did is that a lot of the banks that we have in Africa are like a copy and paste of the banks that are here in the West. So when you want to open a bank account, identity documents, sometimes they want to know if you own property. But if I think about my grandmothers, they had no title deeds. And they really didn't have identification documents because they grew up in a time where Zimbabwe was a colony. It was very difficult for them to get identity documents, which meant it was very difficult for them to participate in the economy, which meant they were excluded. What mobile money did was to see that there is a gap, and actually everybody should be able to participate in the economy, not just some people, not just people in urban areas. So what M-Pesa came and did is say, you know what, let's use the phone number as a proxy for people now to be able to exchange money. And it took off. It's been replicated across other African countries. And guess who the most upset about this is? The banks. But they slept on the job. Then if we think about banks, so I remit money home. I think a lot of people who are diasporans do the same thing. And just to give you an example, Zimbabwe is not the biggest country. So we are a country of 14 million people. And in 2020, $1.8 billion US was remitted into Zimbabwe from all over the world. And that's 10% of our GDP. If I go into my Halifax bank account or my Deutsche Bank bank account, which the interface is unreal, there is no way to do remittances. So I have to move the money from my bank to World Remit to then do the remittance. And sometimes I think to myself, they could make a ton of money if they just built this. Because if you ask anyone, they would love for this all to be in their app, right? But then maybe they think like this is not a use case worth solving, because maybe their teams don't really have anybody who has that as a problem to solve. So it's just thinking about, sometimes we limit ourselves by not solving problems that are real problems that could make us a lot of money. But I do have a lot of hope because I see things like Udemy or Coursera that are starting to democratize education. Because believe it or not everybody has the money to go to university or to go to college or the time. But this allows people access. And this is just a snippet of what we can achieve if we start to open up our teams and make sure that we're representing society and actually understanding what the problems are on the ground. If you are working in a team with people all over the world, and if you are sitting firmly in the red circle, I can tell you someone is suffering in that team. Because if you're working in a team with people all over the world, I would expect you to be going between comfort and fear. Fear because sometimes when we don't really know how to communicate with people, we don't know where people come from, we're a little bit anxious. You know, how do we talk? I know people during Black Lives Matter were terrified of talking to me about it, but I would have loved for someone to just be like, how are you feeling? Because people know I'm directly affected by that. But people just kind of stayed in their comfort zone. And then I'm the one who brought up in a team meeting. I was like, hey, I am really being affected right now by what's going on. And then we went into fear, and then eventually we moved into the learning zone where people learned a little bit more, and then we could discuss. But this is not just talking about things that are happening in society, because if we get comfortable on a personal level to get to know each other, to understand each other, it means that when we have problems to solve, we have those tools to understand each other, and we apply exactly the same way of asking each other those questions, and we start to build that psychological safety within our teams. As tech professionals, we exist in a bubble. And the fact that we exist in that bubble really sometimes means that society, we're not as connected to society as we think we are. And it means that a lot of times we're not really solving the things that would make a big difference to everybody's life. So I would encourage you and challenge you to step outside your bubble. So one thing that I do outside of work is I do a lot of volunteering. And I will tell you a very interesting story, because, you know, we're amongst friends. I volunteer for an organization on Wednesday nights. And we go out into the red light district in Berlin, in Kurfürstenstraße, if people have been to Berlin, so it's a red light district. And we go out with like coffee and biscuits and cake and things like this, and we just talk to the sex workers, just figuring out if somebody maybe has been trafficked and they might need some help or anything that we can do to support them. And one of them asked me, like, what do you do? And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm a product manager. And she just looked at me like, what? And then I was like, oh yeah, so this is what I do. And she's like, is that a full-time job? And I was like, yeah, of course it's a full-time job. And so I found myself like really talking. And then she said to me, after we talked about it for a few minutes, she was like, do you think I could ever do that job? And I was like, of course you could. And so how could I get started? And this also, I'm sure, happens when you have like occasions with family and with friends and they're not working in tech and you try to explain. And for me, it's so important to stretch myself and make sure that I'm keeping in touch because it keeps me humble and it also makes me think, okay, what are the things that maybe I'm not asking and not talking about at work that maybe we should make explicit? So if I can challenge you to do one of these 5 things, or all 5 if you're that eager, one thing is to engage with established communities. Wherever you are, there are communities that are supporting various groups. So you might find communities that are supporting people from the LGBTQ+ community. You might find communities that are supporting displaced persons. Just engage with those communities. Why? Because the more we can get out there, talk about what we do, the more we can then maybe attract these people to join us in the work that we're doing, and the more reflective that our teams will be of society, because really that should be our North Star. And then follow companies that organize boot camps. So I don't know if you've heard of companies like Le Wagon, Career Foundry, Iron Hack. And why am I asking you to follow them? Because a lot of the people who do these boot camps are groups of people who are not in our bubble, who would massively benefit from connecting with people like you. And they are always looking for people who can maybe take people for internships, a little bit of work experience, or just to talk about careers. So I would really encourage you to try to follow those companies, and then if you have time, to maybe do a talk for them. And then be intentional about creating space for people in your team. So there might be that person in your team who, you know, they want to say stuff, but they tend to keep a little bit to themselves. Please, I'm not asking you to like put people on the spot, but try to figure out maybe why they're not really opening up in the group and create space. And also people who tend to cut other people off, if you're like one of the people who's like brave enough, who have kind of become one of those people, to say, hey, that person was finishing a point, let's let them finish. Because people will role model that behavior. If you're a leader, be an active sponsor for the people in your team. So really think about, what does this person need from an individual perspective to grow in their role, and make sure that when you're in leadership meetings, you're talking about the progress that person is making. Because when we're talking about promotion cycles and pay, these are the kind of things that stick in people's minds. And also, there are a lot of platforms out there looking for mentors, so I'd encourage you to, if you haven't already, sign up to become a mentor. Also talk about in your teams, are you really ready for someone who's really different? And there's a reason that I specifically did not focus on recruitment when talking about equity within teams, because the work starts from the inside. Please do not bring people from the outside to do the work for you. Create an environment that is healthy and equitable within your team, and then bring others along. And also think about the benefits that I talked about and how those align with your organizational goals. Because believe me, the more people can open up, the more money you will make. So I am not sure why I chose that photo, but it was just too late. It's fine. It's me just being me. The only reason I'm standing here is because I was in a team that was very, very equitable. So if you can see me, I'm like very colorful, can be a little bit chaotic, quite an emotional person. Started my career in the UK working with like super upper middle class posh people, right? You cannot get more opposite than that. But my boss, who was like the most posh, amazing man, saw something in me and was like, you are going to do big things. And he made sure that for each one of us, he understood what we needed, he understood what we struggle with, and pushed us in the right direction. He always encouraged us to be understanding towards each other, and also to try to form those bonds outside of work, for us just to get to know each other and for people to feel safe. And this meant that, I was in that company for 10 years. How many people have worked in a company for 10 years? But it's because I felt I belonged. I really, truly felt like I belonged. And I truly, truly felt like I really, really could be myself. And that's given me the confidence still that is pushing me today. So this talk was just about going on a journey together, like collective reflection. And if you go on Instagram, X formerly known as Twitter, Facebook, you would think we live in a world where we like literally hate each other's guts and we're so different. But I believe that we are, and I know, I don't just believe, I know, we are way closer to each other than we are apart. But we focus on the things that make us different as opposed to focusing on the humanity that unites us. And all of us, we're not powerless. Every single one of you has the potential to make a difference in someone's life. So I'm going to finish off with 2 quotes. Ethics and equity and the principles of justice do not change with the calendar. In simple terms, it don't matter what time it is. Equity, ethics, and justice always have a place in society. And then I'll finish with an African saying, which is umuntu ngubuntu ngabantu, which means I am because you are. We are connected. The things that I do will affect you in some sort of way. The care that I extend to you, you will extend to someone else. We are not separated. We are one human race. Now, I probably sound like I shouldn't be at a product conference, but it's really important because we are closer together than we are apart. And every single one of us deserves to work in a place where we walk in and we feel, I belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Chiesa. Thank you for giving us permission to feel awkward and weird. Let's sit with that. And now a question for you again. What do you do for your self-care? As product managers and leaders, we can't forget that being great at what we do, being caring leaders for teams, paying attention to them, actually starts with us. Our next speaker has some valuable thoughts for you on that. Dominic Joost has held different leadership positions in his 20-year experience, both in engineering and product. He is now the head of product at Doist and is working to build a world-class, remote and async-first product organization. Ultimately, his goal is to build empowering environments where people can bring value both to the business and customers, all while having fun and, most importantly, staying sane. So come up on stage, Dominic Joost on Bulletproof Soul, Stress Management, and Self-Care for Product Leaders.
Check, test. I'm doing the testing. Oh, it works. All right, perfect. So, hi everyone. I'm super excited to be here and to talk about a topic that is near and dear to my heart. It's about self-care and stress management for product leaders, or how to create and maintain a bulletproof soul. Before I start, though, I have to say that I am not a medical professional in any capacity, so everything I'm going to share with you is based on my experience with burning out, being sidelined for months, spending a lot of money on therapy, coaching, books, medication, and trying to understand like why other people do not understand the basics of stress management. So everything I'm going to share with you today is going to be what I think is a very simple way to get you started, a very simple way for you to implement some of these things. All right, so why is this such an important topic? Well, I'm guessing everybody in this room is a high achiever, or at least has like high achiever tendencies. So with high achievers, I'm looking at you, yes, front row. You know, it's all about like getting to the next thing. The status quo is not good enough. There's always more to do. There's titles to be had. There's more money to be made. And while that is good in some areas to push ourselves, you know, if you don't have a right strategy to counteract that need to be, you know, more and push yourself, you might end up in a very bad situation, right? And as leaders, whether you're an informal or a formal leader, you cannot take care of your team if you have no capacity to take care of yourself. And as I said, I had to learn the hard way what it means if you have no strategy at all, or if you have no answers to those 3 questions that we heard this morning. And hopefully, you know, I can pass on a little bit of something for you to take away after this talk. Just a little bit of theory to get us started. So if you think of a system, no matter how complex or simple it is, you always have like 3 basic components, right? You've got some form of input that gets put in a process that gets turned into some form of output. And if you think about stress management or stress, we have actually the same things, right? So your input are those external stressors, right? Things that you're exposed to, whether you want to or not. The process is your brain. And that means everybody's brain is unique, right? The way it works, the way you think, all of these things sort of take those inputs and then transform them into reactions. They could be physical reactions or mental reactions. And there's 2 things I would like you to take away from this part. One is stress is not just one thing. It's a component of 3 things that interact with each other. That's number 1. And number 2, the brain is where things happen, right? So your brain, who you are, your values, what you like, how your brain actually works, is what turns those signals into any form of reaction. Right, so those are the 2 things, after 2 minutes in, that I want you to take away with. All right, so there's 3 components to stress, and that means if you want to manage stress, you also need to tackle those 3 components individually, right? And that is something that I didn't know at the very beginning, because my strategy was just to listen to what others said, right? Oh, you need to go, run more, or do this, or do that. But knowing that there's 3 components means that you need to deal with your stressors. There's actually 2 ways you can do that. You either reduce your exposure to them, or you eliminate those stressors immediately if you have the power to do so. And then in terms of your personal amplifiers, so the thing that transforms those signals into output, that's the hardest part actually to do, right? Because that takes a lot of soul searching, and it sometimes also means changing your approach to certain things. It means questioning your values. So that's like a lot of hard work, but that's where it's at. And then lastly, but not least but not last, to sort of combat the reactions, you need to find ways to recharge and relax, right? Like breathing techniques, like those kinds of things. All right, so this is a picture that you can take, right? So try and prevent your stressors, reflect on those personal amplifiers, and find ways to relax. I'll share a link where you can download this, everything, but yeah, still go ahead and take a picture. All right, so I'd like to share what happens or what could happen if you know none of this, right? So this is my journey. So we have a bit of a thing with the journeys, right, at the moment. Okay, so I was born in 1978 to a Ghanaian mom and a Swiss father, grew up loving DC and Marvel. So I'm Team Marvel, by the way, 100%. Loving comics, video games, computers, those kinds of things, and then found my way into software engineering. So this is a headshot of me. Yes, you may laugh. It's okay. So found my way into software engineering, and then somehow, a couple of years in, my manager said, "Hey, do you want to be a team leader?" I was like, "Oh, of course, more money, that makes sense." So after doing that for a couple of years, the question was, do you want to take over the software development department? I was like, yeah, of course, that kind of makes sense, way cooler than just leading a team. And then after a couple of years, I was like, this kind of sucks because I'm a very bad engineer, and I'm not excited about the same things like my engineering peers were excited about. So in 2012, like 2 cool things happened. One, I became a dad, so that's my son then, I guess, trying to decipher my spec. And I formally transitioned into product management, which was kind of, sort of found my people, did that for a couple of years, being the head of mobile products when that still was a thing. And then I thought, what's cooler than being a head of mobile products? Actually being a product director, that's way cooler. So got a promotion, taking care of way more functions, product management, design, blah, 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 all of these good things, overseeing lots of different portfolios. Did that for a couple of years, and then I was like, what's cooler than being a product director? Being the CPO, right? Because that's a shit right there, right? So the opportunity arose, became a CPO, finally, at the pinnacle of my career, earning a lot of money, being representing product at the seat with all the old white boys, you know, like doing all those things. And then everything sort of changed in October 2020. So I was, at that time I was kind of, you know, like super tired the whole time, and I was gearing up for a presentation for the following week. So it was Friday, and then I just couldn't focus. And suddenly, I just got these massive headaches, right? And I think we've all had headaches, but it was just like, you know, it just didn't stop. So I canceled all my meetings and thought, you know, just sleep it off and do what CPOs do, which is resume work on Saturday and Sunday. So I went to bed. Saturday came around, still had headaches. Sunday came around, headaches persisted. I thought, that's kind of weird, right? So I went to the doctor, and the first thing he asked me was, so what do you want to do? And I thought, well, I'm paying you, like, you tell me, right? But I said, I need to unplug. So I was put on sick leave for 2 weeks, and I thought that was amazing, you know. Like the weights got lifted off my shoulders. I was like, oh, finally get to watch Netflix, you know, just hang around, do nothing. That's just perfect. So the first week was actually pretty awesome. And then the second week rolled around, and I started to get anxious because I had a follow-up check-in with my doctor to determine what's going to happen next. And I also started to have doubts, right? Because what I knew from burnout and stress was you sort of, you know, you can't do anything. You can't get out of bed. You're sort of just almost almost dead, right? So I thought, you know, was I just trying to find a way out of that messy situation? Was I faking it? I also thought about my team who are now just struggling with the stuff that I left behind. So I was like, yeah, man, you know, I need to go back to work. And then that Friday came around where I had to go to the checkup again. And I was alone at home, wife was at work, son at school. And, you know, I was just getting ready, and I was watching the last episode of this amazing Netflix show called The Queen's Gambit. Don't know whether a couple of you have seen it. All right, okay. Yes. So for those who don't know this show, so it's about a chess prodigy that sort of defies all odds and rises to the top, right? So for those who've seen it, you remember the last, the finale, right, when she sort of beats the grand chess master and finally makes it to the top, and then sort of strolls out of the building, you know, where she just won, and then she goes to this park, and it's a beautiful scene, right? It's snowing, and it's very like the music is like very emotional and stuff like that. So she walks through the park, like very content, like yes, you know, finally made it, and then she walks by these old men playing chess. And one of them sort of recognizes her, and then, you know, the second, the third, and they all just turn around. They call her name, and they're like, oh, you know, just swarm her. And then I just started crying. And I'm not the kind of person who sort of is very emotional when it comes to movies, but I just cried. And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't like a sophisticated crying, right? But it was like the kind of ugly cry that you do not want to have anybody see that, right? So I was just crying, and I felt so lonely and so alone, and I was so shocked. I remember standing up, going to the bathroom, and just checking whether I was really crying, just saw all these tears, you know, coming down my cheeks, and that's the moment I knew like something is sort of up, right? So I sober up. I go to my doctor's appointment. And the moment he sees me, he goes, oh, you know, is everything okay? And I'm like, no, you know, I'm not feeling great. I'm just crying and just halfway into his office. And then he puts me on a 2-month sick leave, right, immediately. And then the moment I hear that, I'm crying even more, because that's the moment I realize that I'm broken, you know, I need fixing. It's one thing to be away for 2 weeks, but then being away as a CPO for 2 months, you know, that's a whole other thing. And you know, in the end, got put on sick leave for 2 months. Sort of went back home, and then the first thing obviously was comms. What do you tell employees about the CPO being away? And then also dealing with all these emotions about, you know, I failed, and I'm in a team of 10 other executives, and I'm the only one who's sort of struggling with this. You know, I don't belong there, and all of these things, you know, self-doubt, all of these things. So I'm talking to the comms guy, and he's like, what should we say? And I said, I don't care, do whatever you want, but just do not use the word burnout, because in my head, burnout means you're weak, right? That's what it means. So anyway, like looking back, 2020 was a very difficult year for many, many reasons. I think the main reason was that what sort of got me to the executive position didn't really matter anymore as an executive in that particular context, right? And it was almost as if it's playing a different game and nobody told me that the rules had changed. So I was like partially not very well equipped in going into that position, although I had been at that point with the company for 14 plus years, right? So I started there as an engineer with 50 people, one location. I became a CPO. We were over 500 people, had multiple locations, multiple products. Like revenue X'd in those years. But the things were just, they were just different, right? And another factor was that the role that I took on 2 years ago morphed during those 2 years and needed something from me that I just wasn't able to give. You know, it was just going against my grain in terms of difficult people discussions, processes, product. And I just had no sense of self, no sense of what I wanted, and it just derailed me completely. So as I said, going through therapy, sort of came back after a couple of months, part-time, but then also concluded that this is a perfect time to just do something else. And happy to say that in 2023, I don't wear a crown, but I wear flowers now. But I feel good, and all of these things that I'm sharing with you today are sort of helping me to stay sane. And I do have like ups and downs still. It's a journey, but at least I feel like I'm in control and I have some tools that can help me during difficult situations. All right, part 3. So I knew that I wasn't the only one struggling, right? So I was trying to find resources online, and back then there wasn't a lot of people talking about this. So I sort of reached out to my network and asked different product leaders and product thought leaders like how they were dealing with this situation. So I was super lucky to talk to I think over 50 different people who went from working in companies that you've never heard of, from working in companies that built the most popular app that we just saw on Slido, to writing books that you've all read, and asked them 2 questions. The first one was, how do you recognize critical stress levels? And then the follow-up question was, well, how do you then sort of deal with those things that you've recognized? And here's what they told me. Okay, number 1, remember the stressors, so the signals, the input. These are sort of the groups of things that they mentioned, but by far, like over 50% bucketed stuff into just having way too much work, right? That's like the number 1 thing you're exposed to, just having way too much work, then dealing with lots of emotional topics, and then also dealing with topics that you're just not feeling, right? It's just, it's just not doing anything for you. And then prevention tactics that they mentioned was relying on a support network, focusing on high leverage work, performing like self-check-ins, and not just managing their time, but also managing their energy. Then moving on to those personal amplifiers, I would say like the first part is sort of, that sort of makes sense. But the second part where, I said that your brain turns those stressors into reactions, that's what surprised me the most. So here, like 80% talked about self-doubt, having a unhealthy relationship with work, and just having this inner drive to constantly prove yourself. And that third point was especially, the more you are a minority, the more this sort of skyrockets to the top, right? And then also just being way too nice. And in terms of tactics, we heard from Tommy, you need to have answers to those 3 questions. So that's the number 1 thing, like what do you really want, right? Because that is the North Star that you will use to judge whether you want to remove yourself from certain situations or not. Then again, having self-check-ins, finding a way to put your work into perspective, into the right balance, and then finding a way also to just be nice to yourself, right? And then the third part was about the kinds of physical and emotional reactions. Here, like 50-ish%, the number one thing was just being short with friends, families, coworkers, feeling physical pain, your back, your neck, like all of these things, your head, the impact that it has on your ability to clearly think, and then eventually the ability it has on the quality of work that you can produce. And then sort of mitigation tactics was like, do some form of physical activity, take breaks, find your form of meditation, which is just a way of saying, find a way to listen to yourself, right? Whether it's formal meditation or just going swimming or whatever sort of works for you. And then again, like finding ways to just do good to yourself. So as I was thinking about these things, I think it would be interesting to sort of reflect on before my burnout, how I would have filled out that canvas, and it would have looked something like this, right? You can see the tops, there's like question marks, like no clue. My only stress management tactics was like, go for a run, right? But as we know, stress is composed into 3 different parts. So whilst you're going for a run, might be good for your physical reactions, it does nothing for the rest. And you can also see at the bottom, I would say like self-awareness was like barely scratched the minimal threshold. Filling out this canvas now would look something like this. And it's not about like reading all the bullet points, but the fact is that you need to understand yourself like very well, especially in that middle column, because that is the thing that will then help you, manage stress and focus on self-care. All right, so I definitely urge you to fill out that canvas. I'll share a link and then you can do that. But filling out that canvas is something that we product people love to do, right? Frameworks, canvases, all of those things. But then we never do shit with it, right? So there's one part that is super critical, which is tied to transformation, right? So because everything is sort of like a mini transformation if you're looking at that middle column of your personal amplifiers. And there's been so many great books written about transformation, like Switch from the Heath brothers, like they have their framework of riders, elephants, paths. We know this book, right? Triggers, actions, rewards. James Clear, like all men write books like this. I don't know what's going on. And then I think all of these frameworks are great. The framework that resonated most with me was this 4DX framework introduced in the book Deep Work by Cal Newport. And he basically says that this is the framework you need to have in place to get anything done, right? So you need to focus on something that's super important, which I think we can agree that stress management and self-care is super important. Yeah, you sure? Yeah, sort of, okay. And then being able to act on leading indicators. Now, if you visualize that canvas, everything on the left is a leading indicator, right? Once your body reacts to stress, that's way too late. So you need a way to identify those leading indicators, have a scorecard, which the canvas can sort of provide. But what's missing is this cadence of accountability, right? So that's what we're going to do. So everybody, like, pull out your phones officially. Like, I'm going to give you some homework. Because I'm going to give you 3 steps in addition to that canvas on how you can create that a baseline accountability. All right, number 1, you need to find 3 to 5 people who you truly trust. Like a good litmus test is, who would you call in the middle of the night if you need help? If your answer is 0, then yeah, you can put my name, I'll share my email with you, and then you can email me if you have any issues. All right, that's the first thing, right? And then the second thing is, you need a weekly cadence of just personal reflection. 15 minutes, make it a habit, same day, same time. Doesn't need to be something super fancy. You don't need like a formal agenda, although I would recommend that you take that canvas and just reflect on your week, right? Look at the stressors. Did you encounter any of those? How did you react, et cetera, et cetera. And then the last part is you need a monthly recurring task to connect with person X. And that person X is one of those people that you listed in the first step. And why is that important? So in the weekly personal cadence, you can bullshit yourself all you want, right? Oh, everything is good, stress level, But you need that external person who can call you out on your BS, and that's what this is for, right? Because if you have a true friend, they will tell you that this is not going well, you need to check in with yourself. So you need to have those different viewpoints. And you can do like a walk and talk or whatever you want to do with that. And we're almost at the end. There's one last thing. There's always one last thing, which is this very famous person who I also interviewed, one of the 50 product leaders, had like the most beautiful summary of all of that. She said that there's 3 things you need to look out for. First of all, you need to, make sure you are taking breaks. That sort of makes sense. And then also the solid support network, because in all these different situations, you will be relying on people to help you out, to call you out, and without that support network, it's going to be like super, super difficult. So that's another picture you can take, because if in your weekly personal reflection, you're like, nah, Canvas is, I'm here with all of that frameworks and Canvas nonsense. Just ask yourself whether you have these 3 things in place. I think that's a great start in your weekly personal reflection. And there's more stuff. Like during my entire recovery, there's just so much I learned about myself as a product leader. And there's a couple of books that help me also build a leadership style that fit my personality rather than thinking I had to be a certain way, which was also one of the issues that I had as being a CPO, because you come into an established group and you see everyone like behave in a certain way and you want to fit in. So, if you don't have a clear sense of value and self, you just sort of go with the crowd and do whatever. There's the links to these resources are also on the homepage, which I'll share right after this. There's resources about if you don't want to go to therapy. There's a great book about how you can be your own therapist, which has very practical step-by-step guidance to sort of manage yourself. Fear is also a very important aspect. Knowing when and how you fear, and why that comes up in certain situations. So all of these things are just worthwhile for you to check out. So that's it. I hope I was able to give you a couple of things that you can take along. You do have homework, right? So please, if this is something that is sort of resonates with you, just have those check-ins. Forget the Canvas, forget all of that stuff. Just start with the check-ins and then go from there. Right, so thanks, and I'll say congrats on becoming one step closer, or getting one step closer to becoming a bulletproof soul. You're awesome, and this is where you can find more. If you want to bring this to your teams or get in contact with me, just hit me up. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Dominique. Thank you for using your journey for us to think more about self-care. And to all of you, he said it, I'm going to repeat it, set that cadence of accountability for yourself. And do it before you leave today, because it's what makes a difference. One more positive thing when we prioritize self-care is that when we're less stressed, we can also be more creative. So let me introduce you to our next speaker, João Freitas. João is the CPO of Cofidis, a leading consumer finance player in Portugal. He has spent his career zigzagging between the corporate and the startup world in different industries, and he's discovered a surprising amount of things that are the same and that you need in order to be successful and to innovate. Let's hear it directly from him in his talk, Innovating Inside Corporate Walls. Welcome on stage. A big round of applause for João Freitas.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So after these 2 last talks, which have been great from Chise and Dominic, I'm going to talk a little bit about transformation of large organizations, specifically around how do you look at product philosophy to do so. But before I get started, actually, and this was not really planned because I didn't know the two talks that were coming before, just saying a couple of notes regarding the two last talks, just in 30 seconds. So first of all, I think I've struggled myself with a fair share of emotional issues along my journey. We can use another word, which sometimes scares people, which is mental health. And obviously, these topics are very difficult, very personal. So having the two types of talks like we had here is just amazing, because I think putting these sort of issues out there is what is going to help us be more brave and just open up and be the best version of ourselves. So the thing I would like to say, or maybe to add to the last chat, is that saying we are just one person, right? So there's no work me and no personal me or family me. There's just me. And of course, these different stressors and things that happen in our lives, they can't be compartmentalized into the different buckets that we kind of normally organize our lives into, and they all play in together. So the better and the faster we recognize that we are one single whole and these things are interconnected, I think the better we can do at kind of having a more clear vision of who we are and how we can balance all of these things in a more harmonious way. So, transformation. Well, there's an Harvard Business Review study from 2016 that tried to estimate what is the total amount of cost which is incurred by organizations because of bureaucracy. They came up with an astonishing figure of $3 trillion just in the US economy alone. And when they did this study, they also found out that the average ratio between managers and employees is 4.1, or was 4.1 back in the day. And obviously, with these two kind of figures, it's easy to think, okay, there's all this fat accumulated into the system, and all of this fat obviously is going to trigger a lot of dysfunction in organizations. And this dysfunction actually scales as the size of the organization scales, and the function is not a linear one. It's actually, it's not linear. It could be exponential here and there, but it's definitely a function which increases the amount of dysfunction as the organizational scales. So let's talk about this hypothetical company, X. Well, that doesn't work anymore, does it? So let's call it Y. So it's Thursday morning, and Y's exec team is sitting on the table. And it's actually end of quarter, beginning of the next one. And as you can see in the picture, the ambience is a bit tense. Those two guys over there, they are fighting over who is to blame because the growth targets of the previous quarter were not met. The other two are shouting at each other because they are discussing whether this particular team should be a centralized team shared across the organization, or whether it should be embedded in the different product teams, and it seems like they're not reaching any conclusion soon. And just the other two, they just don't like each other too much. So Downstairs, a couple of floors, there's also some tension. We have marketing and operations sitting across the table. Operations is saying, hey folks, we are not hitting our targets because customers, they keep calling us, so our productivity is not where it should be, and it's your fault because you're attracting the wrong type of customers. And marketing is saying, wait a minute, no, I mean, we've done all our research, we hired consultants, we have the right metrics, and actually this last quarter was great for us, so, I mean, this is not our problem. And maybe if we need to do something about it, we miss product on the table as well. Actually, product was here a couple of hours ago on the same room with marketing, and they were talking about growth. So who should own growth targets? It was the third discussion in 2 months, and they didn't come up with a conclusion yet, so there's another meeting in 2 weeks. Does this ring a bell? I guess so. And the right question to ask is, okay, so if this is just pure nonsense, and as Melissa was saying yesterday, folks are spending too much time deciding how to do the work versus actually doing the work, then we need to define what type of organization do we want to work for, or what type of organization do we want to build. And only after we have answers to these questions, we can then come up with a path forward to try and get there. So my name is João. I'm the Chief Product Officer of Cofidis, a large consumer finance organization here in Portugal, but also operating across other European markets. Just to give you a few numbers, so in Portugal we are 800 people. Last 5 years we average 80 million of EBITDA, so it's a relatively profitable company. And yeah, you might ask, so why are you talking about transformation if you deliver 80 million every year, 800 people, doesn't sound like too bad of a ratio. True, but there was two things actually that happened a few years ago. So the first thing was we were at a room like this one, maybe not fighting as much, but maybe a little bit, and we were looking at some numbers. And the numbers were, well, numbers are great because numbers tell stories. And we were looking at our P&L of the previous year, of that year, and we did an exercise together with finance, trying to project how that P&L was going to look year on year for a few years if we did nothing. And why was this an issue? Because in consumer finance, as in, well, most finance organizations, but consumer finance specifically, this is a very profitable industry. In the 90s, they averaged like 15% return on equity on a yearly basis, so highly, highly profitable business in Europe. But as you know, we also contributed to the over-indebtedness that then led to 2008, 2012. And of course, all of these organizations, they were built with the premise that there was a certain revenue model with certain pricing, etc., that has been there historically, and we indexed the way we designed the organization according to it. And because of regulation and because of what happened after the crisis, the same kind of hypotheses, the same assumptions could not be utilized, and therefore there was a big need to basically rethink the whole model. The second topic was we had just acquired a bank in 2017, and it was roughly the same size, roughly the same EBITDA contribution. And yeah, the acquisition, although it was very contributive when it comes, well, to economics, etc., it was a pain in the ass. When I arrived at Cofidis, end of 2019, I spent a full month, well, not working, but just sitting with 100 people individually and having coffees, introducing myself, and just asking questions and trying to learn a little bit about the company. And what I found was that every single person would tell me that, well, the acquisition had just been done in a very, well, naive way, because we were just trying to merge two things together without no clear vision of what the target organization should look like, how the target culture should look like, etc. And these are actually the two things coming together for our need to transform. And I'll just tell you a little bit about what we learned, although what we've learned has to do with our specific case, right? As Tammy said, it's very important to know where you are, where do you come from, and different organizations come from different places, and they sit in different places today. And therefore, this worked for us, this has been some of our learnings. They are not necessarily applicable to all of your contexts, obviously. So, yeah, topic number one, and this is really, in my view, like a cultural transformation thing, right? So at Cofidis, there was a very top-down culture when I arrived at the company. And this top-down culture, well, was obviously not very helpful for a number of reasons. And it was very kind of ingrained when it comes to culture and, well, the history of the company, etc. And when we look at how decisions were made, well, essentially we had the very common phenomenon of the highest paid person opinion in the room being the outcome of that particular meeting, and then the decision that was going to be made. And I think the key thing here was there was a lot of role modeling to be done, and here leaders across the board have a particularly important role when it comes to being humble and not being afraid to show that they don't know, and when they think they know, but they are shown that what they thought they knew is not actually right, being able to revert, go back, and actually try to go for a different path. And we've done a lot of this. I think today the organization is very much more on the left than on the right. And one particular example when it comes to culture, which I think is cool to share, is that we look at the organization as a product. And what does that mean? It means that we have particular hypotheses in terms of what's not working, why it's not working, and then we shift things around to try to experiment. So we might move one team to the other side, we might distribute this team, etc. We don't wait, as we used to, for a 4-year restructuring transformation plan, blah, blah, blah. We are continuously experimenting with the organization and measuring the outcomes. So we measure how our team's delivering faster, is more value being accrued to customers and to retailers, because our business model has these two angles, etc., etc. So this is really ingredient number one, and it has to do with this cultural transformation that we've been doing. The second topic is around the kind of, just a position of what it means to really be aligned and collaborate in a systematic way versus merely being kind of tied up to KPIs that have been defined in a very siloed way in the organization. So it doesn't mean that in our organization we are not outcome-oriented and we don't measure stuff and, we don't orient ourselves towards the metrics that are moving or not moving, but it means that we need to think of the system as a whole. Because if you think of a car, for example, you might have the car with the best wheels in the market, but if the doors of the car, they don't open, it's a shitty car. And if it's a shitty car, like the system doesn't work, and it's the same as in a company. You might have a particular part of the company working marvelously, but if the whole system doesn't function together, it's not a very good company. And therefore, what we did was really try and bring kind of more global and shared outcomes to the table, having different teams being kind of evaluated and incentivized to share particular outcomes, versus having a very matrix-based, division-based KPI orientation, and this has really helped us as well. The third ingredient has really contributed to the transformation we've done around our business model. And here, we've already talked a little bit about this today. Before we were really in the camp of top-down decision-making and then expecting the teams to magically execute everything perfectly. And I think today we are much more into having the leadership providing the guidance, providing the purpose, providing the why, and then having teams driving the decisions, driving the ideas. Of course, not all decisions are made by teams, but having this equilibrium between top-down and bottom-up, I think has really helped us find a couple of answers that today are helping us deliver way more value to customers and at the end of the day have a much better financial performance. So after 4 years of work, just for you to have a sense, we've increased our NPS by 16 points. We delivered under the same funding conditions. I need to make this bracket because the funding conditions on the credit market have changed a lot, but under the same funding conditions, we are 25% more profitable than 4 years ago. And, essentially, I think this is all the result of working in a completely different way. So, to finish off, my last 2 cents, I could have written designers and other folks, etc., but for simplicity's sake, I just picked 3 roles. So for engineers, this transformation does not need to be started from the top down. Obviously, you need top-down buy-in, you need a top-down vision, but at the end of the day, everyone is responsible to show up every day and try to do a better job. So engineers, instead of just building, just ask why. Why are we doing this? And if you're thrown evidence, maybe from time to time, go check whether that evidence is actually right. Go be curious and go check what's behind the rationale. For PMs, I mean, PMs, they have very intense jobs, as we know. So if I spend like 200% of my time on my individual scope, but I don't look to the PM next door that has a different responsibility, I'm not going to find particular ways to create synergy or to give out a hand and to look for collaboration among teams and also synergies when it comes to product delivery. And last but not least, for executives. I think I've touched upon this a little bit as well, but I mean, if we as leaders are not humble and not curious, we are not going to have the right level of openness for this kind of garden to blossom. So I think it's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you all, and bye-bye. But that changed.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, Joao. Thank you also for modeling for us, setting the examples, being curious and being humble. You can stay standing for a moment here. We also call Chiesa and Dominic back on stage for the questions. Let's see what we're getting from the audience. We're going to do one question each, and I already tell you we don't have time for more, so don't be disappointed, hopefully. All right, there's tension rising. What are the questions? I will pass the microphone. Good. So we have 2 questions at the top, Chiesa. Which one would you like to answer? I thought the first. Yeah. Okay. Now it's clearly which one it is.
Yeah, I will go with the first one. It is a very, very good question, and this comes up a lot because I think inherently we want to believe that the world is a meritocracy and that everybody has got equal chances. And I don't think that pushing for diversity means. I think it's not fair to say, like, when we push for diversity, it means we're looking at people who are less skilled or less qualified. I think it's a 2-track thing. I think that the one thing, that's why I was talking about equity, it's about trying to make sure that we are addressing these imbalances that we know are inherently in society, and we have to deal with them to try to make sure that we also increase the number of people that are coming through the pipeline, because this is where the problem is. If people are not getting those skills, those qualifications, and that exposure, then they're never going to be able to be a part of that. So I don't believe that pushing for diversity is compromising anything to do with skills and qualifications. I'm one of those controversial people. I'm sorry. I do believe in affirmative action to try to push for results kind of early on. But then after that, I think that it just needs to be something that we systemically build into the way we're doing things. It starts from school. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't start from companies having to address the inequities in society. Sorry, that was a lot.
Thank you, Chiesa.
Can I add a point?
Yes.
Very quickly, just saying, it's like product, right? You need to build the infrastructure. If the infrastructure is not good, you're not going to have the outcomes. And therefore, making those investments really counts. Yeah, that's also my perspective.
Thank you, Joao. So I'm going to hand over the next question to you, Dominic, and not to fix the problem why we put too much pressure on PMs, but maybe from the perspective of what you just shared with us, how would you go about it if you're a PM feeling under pressure?
Wow. So what to do when you're a PM
feeling
under
a lot of pressure, yeah.
Well, first fill out the canvas. Do your weekly check-ins, do your monthly check-ins. I think that is a first good start, because stress will always be part of our jobs, right? But it's a matter of how much and how much over time. And I'm sorry to say this, but there's no real great answer other than to remove yourself from a situation that is just not healthy for you, right? So if the stress is just making you sleep less, the quality of your sleep is deteriorating, you're not feeling healthy, you're sort of, you're not interacting with your loved ones anymore, like all of these little signals, if that has been persisting over time, then it's not a situation that you can change with, I don't know, like reading yet another product management book and trying to implement some of these things. Like, you need to take care of yourself and remove yourself from that situation. Other than that, if it's like healthy, stress, and you feel like you're having those moments where you've been stretched, but then you can also sort of relax in between, then I would say, try and find ways to relax, right? Breathing techniques are great. Any sort of, as I said, like any sort of meditation, like try out these things and see what works for you.
Thank you. And we also have a difficult question for you, João. You're not going to be left out. Have you ever faced a situation where too much democracy in an organization hindered the progress of product?
Yeah, for sure. I think for us, it's been trying to find a balance. And normally, like when you sit at one side of the spectrum, you might have a tendency to overcompensate to the other. And at the end of the day, this is just going to be like a pendulum, but at the end, the fluctuation is going to decrease over time, and you're going to find your point of equilibrium. This is a theoretical answer, obviously, but it has to do with this. Too much of this or too much of that, it's probably never the right answer.
Thank you. Thank you again, João, Dominique, Chiesa. A big round of applause for them. And now on to a highly discussed topic, the responsibility of AI. And who is better hosting a roundtable on this than our beloved Inês Liberato? With a diverse background in big data, gambling, financial regulations, and IoT, Inês excels at both B2B and B2C. She's an entrepreneurial force, fostering collaboration with startups and scale-ups, and fueling her love for innovation and transformation. She brings a unique blend of expertise and entrepreneurial spirit to the table, especially when approaching topics of accountability and equity. Please give her a big round of applause.
Testing. Yes, you can hear me. So I brought on stage to talk about this topic 3 wonderful people to help me bring this topic to light. You already met Chiesa and João, if you can join me on stage. The third person, some of you have met already if you went to her workshop, is Elizabeth Hibmer. Elizabeth is the head of product acceleration and strategy at Frontiers Media, with a background in behavior science. Yes, you can sit wherever, it's fine. Thank you. And that's what influences her product leadership approach. Your focus in economical behavior is what you use to influence your strategy, experimentation, user research, decision-based evidence decision-making, and UX and CX. And you shared a lot of those insights yesterday in your workshop, and I think that some of you were there, really got some treats at the end of it. Not talk about it. Welcome and thank you for joining me on stage. Round of applause, a bit of a here build up. Yes, thank you. So obviously, businesses have been using machine learning technology for a while now. Mostly used to manage copious amounts of data, to potentially do some predictive and forecasting models to determine if you can take that loan, or to understand what is the next behavior for your consumer, to then determine if they should increase prices or not. But a couple of things, as you know, for the past year or so have changed and had a different type of impact. We now have generative AI, which is quite different. And we have that generative AI being used by mass population. So that causes some interesting changes in our society, in our planet, and in our roadmaps. Just to start and get a bit of a feel for how we get the sense for it right now. So where do you fit right now in the spectrum? Are you mostly on the nervous side of things, worried, or are you mostly on the this is exciting and I cannot wait to bring this to the world kind of thing? You can take time, just quick round, sense check, pulse check.
I think I'm moving from being nervous, like terrified, to being more hopeful, because I think people are starting to understand more and more the compounding effect of sort of what we are getting into, and teams are now maybe starting to ask a little bit more like, okay, but what is the impact of this actually going to be? So this thing about like ethics and kind of really thinking about, is this the right way to do it? Is it fair? Is this balanced? So I feel like these questions are coming up a little bit more, and that makes me feel a touch less nervous. So,
Right.
yeah, moving towards hopeful.
Shravan?
Yeah, I would say I'm optimistic, but also realistic, right? We were talking about a bit last night. Large organizations, they struggle with the most basic stuff. So, I mean, there's no way that all of these technology is just going to have change everything from one day to the other. However, obviously, we need to make sure we ask the right questions and we think profoundly about the implications of what we build, but that's also not different from building product, irrespective of whether it's powered by AI or not. Our work impacts the lives of people, and therefore we need to think profoundly about what we are building.
Thank you. Just hello, since I haven't been sitting up here today, and thank you to Ines for organizing this discussion and inviting me to be a part of it. And I would piggyback on what both of you have raised, this hopefulness. But João, you just mentioned we need to be thinking deeply. And what we've learned from decades of work in behavioral sciences is that thinking deeply is hard for people. Mm-hmm. And it gets harder to have come to the right conclusions when the topics or the situations are newer and less certain. And this is an issue that I think we should all be grappling with, maybe more than we have in the past. I can speak for myself. Having this as an anchor, this conversation as an anchor, has also triggered me and my organization to become more active in thinking about this, because we're so used to working really hard to achieve the goals that are at the top of the OKRs, and in many, many situations, the ethics or the longer-term view, the longer-term implications of what we're building are not present in those OKRs. And I think we have a lot of work to do and a lot of opportunity to do good work now to set ourselves up for not just short-term, but also longer-term success when building with these newer technologies.
Thank you. I really liked how you picked up that point in building things, because that's at the end of the day what we actually try to do, swim through the bureaucracy and etc. But like you were saying, João, you were saying that this is just using our principles, our values as product people to use this technology. But this technology feels like it will have a little bit a wider impact and be used by more people. Even smaller organizations are using a lot of this, already have a huge impact. ChatGPT adoption was through the roof, the fastest adopted product ever. And I do wonder if we do need to think about some steps, introducing some different stages in our product development, or not at all, from cognitive behavior, from product strategy, from business executive side. It'd be wonderful to get your opinions on this preparation that maybe needs to happen.
Should I start?
You have
So those of you who were in the workshop yesterday, we talked already about System 1 and System 2. And if you weren't in the workshop, maybe you've read the book, Thinking Fast and Slow, or are familiar with these concepts that Daniel Kahneman did a lot of work to bring to society. But to catch the rest of the group up, these theories describe the way that human brains work as functioning in two systems. We have a System 1, a thinking fast system that helps us process everything that's going on and react to it. It brings us through the day. We have a second system, System 2, which is reflective and slow, and the thinking deeply system. And the challenge is that none of us, even like the best of us, can't be in System 2 every day, or all day, sorry. We can't be in System 2 much more than 10% of the time. It's just the way things work. And so when I'm thinking about what kinds of processes or structures or systems to build, I'm thinking about what can we do to make it easier for System 1 to lead us to the right behaviors? And also, how can we trigger System 2 to activate around these important topics? And this morning, I found myself at breakfast with a new friend who's a psychiatrist, and she's attending a conference today about ADHD. And she shared with me an interesting study that she was recently a part of, where they split the participants into 2 treatment groups. And one of the groups of participants was invited to scroll on their phones. And the other group was invited to participate in a mindfulness exercise. And after this treatment, the team observed the brain functioning. And what they observed is that there was a big difference in what the brain was up to in these 2 groups. Namely, the ones who had been scrolling were much worse at activating their System 2. They were much worse at slowing down. Those who had been calmer were much more able to do this. And gosh, when I think about my calendar and my team's calendars, I'm thinking, when could they possibly have capacity to be practicing mindfulness if they're in meetings all day, right? So in addition, I think it's important that we think about a whole array of mechanisms to set ourselves and our teams up for success, maybe starting by creating space, creating different guidelines. We can get into more details, but just that as a framework to start the conversation.
Yeah, I think let's take an example of a recent event, well, not that recent anymore, but in the crypto space, right? The collapse of Terra Luna. Completely different topic. It's not AI related, it's around Web3, crypto, etc. But it's essentially a $40 billion hole in the pockets of investors. And the problem here is that crypto, like the average Joe, is an investor, right? So we are not just talking about big hedge funds, etc. And here I think the problem with all of this is that sometimes we are just not onboarding our users properly in these new technologies. And we are not educating them, we are not guiding them through really understanding what are the implications of using particular products. And I think this is exactly what happened in the Terra Luna case. Well, this is just one example, there's plenty of them in crypto and outside. And by the way, I'm bullish on parts of crypto, to be clear. But yeah, with AI, I think it's the same. It's also around how do we make sure that folks who use this understand what they are getting into, what are the implications, and of course, this could be a bit worse for our, let's say, conversion rate and stuff like that. A bit of a less light onboarding process, etc. But at the end of the day, it's probably what's best for the user. And I think there's also a big difference between applications on the B2B space and on the B2C space. I think on the B2B side of things, normally things are a bit more contained. When we're talking about B2C applications that can scale to billions of people rapidly, well, we just need to do, I think, a much better job at onboarding them properly into this new type of product.
I mean, I'm not gonna, I think they've said sort of the main points, but I remember early in my career as a product person, you had to do time in the technical writing team, which was really painful. So having to write all these guides. And I think with the advent of all these new technologies, we have to rise to the occasion of being the amazing communicators that product people are supposed to be, and kind of starting that communication from zero, from a very humble place where you're explaining sort of step by step exactly how something works, and also the limitations of maybe how something works as well, instead of, because I think a lot of times we put things out there without properly explaining this is what it has, but these are some of the things that we haven't addressed, we haven't looked at, so that people also understand that, okay, there's still maybe more to come, or maybe this particular thing is not covered, and so I don't have to take this as like 100%, this is exactly what it is. So I think really having really robust communication and that understanding of how something works and maybe how something doesn't work, and then thinking how something shouldn't work as well.
Very important. Inside of scope, outside of scope type of conversations. I do wonder, though, we talk a lot today over the past 2 days about processes, and I just asked you a question about processes, but a lot of people, when they think about ethics, responsibility and accountability, when they think about diversity, you know, mash up AI and diversity in the same talk. We should be trending right now. People immediately think about slowing things down, and we're definitely on an upwards tangent, right? So how do we do this? Is there any kind of is there space for incentives or carrot and stick approach, or does it make sense to have this conversation at this stage?
I mean, I think that it is a really good question, because, you know, when you start asking, everyone's like, oh, you're slowing us down. But, you know, what tends to happen is when we don't have these conversations in the beginning, it's a problem that then just snowballs much, much later and becomes way more difficult. So, you know, I love to sort of share analogies about why I think we should be asking the hard questions as early on as possible, because I feel like when we front load that risk, it gives us much more space to then be creative and then be innovative, and then maybe even think about how we want to chop things up, but sort of trying to ignore these things that we know are going to haunt us. You know, I did A-level maths at school, but I still find with product, you know, I'm haunted by these things, and I'm thinking, oh, should we have included that? Should we have included that? But opening up these things and dealing with kind of the elephants in the room. You know, we talk about the elephant, just deal with the elephant in the room at the beginning, because leaving it towards the end is going to end up being 10,000 elephants, and it's going to be even harder to deal with.
Stampede.
Yeah, for sure. I think building on that, I think you also need to have the right tools and the right knowledge to ask the right questions and to try to find answers. And I guess when we talk about such a problem, and this is different from industry to industry because, well, different industries play by different rules. So, for example, I work in finance right now, and in finance there's a particular set of rules which are different from pharma or from any other type of space. And I guess, yeah, every kind of actor in the equation needs to have, we need to think deeply also around, are we equipped to think about the problem? And this question should be asked by, for example, regulators. These questions should be asked by governance bodies, like, for example, board of directors. Is the board of directors of my company actually ready to think so that they can oversight properly the decisions we are making? Or as an executive or a head of product or a product manager, am I equipped to think about the problem? And a lot of times, probably the answer is no. Sometimes it will be partially. So what do we need to do to make sure that we have the right people around the right tables so that we can look at the problem in a complete way?
I was so nervous about this conversation, but I'm really loving it, so thank you. Last week, the CEO of IBM made 2 days ago, made a public plea to American regulators to regulate AI better than they have done social media companies. There are regulations or less regulations dependent on industry, dependent on country. And I agree it could be nice to have perfect rules coming from our regulators. I think it's unlikely that that's going to happen, at least not tomorrow, maybe the day after. And if we don't have the regulations or the threat of really meaningful feedback coming from a legal system, where else could the incentives come from, or should the incentives come from? And Chiesa is mentioning the future where things are going to turn into a stampede of elephants. But for us as product leaders, if we believe that this is an important topic, how do we build the story or the argumentation to build organizational buy-in for investment in this? And Charlie, I don't know where you are, maybe you're not even in here. Hi. Said it quite well earlier, I thought, to think about what allies you can look for within your organization to build the business case that is salient enough to the decision makers or the people who should be thinking to kick them into gear. And then from a different side, maybe thinking about, you mentioned it's important to have the right people sitting at the table. And while I agree with that, even those best people are still stuck in this system one situation. And here I think we should not neglect the portfolio of resources that are already available for us to be using and sharing and building upon. The OECD has a set of guidelines. But also, the scientific method and the product process offer us a really helpful toolbox. Maybe some of you know the behavioral insights team that's based out of the UK, and they do tons of research on different topics related to behavior. A few years ago, they also created their first spin-out product, which is called Applied, and it's a recruitment tool. It's incredible. I recommend looking into it, beapplied.com. And I recently watched a talk where the founder was explaining how they have set themselves up for, well, they were convinced it would be success, and now it's paid off. And a lot of what she was talking about are things that we already know, like get pretty specific when we're identifying our goal. So if we want to have the best, or we want, in their case, they want to find the best match of candidate and job, don't stop there, because that's not going to give the guidance that the ML team needs in order to build the ethical solution. What is best? Is it fair? Is it diverse? Is it equitable? So starting there, and then moving on to hypothesis setting about how we think we're going to get there. And then move on to test case definition. Before we get dirty, our hands dirty, doing the actual cool execution work, taking this step back to identify how we're going to measure whether we are landing our goal or if we're going astray. Thinking in counterfactuals, what could go wrong? And also considering various categories, dimensions of ways in which it could go wrong. And these are not new tools. They're part of normal quality control, quality management processes. But in many, many cases of organizations that I've observed and even worked amongst, we forget them, or we try to recreate the wheel when we're confronted with a new situation or a new topic. So one call to action that I would like to leave you, and also myself with, is to consult these resources that we have. Make it as easy as possible for yourself and for your team to do good stuff.
Which is a great segue, because I was about to ask the panelists if you could leave people with some sort of closing notes before I take a question from the audience. Thank you for your suggestions, Liz. Either João or Chiesa, if you want to take that.
No. Yeah, so I think this has been a really insightful discussion. To my knowledge, I think there's not enough of this. I mean, I've been to a few, but I think this is such a profoundly impactful topic that there also needs to be broader discussions and more open discussions without necessarily going into all the technical details and specificities that obviously are going to exclude 98% of the planet from the conversation, and having a broader kind of fundamental discussion about what this means, about what we collectively can do, both as organizations. I agree organizations have a huge role to play, but it's not different, again, from any sort of product building effort, because we need to make sure that we get the outcome clear and we get the outcome that is not just the best outcome for our organization in the short term. It also helps us in the long term, and it also helps the overall ecosystem in the long term, because if we don't do that, then things we are aiming for are not sustainable. Just one last point as well around, I think, the analogies between this and Web3, crypto, and other kind of bubbles, because at the end of the day, this is what it is. Like, there's a lot of buzz going around and a lot of things which are not necessarily real, kind of bubbling up, and a lot of hype. I think this is really, and going back to Daniel Kahneman, this is the bread and butter of System 1, right? Because the more noise there is about the topic, the more everyone feels excited and we need to be doing something about it and not thinking about it. And obviously, I think organizations, if they've, like, it's very easy to feel the fear of missing out, of we are not doing it, or we are not implementing it, or we need to run faster because we look to the neighbor or we look to that other company, etc., and they're making so much progress. So there's this, I think, incentive we need to do, not just as individuals to activate System 2, but also as companies and organizations.
Thank you.
I'll just add, so many amazing points. I'm such a great believer in sort of stepping out of your usual bubble and talk to people who are maybe a bit more distant, to challenge you and to keep you humble and to kind of bring those insights, those questions, because this is really about connecting society with what we're doing inside our work. And if we don't step out of our bubble and have those conversations, then that connection becomes weaker. But now, more than ever, we need that connection to be stronger. And not just to kind of fuss going out to people, but the more we go out to people, the more that people will also come to us. And I think that way, then we have a better chance of making sure that what we are looking at is going to be fair, impartial, equitable, and balanced, and everyone can benefit.
Thank you. So I've been gestured by the corner that we don't have time for audience questions, but I will say that I'm incredibly honored that you sat through this chat and that you asked such good questions, because I saw questions coming up in terms of who's responsible for building this, in terms of should we really trust the people who are building this for and have a disproportionate impact. Yes, disproportionate, yes, impact on society, and people just asking if this is a fad. So maybe this was the exact point of this chat, is not to just walk in blindly into the next strategy meeting and say, yes, we must develop something with Gen AI, and really question this if you're doing the right thing and who you're building it for. Thank you.
And this is a wonderful ending. Thank you again very much to the panel. Thank you all. Thank you also for your questions. Take them with you in the break. Please be kind enough to not just badger the speakers. They also need to eat, but also exchange with each other. And I'm sure they will also be there for you. One more minute before I let you go into lunch to introduce my fellow MC who will take over for me, so I get to say my rhyme as well. It's João Moita. Don't worry, he's here now. And he will take over as Master of Ceremonies. He curated also together with me this conference, and he's also the founder of the Product Weekend. So if you're curious to know more about how to meet other product managers and leaders and learn from them, please reach out to him. And now, really, this is it. Go out, enjoy the lunch. And for those of you who are online, there's going to be networking sessions on Zoom. Join those. Our beautiful musicians from Tangara Duo will be here again. Be back 2:15 sharp, or as I like to say, Swiss time, and enjoy.
So, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Wow, I see you're full of energy. That's great to see. Amazing. So I hope you had a great break. You had some time to have some great food and also to connect and also to recharge because we're going to have an exciting afternoon ahead of us. My name is João Moita. You can call me Moita, by the way, because 90% of Portuguese men are called João. So Moita is great. And I will be the MC for our next talks. And by the way, I'm the guy Tammy Rees was looking for in the morning. Tammy, are you here? Tammy? Okay, Tammy's missing. Now we're good. As we say in Portuguese, agora estamos quitos. Okay, now let's get ready for an amazing afternoon. I believe you are all Slido experts by now. You have already heard the code, and I guess you already know how it works. So I also prepared some questions for you, and let's go for our first one. What's your energy level right now? I could see it was high, but maybe the afternoon slump. Did you have coffee? Okay. Oh, not looking. Oh, there's a one then. Okay. Not too bad, but I think we can do better. So let's try to fix this. I will ask everyone to stand up, please. Stand up for energizing. And now I'm going to ask you to give a high five to the person on your left and to your right at the same time. Here you go. Okay? All right. Amazing. Bushra, you were just amazing. Great job. All right, you can all sit down now. Hope this helped a bit with bonding and energizing, so you're pumped up for the afternoon. Let's go. Now, let's try it again. Can we have the question again? What's your energy level right now? How is it now? Let me know. Oh, there's still a one. What the hell? What's going on, guys? Do we need to stand up all again? Come on, I need some more fives here. He needs to win. Come on. We can do it. Almost, just one more. Whoa, okay, cool. All right, it's good. We are ready for an amazing afternoon. So let's go for a second question, and it's a confession time. What's your go-to work from home outfit? I have to admit that I almost always wear sports shorts and also sleepers. Like not the regular sleepers. People from Portugal probably know those ones from Serra da Estrela, like the fluffy ones. That's what I usually wear. Let's see what you do. Okay, something in between is the most one. Business casual from the waist up, and then sports short in the bottom. That makes sense. And the sleepers. Okay, pajamas all day, so camera off for the online meetings. That's cool. All right, let's go to the next one. And the last one, it's a bit a more serious one to get more into the topics that we'll be discussing now. Which product innovation are you most excited about in 2023? Let us know. What is it? Okay, AI. Low code, no code, there's no code. We were joking about this because someone was betting that no one would say no code, because for me it's one of the most exciting ones. But yeah, AI, generally the main one, generative AI, ChatGPT. Okay, thanks for the ones pumping up the no code, that's great. Okay, cool, great. I see you're all professionals using Slido now. So one last time, I guess most of you are there, but if you're not, one last minute to scan the QR code. And during the next block of talks, we'll have 4 talks, and you can ask your questions during the whole presentations, and you can also upvote your favorite ones. And we'll take like the 3, 4, depending how we are on time, the most voted ones at the end for all the speakers together. So yeah, the afternoon slump won't stand a chance when our next speaker comes on stage. Opening our afternoon is Nazreen Shangal. She's a product manager at Google, and an agile professional with a passion for innovative problem solving. Her self-management and team-building skills drive projects forward. She thrives on fostering open communication and enjoys collaborating with others. Today, she's going to answer a question we might actually have already set our minds on. For her talk, Google, How to Delight Your Users, please welcome on stage Nazreen Shangel.
Okay. Oh, now it's working. Welcome back. I hope you all had a delightful lunch, because that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about. Not the lunch, but the delightfulness. So many product teams today have like a problem-solution mindset. They look for problems, and they build solutions that solve for those problems. That's important, of course. But sustainable, lasting business growth means much more than satisfying your users and meeting their expectations. Building delight into your product is what will help you drive this sustainable, lasting business growth. So my name is Nazreen Shangel. I've been a product manager for more than 10 years. I work at products like Skype, Spotify, Google Meet. I work for Chrome now. I'm based in Paris. And I've been fortunate enough to participate in building many delightful features that participated in the big success of those products. So in this talk, I'm going to share with you some tips on how you can identify your next delightful features and how you can prioritize them into your next product roadmap. But to start, I want to start with a real story. Like last year, my family and I flew to Madeira for vacation. We were psychologically prepared for a 4-hour flight from Paris with already tired kids, of course. We got on board an Air France plane, and as soon as the boarding got completed, a crew member came to us with a big smile, and he offered very nice and cute, colorful cases. The cases contained like coloring pen, book activity, small things. And my kids got super excited about those. And more importantly, they got busy with it for more than an hour. Believe me, for those who travel with small kids, that's a blessing. I never worked for Air France or know anything about their strategy. But what I'm sure about is that that gift was not a random gift. Air France did it because they have identified it as a cheerful, delightful opportunity. But why do they do that? They do that because research shows that when you connect with your customers and users at the emotional level, the payoff can be huge. By the way, the study was published in the Harvard Business Review, and they compared the difference between highly satisfied users and emotionally connected users. So do you know how much more an emotionally connected user could engage with your product compared to a highly satisfied one? 50%. Ooh, we have someone who reads a lot of reports here. 50% more to use your product, to become more loyal, to recommend it to a friend. Should I take my earring as well? Okay, I'm going to take my earring for you. Thank you. So 50% more as well to buy your product. So based on this enormous opportunity, it's very important to consider delight as a concrete piece of your vision and your strategy. In product and in tech product, we call this product delight. So delight occurs when you have a mix, or you create a mix of surprise and joy at the same time. A user is considered delighted when the product aligns with their motivation and emotional needs. We call this emotional motivation. For example, in the Air France case, my emotional motivation was to feel peaceful and relaxed during the flight. So as PM, it's very important during the discovery phase to focus on identifying this emotional motivation, what really brings happiness to our users. But these things are very hard to identify. It's very complex to know what could make our user happy or satisfied or joyful. An alternative for that could be to identify the emotional demotivators. So what makes our user unsatisfied or unhappy or frustrated or sad? Sometimes it's easier, like think about it yourself. Like we know what makes us sad and happy more than what makes us really, really happy. So here an example. When I worked at Google Meet, it happens that it was COVID time as well. And we all found ourselves during that time spending hours of our day in video calls, calling doctors, colleagues, friends, teachers, like everything. And that behavior came with a lot of demotivation, of course, such as boredom during the meeting, lack of engagement, lack of interactions, and many more. It even had a name. It was called video fatigue or Zoom fatigue. So what we did in order to address this demotivator was to create reactions. So reaction was a feature that was built exactly aligned with these identified demotivators. Reactions are faster than comment, and they're less invasive than unmuting yourself to say, hey, I agree, or I empathize, or I'm happy with you. So that was one of the features that aligned with these demotivators. Now you may ask me, how can I know if a feature is delightful or not? And the good thing is that Canoe did it all for us. I mean, he categorized features into categories. You have the must-have, or the feature that if it's not there, people are extremely unsatisfied. If it's there, users are, expected to be there. Performance are the features that the more you have them, the more satisfied your users are. Delight, though, is like if it's not there, people could live with it, but if it's there, then they start to be happy. Indifferent are like there or not there, doesn't make any difference. And reverse, which is the worst, and sometimes we happen to do that as well, is that if it's there, people are unsatisfied. And if it's not there, people are satisfied, of course. So how do you know which bucket your feature will fall into? The best is to ask your users functional and dysfunctional questions. Let's take an example. You work for Airbnb, and you're building a feature about creating templates for hosts in order to help them create a description for their houses. Let's just imagine that case. You go to your hosts and users and ask them these two questions. First one, how do you feel about having these templates? And you go to the same personas and you ask them, how do you feel about not having these templates? And if it happens that the answers fall into, I like having them, but I kind of expect if it's not there and it's neutral, or I can live without it. If it's not there, then it's probably into the delight bucket. Now, let's imagine that you identified your next couple of delightful features. How do you prioritize them? By the way, one of the most common questions I usually get is like, do we need a dedicated delight team? I've been working in both environments. I have been in a fully dedicated delight product team, and I also worked in teams where it's mixed. And from my perspective, and that's only for me, I believe that it's not necessary to have a dedicated delight team. Of course, if you can, it's a luxury if you can offer yourself such a thing, but it's expensive. And if you can't, the most important thing is to be convinced about the value of delight. And be convinced that every time you do your quarter planning and you prepare for your roadmap, think about, do I have spots and time and space for my delightful features? So it's more like a mindset from my perspective, and it needs to be practiced in order to be mastered. So during my Spotify time, now I'm getting like 4 years ago, I'm telling a story here because at that specific time, we have been working on a very, very, very full backlog with must-have performance. It was very hard to squeeze in delight. And despite that competing priorities, we managed during that time to ship a couple of delightful features, such as like this canvas looping video that artists could upload together with the track, or even these like video clips that artists could upload in order to interact with their fans. And these two examples, they have been competing with a lot of other performance features, such as like changing the codec or coming up with a new technology. But we have been convinced, and the way how we got those ship it is that we allocated some space. Like sometime, I mean, it's completely up to you, but something like between 5 to 15% of your roadmap, just make sure that this time is allocated for Delight. And even if it's not shipped within the quarter, it's okay that it gets shipped later on. Back to that Madeira trip that I remember very well. It was Christmas Eve, by the way. And 2 hours after takeoff, a crew member came from the front of the plane with a Santa costume, and he stopped row by row, checking on all kids on their gift list, etc. I mean, the costume was terrible, honestly. We could see the mustache coming out of the fake bird. I mean, it was terrible. If you can just see the joy and the happiness on all kids' faces. I mean, it was like a fully delightful experience, that trip, to be honest. And I don't think crew members are always traveling with a Santa costume in their suitcase, but they should have identified it as a delightful opportunity based on 2 things. One thing, the seasonality. It was Christmas, so it's a great opportunity to bring something seasonal. And the second thing, the persona. It was vacation. It was a lot of family on that flight, so it makes a lot of sense to bring in that feature. So it's very important when you prioritize your feature, think about seasonality as well. What makes it delightful today is not necessarily the case next week or next month. All right, I'm getting to the hardest now. How do you measure delight? How do you know if your feature has been delightful or not? Honestly, I'm not gonna give you a lie, it's hard. It's hard, it's subjective, it requires qualitative data, but we can try, and there are some tools for that. Of course, you can start looking at feedbacks from social media or product recommendation, but these sometimes are very biased, isn't it? Like people who are putting comments are either super happy about your product or very angry about your product, so you don't necessarily get the full range. So there's a framework that I believe works quite well in this case, which is the HEART framework. HEART stands for happiness, engagement, adoption, retention, and task success. And for some reason, there's something between task and success. Anyway, though most of them are easy to track. You can build model for them. There are tons of data information you can get on the web about them. But the hardest, the particular one, is happiness. How can you track happiness among your users for a specific feature? And the good news is that there are tools as well for that. Some tools are very famous and very well known, others a bit less. But these are, for me, the 3 most important ones to hopefully to combine them all together. Like NPS as for Net Promoter Score, CSAT for Consumer Satisfaction Score, and HATS, which is the Happiness Tracking Survey. The 3 of them are survey-based, so they are all based on interviewing users. But they have different targets. Like NPS is more for the overall branding satisfaction. CSAT, though, it's more for a specific interaction. You're in a product, you get a new interaction, and you immediately get a request for a survey for that specific interaction. From my perspective, HATS beat them all because it's a nice combination of a lot of things. Like it's more for both and specific product perception, but also it has 2 more advantages. It collects data at a very large scale, so you try to target as many personas as possible, and also over time. And why I'm talking about over time, because what is considered delightful today, in few days or weeks, it may become quickly expected. This even has a name. It's called the habituation effect. By the way, the best example for that, I've been working on Google Meet, and we built the background replace. And at that time, it was considered a delightful feature. Could you think today, having a meeting online without background blur or background replace, it's not delight anymore. It's becoming expectation. Why I'm telling that is because it's very important to innovate on delight. Delight is not a one-shot that you do and you're happy I have it in my roadmap. You always need to think in your roadmap, do I have enough delightful feature for my upcoming releases? All right, I'm getting to the end of my talk, and I want to leave you with 3 things. Number 1, your users will always remember how you made them feel. And we want them to feel positive emotion, because emotionally connected users will be twice as more loyal and engaging as highly satisfied one. Number 2, delight is not necessarily in big things. It could be in small details. So it's very important to have that in, what I want to say here is it's more like a mindset. It needs to be in your roadmap, and we need to be religious about getting this in your roadmap, because even if it sounds easy, it's a science. It has tools and technique to be prioritized. And number 3, so treat your users as your loved ones. We want to spend time identifying their emotional motivators. We need to show them that we care and be the dressed-up Santa to get the sparkling eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nazreen. Great having some answers to the question. And thank you for delighting all of us with this amazing talk. I was at some point, I was feeling like the kids in the plane when the Santa was appearing, with a smile on my face. Really like the presentation and the storytelling. Maybe for Nazreen, the time limit was more like a reverse feature. But yeah, let's go to our next speaker. Our next speaker will be Randy Silver. Randy has experience leading high-performance teams at Amazon, Sainsbury's, HSBC, and specializes in building strong product cultures. He's passionate about empowering teams to ask better questions, driving faster progress. And he hosts the Product Experience podcast, so probably you have heard eventually one of his episodes. I'm actually going to be the next guest, right? I'm confusing some, whatever. And he's the author of the book, What Do We Do Now? And also today we'll talk about that exact question in his talk, What Do We Do Now? How to Deal with the Rise of AI and LLMs. Let's make some noise for Randy Silver.
Thank you very much. Right, so this talk is only 15 minutes long. It wasn't originally designed to be that short, so I'm going to go fast. There is a QR code and a link at the very end, so if you miss something, do not worry. But the question we have here, what do we do now? As Maito said, wrote the book a couple years ago, wrote it at the beginning of the pandemic, because a bunch of my friends were calling me as soon as COVID got announced and lockdown got announced, and they all said, well, in a slightly more extreme way, what do we do now? What the hell do I do now? And I had a good chat with them. We talked about a bunch of different things, and they felt pretty good about it. So I sat down to write a blog post, and that turned into a whole bunch of blog posts, and then that turned into the book. And a couple years later, I realized the book was about dealing with something that was an extreme event. And that seems to happen a lot more often than we think. So, same basic idea. We're going to talk about what to do, how to apply this to the rise of AI and LLMs. So this is not going to help you to build an AI product. This talk is designed to help you when your boss comes in and says, what's our AI strategy? What are we doing next? In 15 minutes, hopefully you'll have a good answer to that. So, obviously, we all start with a plan. Plans are good things. But, in the UK, we have these pantomimes that we do at Christmas time, and there's always a baddie at some point, and everyone in the audience screams, it's behind you. It is behind you. Right now, the thing that's behind me and behind all of us is ChatGPT and AI and LLMs. This is the scary thing at the moment. But we have dealt with scary things before. We've dealt with this a lot over the years. There is a playbook for this. We dealt with it, I'm old, not all of you are this old. When Google had this logo and they first came out, it scared the hell out of a lot of people. When Amazon had this logo, it scared a lot of people. And when the first iPhone came out, it changed things radically and scared people. It did not work out great for everybody, but there is a playbook of how to deal with this. And I just want to do one brief note about language. Language is important. Some people call this a disruption. Some people call it an acceleration. There's a great business professor named Clayton Christensen who decided all these things were accelerations. I totally see the logic, but on the other hand, when you're the person that a competitor has just done something really radical to, it really feels disruptive. So I'm going to use the terms interchangeably. Do not worry about it. This is the most important thing, though. Do not panic. Panic is bad. And in fact, you're the best person in the room. You're the best person in your company to heed this advice, because everyone else is at some point going to panic. Doesn't mean you can't, but you should probably go into a small room, close the door, have your panic there, and then come out and be the person who's not panicking. And I know you can handle it. I know you can handle it because you already have all the tools to deal with this, and you can handle it because you're here today. And if you're here today, that means you're interested in doing your job well, and you're interested in doing your job better. So you have the tools, and there's very little I'm going to say in the next 10 or 15 minutes that is going to be new to you. But what's going to be valuable is I'm going to remind you of some things, and hopefully you will use it. So first thing, if you've ever been a scout, you know this is really important. Always be prepared. But what does that mean for us? For us, it means we should go back to basics. So the basics that we need to deal with, applying what you know about discovery to strategy, working with your teams and your partners the same way we do with our customers, and reviewing the roadmaps, the priorities, and how we work. And there's only 4 things that really matter when you're doing product development. And they all start with the letter P, so it's definitely a model, right? Yeah. So the 4 things are priorities. Do you know what's important to work on? Are people actually working on that? And are they not working on things that are not important right now? Critically, once you know that, do you have the right people to work on that stuff? Are they empowered to do it? Do they have the permission to do it? Do they have the capabilities? Are you investing in them to help them do it? Then you have to make sure that there are processes in place, the right processes in place that are enablers for them. Things that help them get value out the door. Doesn't matter if your processes are there to create more bureaucracy and to do things that help internally if value does not get shipped. If you're spending all your time reformatting information to go to 6 different stakeholders in 6 different report styles, but it's the exact same thing, you have bad processes. These things are table stakes. The most important thing that underpins all of them, though, is the perception of everyone around you. Do they all agree that these first 3 things are being done well? If you think they're being done well, but sales doesn't, you're failing. You need to make sure that everyone agrees on these things. Right, so when you have this kind of disruption, habits change. Habits are very hard to change. I mean, I've been trying to diet properly for I don't know how long. It's really hard to change habits. Changing customer habits is really hard. But when something like an AI and LLMs come out, habits change. There is a disruption in the market. There's something in evolutionary biology called punctuated equilibrium. Punctuated equilibrium. Jeez. Punctuated Okay, I'm giving up, moving on. This is something where things are static and something new is introduced to the environment and everything changes. There's a point in the fossil record, it's called the Cambrian explosion, where things were static. They were pretty much the same for millions of years. And all of a sudden, there's an incredible explosion in diversity of life. The thing that changed was only theorized about 20 years ago, in the last 20 years. It was the development of sight, of vision. And it totally changed the way that animals could hunt, and it changed everything. And rapid evolution was needed. Rapid diversification was needed. Not every technology change is a punctuated equilibrium. It sometimes feels like it, though. So we're at a point now where we've had this massive, something that feels like a massive shock. So how do we deal with it? There's lots of opportunities out there, but we may need to evolve. So first thing, obviously, we know this, right? You have to know your customers. What's happened with them? What's going on? So the way we do that is to talk to them. This seems really basic, doesn't it? But talking to them is actually the wrong way of putting it. Talking to them is good, gets you out the door, it gets you speaking with them. But if you're the one doing the talking, then you're not going to find out what's changed to them. What we really need to do is listen to them. And listening is really important because we're not always very good at it. We like talking. And the kind of listening we do too often is this kind of listening. We need to actually pay attention. Active listening is a really core component, and we need to pay attention. What you're listening for when you're dealing with your customers, especially at times like this, are these things. You're listening for what is your customer's current situation? How might that be different from the situation as you understood it previously? And finally, what habits may be affected or changed by this situation? You want to know what's different than before. It may be a lot, might not be much. That is critical to understanding what decisions you're going to make. Once you've got that from them, you then have to do a market analysis as well. You have to really understand what's changed in the rest of the market. So what are your competitors doing? But also, what is your customer's perception of what the market looks like? So this is a model called Wardley mapping. It's insanely complicated. Is anyone here ever, actually, okay, yeah, one person. Is it complicated? Yeah, it's really hard. But there are many other ways of doing market analysis. What you're really looking for, though, are opportunities. What are the dimensions that you're going to compete on? And there are lots of different ways to do this. You do not have to be successful at every single aspect to differentiate yourself and make yourself the best choice for some of your customers. You can compete on price or quality. You can compete on availability or features, usability, service. You can even just compete on the perception of these things sometimes. That one doesn't always last as long, but if you have an amazing sales team and you're in B2B, sometimes that's enough. Sad, but true. Right. Once you know all that, you have to figure out what's going on with your roadmap. Is it actually changed? Because these perceptions, the perceptions of your customers, are important. So you have to figure out what you're going to do there. So let's talk about strategy. So we have already talked about all this. I'm going to go really fast. You need to know your customer and know the market. We've covered that. What you're going to do with that is a series of bets. This is everything we do in agile and iterative development. The hypotheses or experiments which you would prioritize. And a hypothesis, very simply, it's a fact plus an assumption. I know this. If I add this to it, if I do something else, I think this will happen. Problem with that is that assumptions sometimes are not just information. Sometimes they have emotions attached to them. And when you have an emotion attached to it, it's really hard to talk to other people about it. They get ideas, they get locked in on these things. So now you're dealing with your CEO coming to you and say, what's our AI strategy? And you may say, well, we don't really need one right now. It's not relevant to us. It's not relevant to our customers and expectations. But they are afraid. And they're afraid because they've got sentiment and other things locked into this. And you're not sure what to do next. And you can't just fight this with information. You have to understand why they're afraid and why the emotion is there and how to engage with them. One way is to make active decisions with them. And I talked to Lauren Soni, who's a VP of product at Forbes a while back. She's going to be a guest on our podcast soon. And she was talking about what they did with AI. This may not be the right thing for you, but the fact that they had this conversation at a leadership team level is critical. We took a deliberate stance to be fast followers and not reactive. We agreed to be prudent and do our due diligence. So that when they see something, it doesn't mean that they're going straight in. They don't have to prioritize change right away. They have to prioritize discovery and learning and seeing what the rest of the market was doing. This is based on their risk tolerance, what's important to them, and what their appetite is for deviating from the roadmap as it is now. This is a leadership team discussion, but it's something that has to happen. It is not going to stop your CEO from coming in and saying, what's the strategy? But it does mean you have had some conversation with them in the past and a basis for saying, We're not pivoting right now because, as we agreed, we're going to work this way. You have a chance with that, at least. Okay, a couple more minutes. There's a lot of hype about AI. Some of it is true, absolutely. Some of it might not be. I read an article last week. Bing, even though they spent $10 billion on a partnership with OpenAI, is still stalled at 3% market share. The site traffic for ChatGPT is actually falling. Most companies are having trouble with this. There's a lot going on in the regulation in the courts with copyright. And strangely, and this is one I find really hard to believe, but I've actually experienced this, AI is getting worse at math. Just giving a basic math problem, sometimes it generates something that is predictive text rather than just the answer. So what can we actually do? We don't have a whole lot of time. I'm going to do this really quickly. I've got a community of chief product officers that I talk with on a regular basis. It's called CPO Circles. If you want to learn more about it, talk to me later. But this has been a big topic of conversation with us over the last few months. So I'll share some of the advice that we've talked about. I'm not going to go through all of these for time, but again, you can have the slides. I just want to talk about the second one. One guy was telling me his CEO set a target for generating 10,000 extra work hours within the company and gave this to the CPO and the CTO as a challenge. The 10,000 hours number was ridiculous. It didn't mean anything. It was pulled out of the air. It's a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal. No one cared if they actually hit it, but it set a barrier, a level of expectation for how big the goal was. They didn't hit 10,000. They did hit multiple single unit thousands, though. They made a big difference in their company by doing things relatively quickly, relatively cheaply, and making themselves a lot more efficient. So there are a lot of things that you can do. Right, last couple of things. Once you have decided what you're going to do, it has to be very simple to explain. You have to be able to explain it to a 6-year-old. It has to be, we're doing this because we decided we're going to work in this way, and this is what we expect to get out of it. This is what the goal that we're going for, and the success metric that we expect to get. That way you can get everyone aligned around it. So, basic pyramid for this. Start at the beginning. You identify the opportunity space. You do that with the personas and market analysis, talking to your customers and market analysis. Figure out how you're going to solve that problem for your customers. Agree with the team how you're going to work on that. And finally, the execution. And when I say be deliberate, it doesn't mean be deliberate and slow. It means be deliberate and talk about how you're going to execute it. So, I'm officially in the red by 10 seconds. I think I'm okay. So I'll give you the QR code. I will be at the book stand at the booth afterwards with copies of the book. All profits from it go to charity, so you are welcome to come buy it and make a donation to MSF for the charity. And yeah, please do stay in touch. I'd love to talk to you more about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you. So what do we do now after such an insightful talk? That's a good question, but first thing Randy said, don't panic, because two things. We still have Randy here, he'll still be around, you can still reach out and talk a bit more. And because we still have 4 more amazing talks coming up. So yeah, get excited for 2 more under my watch. And next up is André Albuquerque, who led cross-functional teams in building products across different startup stages, including two-sided marketplaces, SaaS, and integration-based products. He helped grow Kitch as part of the founding team, from idea all the way through growth, until the acquisition by Glovo earlier this year. I guess you can imagine he gathered a set of lessons from that, and today he will tell us more about it in his talk, Product Lessons from Zero to Acquired in 18 Months. Please join me in welcoming André Albuquerque on stage.
All right. How are you feeling? Good? Yeah? Okay. So I want to tell you the story behind 3 numbers. These 3 numbers shaped the team, the execution, the culture, and the outcome of Kitsch. The stories behind these 3 numbers led to Kitsch being acquired by Glovo 18 months after launching. Now, we've been hearing a lot of frameworks, a lot of processes and features from amazing speakers. I've been learning a bunch today. But I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do something different. I want to share 3 moments, 3 pivotal moments that completely shaped how this team executed, how they decided. Moments that led to lessons, product lessons, that were infused in every single feature we launched. And 3 system changes that were crucial to get to that moment, to that exit. Now, by the end of this presentation, you should be able to understand what product success looks like, what led to that success, at least for us, and hopefully take a few lessons for your own context and situations. Is that okay? All good? Okay, let's dive into chapter 1. This is very Tarantino, okay? I call this, how quickly can we ship? Let me give you the backstory. So Kitsch is a food tech company. We started building this in 2019 with an audacious goal to bring restaurants to the cloud. We wanted to help every single restaurant tackle delivery. But the best restaurants in town, they couldn't do it. Why? Because their kitchens were packed. The rooms, the restaurants were full. They couldn't serve clients across the city. So we thought, this is a huge problem. If we believe restaurants are going to go cloud, if delivery is going to grow a lot in the coming years, we got to solve this. So it started with one key insight: a dark kitchen. A place outside the main location that would allow to expand the capacity of production of the kitchens. And we said, we're going to build a highly tech kitchen, fully automated, full of software, to get these restaurants, the best in town, to do delivery like the best. So we started scoping what the solution looked like, given the problem space. And it was a long list. We were a small team. There's a lot of things we needed to do. Apps, backends, APIs, integrations, training, staffing people, building kitchens, retrofitting them. We needed a lot of money for this. So we started working hard. And a month went by, and nothing. 2 months went by. We weren't shipping. 3 months went by. We weren't learning. So I went to the CEO and the founding team and said, this isn't working. Something's broken here. We're not doing the MVP process that they teach at product. We got to think differently. More importantly, we got to set an unbelievable timeline. The most aggressive timeline we can think of that will just change the way we look at scope. So now I have a question for you. How much time, given the context I gave you, given kind of that scope, given kitchens, construction, retrofitting, how much time would you propose the CEO and commit to? 6 to 12 months. Raise your hand. Who thinks 6 to 12 months seems like ambitious, seems like feasible? Okay, some brave people there. All right. Okay, who's bolder? Who'd say 3 to 6 months? All right. Well, I'm keen to see your products. Okay, who are the crazy ones that would go 3 months, less than 3 months? These are the people I like. Yes. Okay. You want to know what the CEO said to me when we had this discussion?
2 weeks.
Well, no. He said 6 months. He's reasonable. He said 6 months. Do you want to know what I said? 30 days. I said, we're going to ship this in 30 days. And it's skin in the game, because I was going to build this with my team. 30 days. That was the unbelievable timeline that just changed the constraints, changed the way we thought about the solution space. And every time you got to change the system, it always starts with a core insight or a core change of the idea. For us, it was the kitchen. We were talking about 2,000 square meters of space that needed to change. That was the big bottleneck. There's always a big bottleneck. So we said, what if we actually reduce this by 10 times and do a 200 square meters, the real MVP, but in the offline world? And of course, what about the scope? So I picked up my favorite tool as a product manager, the hammer. And I started smashing that. I started taking it apart, questioning, does it really make sense given the unbelievable timeline we have in front of us? Is this still what makes sense? And it wasn't. We actually were able to remove a lot of stuff, just reduce the scope massively. Only do the one or few things we actually needed. Some on the go. We'd figure it out. And you want to know what was the end result? 42 days. Now, I failed. It wasn't the 30 days. It wasn't the 6 months or the 12 months. It wasn't the 3 months. It was 42 days. 42 days after February 1st, when we started coding and building and executing on what we decided that was the final solution, we were ready to launch. Now, and actually, if you think about many massive projects out there, they're actually built in much less time than you'd imagine. Why? Because the team set unbelievable timelines that just changed the constraint, changed the way the teams thought about what needed to be executed. So what's the lesson here? The lesson is that when you're thinking about targets, you want to think about, how can I build less so I can ship faster, so I can learn sooner? So you want to pick up on your first target and ask, is this unbelievable? Is this going to really change the system? And then when you get a new target, you ask it again. And you make your team, your people, yourself uncomfortable. That's when you know you're really changing the system. Let's talk about chapter 2 now. And honestly, this is my favorite one. I call it, holy shit, now what? Now, I have a question for you. What is the one day of the week you never ship a product? Friday. Repeat after me. Never ship on Fridays. That's it. Now, what is the worst, unluckiest type of Friday? The 13th. Friday the 13th. Which is actually tomorrow. Thank you. This would be a perfect presentation if the conference was tomorrow. Friday the 13th. So you can already imagine when we decided to ship. 42 days after February 1st was Friday the 13th, March 2020. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. So we were all in the kitchen, ready to go live. Software was ready. The test, the QA went fine. Everything was perfect. We were pumped. I mean, the team was working hard. And on that morning, our beloved Prime Minister announced that the next Monday, every single restaurant was closing because of COVID. They would have to go all in on delivery. And you might think, jackpot, we're a delivery company. Like, this is beautiful. It was exactly the opposite. Because if you think about it, the problem we're solving, capacity. Restaurants were full, so they needed extra kitchens to deal with delivery. And suddenly, restaurants were empty. Every single restaurant was actually now a dark kitchen. So you know what happened? Every single restaurant, every client of ours called us and said, we don't need you anymore. On launch day. We lost every single customer on that morning. After months working on this plan, after 42 days of really hard work, we lost every single customer. Holy shit, now what? Now, 99% of companies and teams, on that moment, they would say, guys, we worked really hard for months on this. We're confident about our plan. We'll find new customers. We'll fill up the kitchens, don't worry. We'll make it. But 1% would say, no, the world changed. So we need to change as well. That's what we did. We went with the hard choice. That's the hard choice. The hard choice is the 1% that says, screw what we planned, screw what we worked on, the world changed, what should we do? Now, from those 1%, 99% would say, all right, let's regroup on Monday. Everyone's tired, everyone's shocked, and let's tackle this head on. But 1% wouldn't. 1% would say, it's now. This is the hard choice. We act on this now. We start executing. And the solution was actually quite simple. Every restaurant was a dark kitchen, and we built the software, we built the product for dark kitchens, our own. That meant that every single restaurant was now a possible customer for us. And the team fearlessly reacted to this situation and said, let's do it, let's build it. And you know what? I did something extra, which is I set an unbelievable timeline. I said, we're shipping this tomorrow, Saturday. And they loved me for that. No, they didn't. But you know what? 24 hours later, we were live. Saturday night, we were making our first revenue in our clients' restaurants in that unbelievable timeline because we chose that hard choice. We decided that moment, we would either make it or break it. And the team delivered. They worked hard, they rescoped, they redesigned, they re-implemented, and we went live. So what's the lesson here? The lesson is that as product managers, as product leaders, at any point in time, there will be situations where you need to choose between the easy choice, for us was, we're sticking to the plan. We're keeping our business model, we're keeping the product as we built. Or, let's rest over the weekend, next Monday, we'll tackle this. Or actually, if you choose this, the easy choice will take you to the hard life. For us, might have been, Kitch wouldn't have survived. Or you choose the hard choice, let's do it now, let's change, let's react right now. That often takes you to the easier life. And notice how I also brought the first lesson in, unbelievable timelines, new constraints, changes everything. And that leads us to chapter 3, which I'm calling the silver bullet. Now, in product, these are forbidden words. What? Silver bullets? They don't exist. Come on. I disagree. They actually exist. But the typical frameworks and theories, they often don't allow them to exist. Let me give you a bit of context here. So, we shifted, right? We're now software, we're now tech. We're now an app, and we're growing. We're growing fast. This is 2020. COVID's ramping up. Delivery's ramping up. We're stuck at home. You gotta order food. And we built something unique. And customers are coming to us and saying, I love this. I want more of this. But every time a market's growing super fast, you know what happens? Competitors. They're coming after us. They're coming after our market. So whenever we're talking with new customers, they went from, this is amazing, to, this looks good, but how are you different from the rest? And on that moment, we had to make another hard choice. We had to say, it seems this isn't enough anymore. You gotta go beyond this. So we went and doubled down on conversations. As Randy said, talk and, most importantly, listen to customers. And they said something very interesting. They said that delivery was weak on the weekend. And we looked at data, it was actually true. It's like, it just increased like 10, 20% compared to the week. Something's fishy here. So we went and kind of looked at the real world experience, because I mean, under data, under insights, there's a real world. And we realized that delivery apps that have this radius saying where restaurants deliver was shrinking massively during the weekend. And if you think about this, this is the same thing as if the delivery app went to your restaurant on a Friday, looked at your chairs and at your tables, and say, these look good. I'm going to take a few during the weekend. And I'll give them back on Monday. But this sucks, because it's during the weekend that you sell, that you need every single chair and table. So this is the moment we had to make a bold, huge decision of saying, we're tech, we're software, we're going to go offline. We're going to go into logistics. Because we knew what the experience was. We knew what magic looked like. It looked like the week, but during the weekend. But there was only one way to tackle this. We needed to build our own fleet, our own logistics, our own online to offline experience. And getting the team on board, getting the team ready for this, that was a hard one. That was a bold decision. That was going where no one else was going. Sometimes that kind of says something. But we said, no way. This is our path. And you guess what I also did? I set an unbelievable timeline. I said, we're not only going to build this, we're going to build this in 10 days. We're going to ship a whole new business line in 10 days. And the team, again, fearlessly said, let's do it. And probably on the back, they hated me, but that's fine. And we did an extra bold decision. Every time you launch a product, normally what do? You choose a small set of customers, some pilot program, right? We said, no. We're going to go to our biggest client, one of the biggest restaurants in Lisbon. And we're going to say, we're launching this new product for you, which is an amazing way to know if that's a great decision or a very stupid investment. We're all in. That was the heavy, largest target we could have chosen. And you want to know what happened? Yeah. We did launch in the 10 days, and boom, we 2x this restaurant sales on the launch day. We added more than 100% of new sales to this client. That is a silver bullet. That is what I call instant product market fit. 12 months later, this new business line, this product, was more than 50% of the entire company's revenue. Now, what's the lesson here? The lesson is that silver bullets, they exist, but they're often hidden under risk-reward calculations that don't make sense. They're in a place that theory says it won't work, it won't let you go there. But when an outlier result occurs, it skyrockets to a place of amazing return. And to do that, often you need to make unbelievably bold bets. You got to risk it. Now, you can't do for everything, but if you don't do for any, you're never going to see a silver bullet. So what we learned throughout these 3 moments that really reshaped, redesigned our system was that product success isn't about a single feature you decide to build or a single product you put out. Product success comes from the system you create. The way your team reacts, decides, executes. For us, the 3 system changes were unbelievable timelines. Every time we decided what to build, we set up an unbelievable timeline that created the constraints to build the right solution. The team looked at that fearlessly. They reacted fearlessly. And every time we decided on scope, on target, we were bold at deciding. We were targeting the heaviest one on the room. And you know the result of doing these 3 things over and over again? Speed. Speed is the ultimate outcome of all of this. Velocity. The way we decided, the way we iterated, the way we shipped and launched, it was faster than everyone else. We outcompeted, not because we were smarter, more funded, or had more people, but because we we're outpacing the velocity at bringing new things out. And if you listen to Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, he says the #1 predictor of success for very young startups or products is the rate of iteration, is how fast you can iterate based on information, how fast your team can react to what's happening. And Kitsch, in my opinion, is the living proof of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andre. Thanks a lot. Amazing journey and amazing talk. And I see you also set a hairy, ambitious goal to finish on time, which is great. I think the first speaker achieving that. Well, no, Dominic also, I think. Yeah, that was good. That was on time. It was 2 seconds. Okay, but yeah, you did great. So, yeah. And by the way, I'm not sure if I loved more the presentation or Randy's laugh. I don't know if you hear it in the back, but it was amazing, the reactions. Like, great one. Yeah, one thing I didn't mention is also that I host a podcast called the Product Weekend Podcast, and Andre was our first guest. So if you like this presentation, you want to know a bit more about his story, you can check that out. You can save it now to check on your flights home. And now, if Andre has a great energy, I know that our next speaker will keep up the energy level. And I'm talking about Gonçalo Gaiolas. He is the CPO at SoSafe, a company dedicated to promoting cybersecurity awareness worldwide. With over a decade of experience in product leadership at OutSystems and a diverse background in business, leadership, low-code, and product management, his unique perspective is enriched by his passion for lifelong learning. The title of his talk is Beyond the Riddle, Unveiling the True Measures of Product Team Success. So let's solve this riddle together, and welcome Gonçalo Gaiolas.
It's 1963, and the BBC is doing an all-day live event of music. This is during the Beatles' heyday, right? The Beatles, absolutely, everybody wanted to get them. But because the Beatles had a pre-scheduled concert, they could only do not the final slot, but the slot before that. So they went, they did an amazing concert, and the BBC, they really tried to get somebody to come and play after the Beatles. They couldn't. So what did they do? They got a bunch of monkeys monkeying around. So I'm the monkey after the Beatles. No, just kidding. Andre did just a phenomenal job. I hope I can keep it up. I think, if I reflect back on the day, on everything that happened today and in the workshops yesterday, it is incredible how aligned this community is. Same principles all around, different perspectives. You got an incredible view of a very early stage company moving incredibly fast, reacting. It's gripping. You think I'm sitting there, at the edge of my seat. Today, I hope I can take you through some of my observations in larger scale companies in different environments. But you'll see that some of the patterns and the principles and the tactics even are very, very similar. So, a bit about myself. Most people call me Gigi in a professional setting. That happened because I kept a running list of how people messed up my first name. It's, in an international setting, it's so funny. My superpower is that enthusiasm is contagious. I'm not particularly smart, but I can pump people up to go do stuff. I like the timelines. We're going to talk about the timelines a little bit. And I am the Chief Product Officer at SoSafe, and I spent many years in the local ecosystem at OutSystems as well. So, very happy to be here. And, because I'm so enthusiastic about these things, I talk to a lot of you. I like to give my time and just spend time talking to folks and understanding how folks are out there. And one observation that I have when I talk to other leaders, sometimes CEOs, sometimes board members, oftentimes product leaders, is they just say, the team, they're not moving fast enough. I guess part for me is the key insight. Because when I look at what the output is, the outcome is, what are the teams actually doing, it's very, very hard to truly measure if you have a high-performance product team. So I dwell on this, and I don't have, newsflash, I don't have the right answer, or I have the perfect answer, but I want to share my observations and share how I approach this, what questions do I ask, and how do I try to manage my own teams, because we can't seem to figure it out. Now, as an industry, we're evolving, and we're getting more and more sophisticated. We have really good books, and everybody has read these books. Like, this is not, the problem isn't the literature. The problem isn't that we haven't sort of figured this thing out. Now, it is hard, I will say, my observation, and raise your hand if you feel like this. It's very hard to take what's on these books sometimes and to translate it to the unique context of your market, your product, your team, your people. Like, we are a one-of-a-kind thing. Raise your hand if you agree with this. Okay, pretty good. So I'm not alone, because I struggle. I read these things, and then it's like hard to match to what's actually happening. So we got to find ways, asking questions and sort of stumble to it. These are great principles. Then the job is to translate those to actionable execution in the one context that matters to you, which is your business, your organization, your team. Okay, so, talking to folks, going around, I have a 3-part empirical framework. Why is it a 3-part? I could give you, many research data points, or I could just say it's a psychologically satisfying number, which is the truth. Okay, let's go through this. And these are 3 questions. For those of you that don't know, Tammy and I, we go way back. Tammy has been my product coach. I highly recommend you engage with her, by the way. She's been very transformational for my career. Thank you, Tammy, for that. But I want to fight her on the 3 questions that matter, right? Now, I actually have 3 different questions. Again, you'll see that in the end, these are all variants of the same things. But the first one is that I ask CEOs this all the time. It's like, okay, are you hitting your product and business goals? You stop, right? And that's very interesting, because that immediately starts to unveil part of the riddle. Because, what does good look like? A lot of the times, you go down one level, and Radhika talked about this in the morning, like, do they have an actual clear company vision? They'll always say yes. Then you go talk to the folks on the trenches, and everybody's ultra confused about what it is that we're trying to do as a company. There's an important asset in product companies, product strategy, company strategy. They're not the same, but they need to be tightly aligned. I learned this lesson the hard way. If you try to build a product strategy that is built on a silo and it is disconnected from what it is, the strategic intents Tammy talked about this morning, right? I learned that from Tammy through our time together. If you don't have clarity on the strategic intents at the company level, you are absolutely doomed to fail. Or the likelihood actually goes up like a lot. So I like to talk about, what's the company's vision at that very high level, and what decisions have you made? And that's point number 2. My acid test for product strategy is it all apple pie and motherhood? And I learned this from my colleagues in the US. It's an awesome expression. If you don't know about it, apple pie and motherhood means things we all necessarily agree to. Nobody's going to say, motherhood is a bad thing, right? In product strategy, it's the same thing. If everything, you read through it, and there's nothing that makes you squirm, that's not a hard, bold decision, you got to go a little bit deeper, because you probably are trying to either go consensus, or it's very, very hard. And this happens just naturally, because it's hard. It's hard to find a thing that is not, that's truly, you want to put down on paper a thing that's truly a hard decision. And the final thing for me, in what good looks like, go back to this idea of the disconnect between what the CEO has and the management team. They have this clear vision, and how does it get deployed? How does it get monitored? How do people and folks use that on a day-to-day basis to make decisions? So I ask my teams. I have an ongoing survey. How is the product strategy? How much, on a scale of 0 to 10, is the product strategy helping you make day-to-day decisions? And it's an acid test, because if folks can't connect the 2 things, the day-to-day actions, a big majority of the actions and the effort and the energy they're putting in, there's something off, and you should look into that. And, this man, Andre, talked a lot about setting these product goals. They're very, very hard. I think part of the reason why they're hard is, again, the merchants of complexity that we've become as an industry. We make all these different frameworks and North Star impact trees and standard metrics. It's super hard. They're useful, But it takes a while. It's a tool of craftsmanship that takes a while to get there. Because you have to understand the tool in of itself. You have to understand the context. You have to react relatively quickly. And when trying to combine these two things, I see two anti-patterns. And we're going to talk about my personal approach in a second. The two anti-patterns that I see is folks that just follow blindly the frameworks with very poor attention to, again, the context and what are you trying to do and what is the sophistication in the organization, or folks that completely ignore this and they just set like random goals and they forgo all the shared knowledge that we have. So how do I like to do it? And again, this is my example that I think has worked well for my limited experience. It's three things. You can, Tammy, I think, talked about you can start in different places. Here's the same thing. You can start in different places, but I'll start from the right. Very specific business results you want to achieve as a company. I'd be shocked as, again, going back to the idea of what do we want to do as a company? Do we want to increase revenue, protect revenue? Do you want to decrease risk? Just be very, very clear on that. At a specific role I had, I spent almost 3 months with my only job as a VP of product was to corral everybody else, right? And by everybody else, I mean VPs of sales, COOs, things like that, to have a unique, consistent plan at the business level. You got to start there. Otherwise, it's very hard to figure out if you're doing a really good job to hitting those goals. Now, from that, you can actually derive these product goals. And I like this idea of the strategic narrative that drives ambition. What is it? This is a story. We all know the power of stories. You have, I think Randy said it, you have to simplify this down, Feynman method technique. 6-year-old, do you understand the strategic narrative? What are we doing? What's the old world? What's the new world? And you can start to bake in the shipping level goals, and you can start to bake in the product level goals, again, connected to the specific business needs. And finally, in larger teams, and these days I run larger teams, you want to get back to specific product input metrics, things that they can control and hopefully monitor, in my case, on a week-on-week basis. And this is where the frameworks start to get interesting around activation and retention and things like that. But to me, the connective tissue and figuring out what the connective tissue is between these three things is the most important thing that I've seen work. And there's a little T, like a function that connects all of these three things. You have to understand what the organization looks like. So for example, at OutSystems, everybody was super cerebral. And everybody believed in mental models and connections. So you needed to write down and have almost a thing that said, if I hit these product goals, they in our case were about adoption. So I have X many developers building Y many apps and having Z many users. I know this is going to translate into the revenue growth, margin growth we have. Here's the proof. Here's the scientific proof that I have to do that. It's data, it's correlation, it's data science and analysis. Other companies, you don't need to do this, but you need to figure out what is the translation so that this thing is cohesive. And you need to figure out what this T function looks like, right? So where does this thing often go wrong, in my experience? First, these things on the left, if you go too generic, then they might not be useful. Ideally, they might be unique to your own product. So for example, at SoSafe, we really care that people use our product, it's a security awareness tool, to have insightful analytics and to actually drive action. So we measure the number of back-end admins that go to a specific piece of the product and they drive an action that increases the security of the company. This is a very specific metric. We're the ones that care about it, right? You have to resist the temptation to go fully generic on these metrics. So that's thing number one. Now, I know probably Melissa is going to talk a lot about this. I actually learned from Melissa Perri at their CPO Accelerator course, the importance of having strong analytics teams within product operations. Very, very critical. This is very hard to do if your analytics team sucks. So this is an investment I highly recommend you do. Could start with a product manager that really knows his way around data, have a dedicated senior data analyst. Like it's SoSafe, it was my first hire, was bringing in somebody to do the data analysis, and it fundamentally changes the story you can tell. And these stories are the only motivational elements we have, right? So I'm not going to make this point anymore because this man made the point for me. You want things that make people uncomfortably excited, that they can commit to, but they feel a little bit impossible. I have a cool story recently from SoSafe in the last 6 months. I gave them, we're not going to go into the specific details, but the team came back 5 hours later with a memo of the thing that I had asked him, and they call it Project Tom Cruise. And I'm like, why do you call it Project Tom Cruise? Because it's impossible. which I thought was, I got to that point and I said, job well done, right? Now, if they think it's impossible, then you're already at the right level. And finally, obviously, I've already talked about this. You need the translation mechanisms to say, if I achieve these product goals, more developers, more things, more apps, then the end result will come. Oftentimes, it comes through packaging and pricing, for example. You say, okay, if I hit these things, I know that this will result in the typical advancement in the ARR or revenue goals for the company, but you need to be able to have that translation between your product goals and what the specific business outcomes that your board cares about, that your CEO, your CFO are going to care about. Sometimes there's going to be a little bit leap of faith, which is okay in the beginning, and you iterate and you learn and you do more analysis. So that's thing number one. Are we hitting our goals? Do we know what our goals are? Do we know where we're going? And do we have a way to then measure them and cascade them down in larger organizations to the smaller teams? Now, part number two, are we working efficiently? Nothing drags teams more, I think, than complexity. And it just like sneaks up on you. It's so easy. Especially, like, I am not incredibly structured as a leader. My tendency, natural tendency, which I try to combat, is to just add more stuff because I get enthusiastic about ideas. Let's go try this thing. And it just creeps up on you, right? Complexity just creeps up on you. Often, then you'll have the discussion, oh, we need more process. And it's fine. Sometimes process helps, sometimes it doesn't. But I would say as a leader, doesn't matter if you have the title or not, reducing complexity is one of the most high leverage activities you can ever do. Like consciously sitting down to remove cognitive and process complexity is a thing that it is your job if you care about having a sustainable long-term team that really delivers and moves fast. Now, I learned this the other day. I was hearing a podcast from Shreyas Doshi, very good podcast, in the Knowledge Project, and he talks about this idea of measurement and evaluation versus evaluation. I think as an industry, sometimes we obsess about perfect or very good proxy metrics to measure things. Like, and in our conversations today, we're trying to measure delight. Cool. No problem with measurement. We talked a lot about analytics, but sometimes you just know you suck. Right? You don't need a number to tell you that you suck. And you actually know, you can feel it in your bones, what does better look like. Right? The example Shreyas uses is, no, I don't have a metric if I'm a good parent or not, but I'm getting better over the years. I know it. So we have to be comfortable as well, sometimes just saying, okay, we evaluate our own performance, and it's not going to be metrics driven. Point is, don't let the metrics necessarily get in the way of your striving for reducing and managing actively the complexity that creeps into your teams. Some examples, measurements that we've put in place, things like the individual flow at the individual level, very important, manager versus maker time. If you've heard of this, how much time do you spend actually building things versus how much time do you spend in the surrounding things around building. Percentage of wasteful time. I'll tell you a little bit about this one. This is very important. I have a slide further down the road. But things like, I really like to measure customer intimacy and knowledge. How many conversations have we had? How much time in discovery versus delivery? Really understanding the flow of work is very, very important. So you're trying to understand if the team is doing activities that in the long run are going to be conducive to adding value back to hitting the product goals and to the final thing, to making teams very, very productive. Now, if you go all into the DORA metrics, that's good as well. Quality and efficiency, certainly deployment frequencies, things like that. But the point being, you want to certainly measure, evaluate, and you want the teams to have conversations about what is holding them back from the perspective of moving faster. I 100% agree with Andre. I think no matter what the size is, a very strong differentiator, a very strong competitive advantage is the shipping rate, because you get to learn a lot and you get to be more bold and more audacious, right? If you can't do that, then you're going to overscope things in the beginning. It's just going to take you have a cannonball as opposed to having many different little shots, and you want to go more in that direction. Now, I run this survey all the time. Simple. How productive did you feel like today? It's not like rocket science. People will define it differently. But then, they'll tell you what happened. And you have to read. You actually have to go eat the broccoli and read this stuff. And you got to talk to the teams. You have to make it a leadership item to start to proactively chip away at the complexity that has settled in. I know a lot of us went through the boom cycle, 2020, 2021. We're going to pay down all that debt, and a lot of it is manifested in, frankly, we're just not very productive anymore. So it's, again, our jobs as leaders to manage down, to simplify. I try one thing that I invite you to all try. It's super cool. People want to add more things. I want to add more things as well. Simple rule. Yeah, we can add more things. For each one of the ones you're going to add, you got to remove at least 2. Try it. Just try it to have the good conversations around it. Oh, cool. You know, I want to bring this customer insights and feedback tool. Okay, what does that replace? Well, replace this Excel over here. We're going to get that done with that. It replaces this other tool over here. Cool. Then you can do it. And it's a very blunt tool, but it works wonders because it gets people in the mindset of how do I do less things? How do I subtract instead of being additive, which is what we are all by default. Okay. Now, my final part is my favorite part. My ex-boss once told me there are 2 types of people in the world. There are people that care about things, and there are people that care about people. And you just care about people. And he was, right. I care a lot about people. I think having teams that ship fast, but having people that are absolutely engaged at all levels with what you're trying to do is the only long-term sustainable competitive advantage that you can have. So we spend a lot of time on growing the teams in a happy, healthy way. I like to use the sentence, taking a long view on people. Because a lot of the times, when you take a long view on people, you will excuse short-term performance issues because the potential is there and the growth path is there. So, building a team that's high performance, it's not necessarily about having everybody at the peak of their performance at every given point in time. It's also about having a long view. Tammy talked a lot about treating ourselves as a product and having a roadmap. I really like doing that. I had a key result, which was, I want 3 people from my team to become CPOs in 3 to 5 years. I'm 1 for 3. So, I still have 2 more years, and it will happen. And that's because you're taking the long view and growing and understanding where folks are. But it is important that you understand, again, going back to your system of work, your context and your organization. What do people value around it? Because it's very hard to try to have this long view if your CEO is pushing you on short-term performance, and that's everything that happens. Or is this more of if you've ever worked, for example, with Japanese companies, very much incremental and long-term improvement. It's fine. We talk in 3-year timelines, but you're doing weekly Kaizen. So you got to understand what are the typical expectations. Don't bring your own out of the blue. Understand what are the expectations of the organization, and I'm going to beat the dead horse, understand what's the current state. In this specific case, current state might be team engagement metrics. Are people engaging with the work? And a lot of tools out there do a good job at measurement, engagement and satisfaction in people. You can deploy things to measure team maturity, to understand what's happening. It's important, to me, if you want to have and measure the performance of a team, it's as important to have a very strong product strategy as it is to have a very strong people strategy, right? You want to get that team and you want to treat them as a product, which means you have to have a strategy, a set of choices, and a diagnosis, a coherent set of actions that you're going to take, and an understanding almost at the individual level, where are you taking these people? It's very, very important. So one of the things we tried, I'm super proud, I use this example all the time, and I think the person speaking next to me was the mastermind behind this. She actually executed, it's Annabella, she's there on the picture. At OutSystems, we figured out that we had so many specificities, and it was so hard for us to find the right type of product manager, that it was just much better to build academy where we could train folks on this. And it was a massive investment. We had a person to run this whole thing. We brought in world-class speakers. That's how we met Tammy. We had Bruce coming in with giving us roadmaps. We had classes on storytelling. It was super well done. You went through the exercises, and after you've done the exercise, the workshops, you would immediately apply it the next day. Now, I think this is a bit extreme, especially for nowadays. But if you But think about what would it be the big thing that you can do to really drive your people to the next level? How do you make them feel like they're the most important thing in that company? Because if they feel that, they feel they have a growth path and that you're investing in them. And this was, it clearly made people feel like that. We eventually use it as a recruitment tool. But if people feel like that, they will commit to 24-hour timelines, right? They will understand, they get the mission, they know you care about them, they know you care about the customers. And this is, I think, the final piece that we often forget. We talk a lot about the product and the customers. We've got to talk about the people as well. I really like a similar approach to what I think Andre was saying. To me, the approach around people is you set this one big audacious goal, it's one big thing, but you have to be very careful with the small bar raisers. The small things that either processes or the way you treat people, you have to I do this on a quarterly basis. I try to have one big theme for a quarter, as you're developing the people, and then having symbolic things that you make a big deal out of that might be small processes or small events or small things that are happening across the organization that everybody took for granted, like the way you do performance management. And you just make a big point of raising that while you're doing the big goal. And that continuous focus on the individuals, on treating them as a product and growing them will really reap a lot of benefits. So, certainly not rocket science. Are we hitting our product goals? Are we working efficiently? And are we growing our teams in a healthy way? Are people happy? Not very hard, right? Deceptively, every night when you're in the weeds, you can lose track of these things. But I recommend you try to at least ask these 3 questions and then go reach your own conclusions about what area do you need to go for, right? Do you need to focus more on the people side? Do you understand the goals? Is the team actually set up for success, and are they working the most efficient way? So I want to leave you with something to read next. I'm a big fan of, this actually has a video here, we're not going to play it. I'm a big fan of John Cutler. This is from a conference at Amplitude. This is a framework for improving product team performance. It's a little bit more, I think, advanced, abstract, intelligent than what I'm showing here, but it's very good read if you want to understand the system-wide approach to how you can continuously measure and improve how your team works. So highly recommend you watch or read this next. Thank you for your time and for your attention.
Thank you, Gonçalo. Thanks a lot. You can stay here with me. And it's funny to see that I could see in almost all the slides there were 3 bullets or 3 items. Very good. I'm going to try to keep it up. So we are going to answer the 3 most upvoted questions in just 3 minutes, and I invite the 3 of you to the stage. Let's go.
The 3 others,
exactly.
Thanks.
Let me give you this one. Okay, so yeah, we have the first one. I'm not sure if I can ask it. I'm going to try. Randy, could you please?
Punctuated equilibrium.
Amazing. Woohoo! Okay, thanks a lot, Randy. That was great. So yeah, now we have actually 2 questions that are kind of related. How do you avoid burnout and ensure a healthy team? And maybe let's go with that for both of you, Andre and Gonçalo, since you both talked about it. How can you keep the bar high and motivate people to work extra in a healthy way?
Yeah, so was the team, I'm going to go in order, right? Was the team participating in company profits? I'm assuming you're asking, was the team owner of equity? I think that's the question, and the answer is yes. Most of the earlier, I would say like almost everyone at Kitsch, nearly 200 people had equity. So when we sold, did they participate in the profits? Yes, they did. And we actually have quite a bunch of people here that can tell you that they did participate in the profits. So how do you justify the sustained crunch time? Like, it's not like we're shipping new business lines in 24 hours every 24 hours. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen anywhere. But the thing is, if people believe that it's worth it, if they came up with a solution, if they believe that they are uniquely equipped to deal with that, you don't actually have to tell them to do that. They'll tell you they want to do that. They'll do that. They won't even tell you. They'll just have it done. So I think it's not so much about the fairness of the crunch time. It's creating the systems and creating the motivation and creating the context that tells them that they're able to achieve that and do that. And, well, in the end, it worked because they did participate in the profits.
Great. Do you have something to add on that, Gonçalo?
No,
All
monkey.
good? The monkey, okay. Cool one. All right, then maybe we can go to a next one. And we're gonna go with could a delightful feature turn into a hateful one with overexposure?
I personally was not exposed to such a case, but it could be. The most important thing when it comes to delightfulness is to keep monitoring it all the time. So whether it turns into expectation or hatefulness, then in the worst case, it's very important to make sure that we track that. Also, there's this seasonality part. So for example, I want to share a very quick example. When I worked at Google Meet, we launched many background, like images. And some of them has been related to seasonality, like Christmas or Easter or Ramadan or Diwali. And so it's very important when we launch these kind of background that are supposed to be very delightful and seasonal, that we track how people are, did they really like it? Do they see it like meaningful for their events and seasonality? So, I mean, the balance there is to make sure that we are tracking the delight metrics.
Okay.
So there's a graphic I've used in presentations before that you might have seen. Mario plus flower equals Super Mario. And it says, you know, this isn't your product is not the flower. Your product is Super Mario. You're trying to create customers who are successful and delighted. What you're doing, what you're producing, the output to make that outcome will change over time. So yeah, you absolutely need to always be measuring and figure out what is the thing that's going to help them be successful or delighted at any point.
Great. Thank you for the insights. Maybe we'll go just with one more question since we're out of time for the break. And maybe we'll go with one on a slightly different topic, even though it's not the most voted one, on AI. Could you put it up? Yeah, that one. How to incorporate AI features when undergoing a digital transformation of a manufacturing company. Does anyone have insights on this one? It's a tricky one, but maybe for Randy. This is for Randy, for sure.
Okay, if anybody else wants to jump in on this, this is obviously got a lot of nuance to it. The question is, are you trying to do it for internal purposes to increase efficiency, because there's lots of ways you can potentially do that, or are you trying to do something that's customer facing in this space? And it's going to be very different, but going back to those basics of saying, what is it we're actually trying to accomplish, everything that everyone was talking about in trying to, whether it's delight or the basics and setting the right goals and the right timelines of the leading and the lagging metrics, looking at what your customers need, what's changed since AI has started to become more popular and available, what habits have changed for them, what are their expectations of success. We're not going to answer this question for you in 1 minute from the stage. But those are the basic toolkit to go back and use, and can grab any of us afterwards if you want to talk more.
All right, thank you so much. Give it one more last time for our speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just bear with me for just 1 more minute. And now we're going to take again a coffee break, and we'll see you in half an hour at 4:15. As before, we set up 2 areas on the upper floor and on the ground floor, and we'll have music by Tangara Duo. I hope we managed to fight the afternoon slump together and you learned a bit in this block of talks. At least I did, for sure. And I also have to say goodbye, as this is the end of me as an MC of the afternoon talks. Thank you. And yeah, we leave you in the capable hands of André Marquet, the CEO of Productized Conference, will be the MC for the remaining talks. And if you're curious about anything Product Weekend related, feel free to reach out to me. And if you attended the Product Weekend before, join me there for a group pic. And that's it. Hope you enjoy. Thanks a lot, and see you around.
Som, som. Agora sim. Vamos lá. Se ela perguntar, né? súplica. Ó Deus, perdoa esse pobre coitado que de joelhos rezou um bocado, pedindo pra chuva cair sem parar. Ó Deus, será que o Senhor se zangou e só por isso o sol se arretirou, fazendo cair toda a chuva que há? Meu Deus, eu pedi para o sol se esconder um tiquinho, pedi pra chover, mas chover de mansinho, pra ver se nascia uma planta no chão. Ó Deus, se eu não rezei direito, Senhor, me perdoe. Eu acho que a culpa foi desse pobre que não sabe fazer oração. Meu Deus, desculpe eu encher os meus olhos de água e ter lhe pedido cheio de mágoa pro sol inclemente se retirar. Desculpe eu pedir a toda hora pra chegar o inverno. Desculpe eu pedir para acabar o inferno que sempre queimou o meu Ceará. Perdoa esse pobre coitado que de joelhos rezou um bocado, pedindo pra chuva cair sem parar. Ó Deus, será que o Senhor se zangou e só por isso o sol se arretirou, fazendo cair toda a chuva que há? Meu Deus, eu pedi para o sol se esconder um tiquinho, pedi pra chover, mas chover de mansinho, pra ver se nascia uma planta no chão. Meu Deus, eu não rezei direito, Senhor, me perdoe. Eu acho que a culpa foi desse pobre que não sabe fazer oração. Meu Deus, perdoe encher os meus olhos de água e ter lhe pedido cheio de mágoa pro sol inclemente se retirar. Desculpe eu pedir a toda hora pra chegar o inverno. Desculpe eu pedir para acabar com o inferno que sempre queimou o meu Ceará. Vou fazer uma introdução aqui, que é o B, né? de rola, arreio de cangá. Eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar. Bolo de milho, broa e cocada. Eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar. Pede moleque, alecrim, canela. Moleque, sai daqui, me deixa trabalhar. José saiu correndo na feira dos pássaros e foi passando voando pra todo lugar. Tinha uma vendinha no canto da rua, onde o mangaeiro ia se animar, tomar uma bicada com angu assado e olhar pra Maria do Joá. Tinha uma vendinha no canto da rua, onde o mangaeiro ia se animar, tomar uma bicada com angu assado e olhar pra Maria do Joá. De cavalo em rabichol, eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar. Galinha, rapadura e graviola, eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar. Pago de candeeiro, panela de barro. Ai, menina, vamos embora, eu tenho que voltar. Chachá o meu roçado que nem boi de carro. Alpagatas de arrasto não quer me levar. E tem um sanfoneiro no canto da rua, fazendo floreio pra gente dançar. Tem Zé de Pulsina fazendo renda e o ronco do fole sem parar. Que tem um sanfoneiro no canto da rua, fazendo floreio pra gente dançar. Tem Zé de Pulsina fazendo renda e o ronco do fole sem parar. Muito obrigado. Qual que era a última? Era o ovo, né? Tem asa branca também. Eu vou mostrar pra vocês como se dança o baião. E quem quiser aprender, é favor prestar atenção. Morena, chegue pra cá, bem junto ao meu coração. Agora é só me seguir, pois eu vou mostrar o baião. Baião, 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 baião. Quando olhei a terra ardendo, qual fogueira de São João, eu perguntei, ó Deus do céu, ai, por que tamanha judiação? Eu perguntei, ó Deus do céu, ai, por que tamanha judiação? Muito obrigado. Mas é a última? O que vai ser? Xangô? Beiradeiro. Acho que sim. Os olhos tristes da fita rodando no gravador, uma moça cozendo a roupa com a linha do Equador, e a voz da santa dizendo: o que é que eu tô fazendo cá em cima desse andor? A tinta pinta o asfalto, enfeita a alma motorista, é a cor da cidade, batom no lábio nortista, o olhar vê tons tão sudestes, o beijo que vós me nordestes, arranha-céu da boca paulista. Cadeiras elétricas da Baiana, sentença que o turista cheire, o sem amor, o sem teto, sem paixão, sem alqueire. No peito do sem peito uma seta, e a cigana analfabeta, linda mãe de Paulo Freire. A contenteza do triste, tristezura do contente, vozes de faca cortando como o riso da serpente, são sons de sim, são sons de sim. São sons de sims, não, contudo, pé quebrado, verso mudo, grito no hospital da gente. Catolé do Rocha, praça de guerra, Catolé do Rocha, onde o homem pode berra. Catolé do Rocha, praça de guerra, Catolé do Rocha, onde o homem pode berra. Bari, 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 tem uma bala no meu corpo. Bari, 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 não é bala de coco. Bari, 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 tem uma bala no meu corpo. Bari, 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 não é bala de coco. São sons. São sons de sims, não contudo. Pé quebrado, verso mudo, grito no hospital da gente. Muito obrigado. Somos Tangará do... Foi um prazer estar convosco.
Okay, so welcome back. Yeah, it's the last part. We're almost done. So this is the last two talks of the conference now. And yeah, it's great to be back. Some people are still coming in, but we will, I'm just going to do a quick housekeeping. So guess what? We'll keep using Slido, but we're going to change the dynamic a little bit now. So instead of doing the questions at the end of this panel, we're going to do the top upvoted questions at the end of each talk. So we're going to have two talks now. So after the first talk, we'll do a Q&A session. And after the second talk, we'll do another Q&A session. But to get you guys going, and because I'm really curious about a few questions we have prepared here for you, let's put on Slido again, and let's see how you are going to answer this. So, what emoji best describes Productized Conference so far? Yeah, don't worry, we have a censor, so certain emojis will not show up. All right, mind-blowing, amazing. All right, really cool, really cool, really cool. I'm really happy that you guys are enjoying this. Such a nice cloud, such a nice cloud. Okay, so another question, maybe the most important question that we have asked you since the beginning of today. Are you coming to the after party? All right. Well, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. Is that because you are in the waiting list and you're not been accepted to the party? Well, anyways, definitely it's definitely a good answer. Let's see. If you are in the waiting list, talk to me. You might get a spot. So, back to our next talk. And although it's the end of the day, now is for sure not the time to sit back and calm down, because these next two talks are going to be super awesome. And our next speaker on stage is also a friend, Annabella Cesario. She has been a product manager, leader, and coach who is passionate about helping teams building better products customers love. Currently, she's VP of Product Management at OutSystems. Before that, she was leading product ops and has a huge set of experiences she formed into a set of principles that she will tell us about today. So welcome on stage, Annabella Cesario, with her talk, My Product Ops Principles. Annabella.
So, thank you, Andrea, for having me here. It's really amazing being here at Productized, especially because we are in Lisbon, my town. And today I'm going to talk about my principles, my leadership principles, my product management principles, and also my product operations principles. You will see that in the end of the day, they are the same. But let's move on. If you search Google, you will find that each and every single one of us makes 35 decisions per day. This is roughly one decision every second. Crazy, right? Crazy, right? Probably, I think that some of you, while I'm talking, decided whether or not to pay attention, right? To look at the phone or to drink a sip of water, right? But today, I will be talking about different principles. The ones that, I will be talking about different principles, the ones that we as a leader need to make every day, and the ones that our product management and product teams needs to do also every day. So, like Roy Disney says, it's not hard to make decisions when you know what your core values are. And this is particularly important when you think that, as a leader, sometimes you are not around to help your teams make decisions, to say a yes or no. And probably you would prefer like this, right? You would like to have some autonomy. So I see my role as a leader to give space and to teach my team how they can thrive in my absence and not just survive waiting for my decisions. So that's why I believe that each one of us should define and codify your own principles. This is really important, and especially because I think that each one of us is defined by our core values, not by the values of your company you work for. You are responsible for your career, and you need to take the lead. So sometimes, probably you think about, I would like to challenge you to define your own set of principles, right? And probably some of you would say to me, okay, but I have my product management principles, my company core values, so aren't those enough? Or I don't have time for that, so I will stick to those. But let me tell you that in my opinion, you should pay attention and you should find the time. Because you are not defined by the company you work for, but by your own principles. And that's why today I'm going to talk about the 7 principles that I have and that I used to bootstrap product operations 3 years ago at OutSystems. And my first principle is happy wife, happy life. now that I got finally your attention with this funky statement, let me do something different. Let's scratch wife, keep the main idea, and replace it by happy teams, happy customers, and happy stakeholders. And I think all of us recognize that when we are working in a team, and when we are happy, engaged, and we have a sense of purpose, this is halfway to have teams engaged and happy. So the people, I have some people in the room that know me, they know that everything I start a new challenge, a new team, I really spend a lot of time to get to know them better, to understand their problems and what is working for them and what is not working. So that's why at OutSystems, when we bootstrapped product operations with Gonçalo Gaiolas, the one that spoke before me, it just gave me a very simple challenge. Annabella, you need to improve the efficiency of the product management team. And that's it, right, Gonçalo? And, okay, I was kind of lost in the beginning, but I decided to use my product management mindset and experience. And I decided to treat product ops as my new product. And some of the product managers here know that a product does not exist without a customer, right? But in the beginning, who were my customers? What were their needs? It was not that obvious in the beginning. So, for that, we started the discovery phase looking for qualitative and quantitative feedback. And what we realized is that in 1 month, we talked with 60 stakeholders from different areas and departments of the company, and we raised 76 concerns. I can tell you this really worked well for us because we empathized with them and we understood their problems. And after that, we sat down with them and designed the just and right process or solution to solve their problems. My second principle, focus, focus, focus. This is so important nowadays because we are lost in the middle of so many requests. Everything is requesting something from us, right? And sometimes you don't have time to hit or even to breathe. So if you don't have time for this, how would we prioritize and manage stakeholders' expectations, right? So also, focus for me means that you need to learn how to say no. But in our job, how can we say no to such an important stakeholder like the CEO, the CTO? I know that is not easy, right? But we need to do it in order to succeed and survive as well. So I had to do this several times in the past, and for me to give myself focus and people around me. And I use a simple prioritization framework to help me to do this. Look, as you see, it's a simple Excel spreadsheet. And back then, based on the outcomes that we needed to achieve, we defined 4 prioritization vectors that would help us to be focused on the things that move the needle as a way to have impact in our organization. And back then, for us, everything was related with communication, frequency of an issue, reach a number of teams impact, and in the improvement of the product development lifecycle. And I can tell you that this tool was and still is critical in negotiations for us. Because when we need to say no to a stakeholder, we are able to empathize with them and explain that in order to drop his problem, we need to solve a much important one at the company level. My third principle, do it your way. So one of my favorite songs ever is My Way from Frank Sinatra. I really, since young, I love the message of this song because it teaches you that you are able to do things your way, to define your path in life, right? And what do I mean by doing it your way in this context? Do it my way, your way, our way. Is that you need, when you are working in a company, you need to really understand the company and the culture and solve the problems fitting the company needs. And at OutSystems, we also did it our way. So what we did was we tailored the product management function to our reality. And we were able to improve the efficiency of the product management team by 30% because we were able to address 60% of the use cases in a centralized way in just 6 months. And for this, we adopt the product management tool as a single source of truth that allows us to implement some of these cases, as I said, in a centralized way. So nowadays, we have product stakeholders giving us feedback on the tool. We are also able to define all the initiatives and prioritize them using prioritization vectors aligned with the company and the product strategy. And we have plenty of roadmap views also in the tool. So someone from Product Ops tailors roadmap views specific for different audiences, for engineering with more detail, for marketing, sales, and so on. And I can tell you that PMs love it because it's standardized things that take time and have had small value, like processes and tools, and allows PM to focus on the core competencies, the product, and the customer, of course. Principle number 4. Now the outcomes are the real thing. So modern product manager teaches that we should move away from outputs and focus on outcomes. I strongly believe on it. Because when you and your team have clear outcomes defined, you are able to understand how your work is contributing to the business, how you are delivering value to your customer, and also, really important as well, how your performance is being measured. So at OutSystems, we define in the beginning focus clear areas for our Product Ops team. And for each area, we define a mission to give the team purpose. We define clear outcomes to focus on delivering the right value and ensure they have that present. And we also define metrics to ensure that we were able to measure the success and the work we were doing, but also to show other people the value that we were delivering. And I can tell you that this outcomes-first approach was really a game-changing event for us because it allowed us to showcase our value and as a way to have impact as in the leadership team. Principle number 5, amplify the good in people. So, probably Star Wars fans. Yoda is one of my preferred characters on Star Wars. But in this case, what I mean by amplifying the good in people. As a leader, you really has the responsibility of give your team space, find the right challenge for them, so they can learn. But you are also responsible for train them, because training is really important to help them grow. Some people around me believe the product management mastery comes from the day-to-day work, and for us to learn with our mistakes and other people's mistakes. I strongly believe in training, because I know as a leader, if I don't train my people, for sure, others will do. And that's why we created OutSystems. Gonçalo, back then, gave me the budget, thank you, Gonçalo, to invest on an internal academy. We created the OutSystems B2B Product Management Academy. and we invite some product gurus like Brucey McCarthy, like Tammy Rice. Tammy, are you here? Yeah. You are the first teacher, trainer that we brought, and we love you. You did an amazing job. And this was really important because we brought people that know the drill and that they came and tailored the academy to our needs, speaking the OutSystems language. And I can tell you that the academy has a return of time invested of 4.5 in 5. PMs really recognize the value, and they tell us that the academy is helping them to do a better job. Principle number 6, change is the only constant, right? I think all of us agree on this. Let me tell you a personal story. A couple of years ago, a former colleague from a different company described me as a survivor. Do you know why? Because I spent probably 15 years in that company, and the company changed a lot. We had good moments, bad moments, but I was there. I stuck there for a lot of time. And thinking about it, I think it was because I learned with the change. I embraced the change, I was able to learn with that change. Do you remember those, Kodak and Nokia? As many others, they were not able to innovate, to keep up with the change. So that's why whenever I have a new challenge, I don't resist it. I embrace it, I try to do my best, I try to put some passion on it, because if I don't do that, I know that for sure I will fail. At OutSystems, up until recently, we had two product operations, two ops teams. Product operations helping PMs and engineering operations helping engineer. Two teams, two different operating models, same goal, but with some silos in between. I think you guys are seeing the picture, right? And lately we decided to unify the teams to improve the efficiency. Now again, as a leader, I'm leading the transformation. I need to create one team, hopefully improve the model and the way we work. So guess what I did? Using these principles, I create a simple change management process. I call it Change Management 101, where I apply these principles and I keep it simple. Again, talking with people, understand the problems, design the solutions with them, and continue improving it. Last but not the least, principle number 7. Everything is a product, even you. It's true. Tammy, and speaking about Tammy, I love your workshop. And sorry, I copied this quote. But I will not be talking about career goals. I will be talking about us, the way we should look at us, monitor us, and have self-care with us. Because I'm talking about this because I believe that a team is an image of the leader. Teams mimic what you do, the good things and the bad things. So as a leader, I believe that you need to be well in order to help your team. So now, stop. Everyone stop. Look at me. Now, think about you are a product manager, and you will think about your most important product, yourself. Now, log in into your dashboard. Go to real-time analytics. But this time, okay, forget the users, forget the revenue, forget logins, and see how you are doing regarding exercise, food, family. Are you spending the right time with your family, with your friends? So are your dashboard green, yellow, or red? Okay, I think you already choose the color. There are there are several ways for you to do that. If you don't have a dashboard, I'm assuming that you might not have, or you might. There are several techniques. This is one, the pyramid of Maslow, the hierarchy of needs. I don't use this. I keep it really simple. Several times years ago, I decided, and I stopped for a while, and I decided what is my good, bad, and ugly. And I can tell you that over the years, I really understand myself, and I'm able to monitor this. And also, I'm super comfortable talking about my ugly and my bad. So I know what are my strengths and what are my weaknesses, and I'm comfortable to talk with them, even with my team. I don't feel that I'm weaker for that. So when my dashboard it's yellow or red, I know that I got distracted and I'm missing some of the things that you are seeing in this picture. My family, my friends, exercise, my dog King. So as a leader, please take care of yourself. Avoid your churn, that in this case is burnout. For me, what works really well is a good night of sleep. Everything looks better in the other day when you have a very good night of sleep. So now I'm curious. What about your principles? Did I spike some interest on you to define them? I really hope so. But if you decide to do it, please, please don't use ChatGPT. Be careful, you are deciding your principles, so use your heart and your mind and do it your way. Thank you. But wait. I have a surprise for you. And to talk about that, I will invite Patricia Cadet, my Product Ops partner in crime, to announce it.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. As some of you might know, or might not know, we have been doing quite a job of sharing knowledge on Product Ops. It's been a pleasure, and some of you even asked us and said, well, maybe you should write a book on it. There's a saying in Portuguese, não há fome que não dê fartura. So we are, and that roughly translates, scarcity creates abundancy. So we're very happy to take Melissa's great lead. And yeah, we are turning our talk series, Product Ops and Rap, into a book. So that is the great news coming into 2024 by Orale.
But wait again, because you are here in this amazing conference and because we love you, you will have access to the first 2 chapters of the book for free.
Raw, unedited, so be kind. Just scan the QR code, give us feedback, and have fun with it. Just search by Product Ops and Rap, Annabella Cesario or Patricia Cadet, and it should be good to go. So,
thank you. Yeah. Now?
Bye.
I'm open for Q&A.
Okay, thank you, Annabella. Don't run away because we have some questions for you. So let's see what Slido has for you. So we're going to take 2 questions,
I will not run,
right?
just getting water.
Okay, so the 2 most voted questions. How do you measure product manager efficiency?
Ooh.
Because I think you talk about 4.4, if I understood right. So how do you get to that number? Or
Okay, we have different metrics, so it's a very good question. So when I talk about the metric that you talk about is the success of the academy, the value. In this case, the question is about efficiency. What we do is really simple math, so keep it simple. We count the time that PMs spend on things like bureaucratic stuff. We multiply it by the number of people in the team, and we get your number. And then we did the math, so one product ops person is able to do and do it better a job that they take them too long. So that's why I sum all the use cases that, for instance, the tool implements, and then we define the rationale. It was the 30-60 was based on this.
All right, I'm going to talk about it on the book, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so second question. In general, how did you define the outcomes and metrics for the teams, bottom up? And if it was bottom up, was it the teams, product and tech, or just PMs?
Okay, the story that I share was just PM. Now I need to do it for the combined team. I use kind of mix of two. With Gonçalo, we defined the direction, where we wanted to be. And then based on the interviews and the outcomes that we wanted to achieve, we defined that the focus areas, and each team had a metric and outcome. So I did it like this.
Okay, and I know I told two, but I think this last one, it's so to the point of your talk today. Can you be specific about how do you make people happy? Is motivation enough?
Oh, I hope someone from my team would answer this, but Patricia, do you want to take
anyone
this
from
one? You are
your team here?
No, because you are from my team, so the question is for you.
Okay.
How
so
do
Patricia,
I make you?
We have a mic there.
Oh,
if
sorry.
you want,
So
you can take
it
the
will
mic.
take 2 turns.
Yeah.
No, I think okay. So the way I see it, and you can talk with Patricia to see if I'm seeing it right. I think I listen to them and I understand what they want. And I'm lucky to work with clever people that are ambitious. So for me, it's easy. I just need to give them space and create the conditions for them to grow. And in the end of the day, if they have a problem, they come to me and I will support them. So
All right.
if I had to summarize it, I would do it.
You are there for them.
Yeah, I am.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Isabella, and thank you also, Patricia, for coming on stage and for being with us. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Okay, so last but definitely not least, I want to welcome someone on stage who is also an absolute expert in her field, Melissa Perri, who is already at Productized for the second time. Last time was back in 2018, and we must have done something right. So thank you so much for being with us, Melissa. Melissa is a strategic advisor, author, and board member that works with executives to enable growth through building impactful product strategies and organizations. Currently, Melissa is the CEO and founder at Products Labs, which offers e-learning for product people through Product Institute and the CPO Accelerator. She's also a board member and a board advisor for scale-up companies and runs the Product Thinking podcast, which I guess most of you have heard. Melissa previously taught product management at Harvard Business School. The title of her talk today is Beyond the Build Trap, and please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker today, Melissa Perri. Thank you.
Hi, how's everybody doing? Good? How was your day? Let's hear a round of applause for everybody. What a day. I am so excited that I got to sit here and actually listen to all the talks too. And we're going to see some trends because I'm going to pull some of the things that we heard about product strategy, product operations together to help close us out. I'm very excited to be back in Lisbon. As we heard, I was here in 2018. Lisbon's one of my favorite cities. So anytime I get to come back here, good for me. So thank you all for having me again. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about beyond the build trap. So back in 2018, actually when I was here, that's wild. Like, I think right after I came here, I released the book, Escaping the Build Trap. And I'd worked 2.5 years on it, and I poured my heart and soul into this book, talking about what good product management looks like. So I had been working with companies for years on standing up product management, getting them to understand what product managers do, do we even need product managers, right? I love that question. And I found that over time, looking back from where we came from around 2015 to now, we've actually made some really good progress to get product management on the map. I mean, there's 400 of you here. We've got product managers being hired all the time. It's one of the hardest jobs to actually hire for, so we're making really good progress. So what I've been observing in companies is that we finally don't have to fight about things like, should we go talk to customers? Should we build a prototype, right? Should we do MVPs? Although not everybody still knows what an MVP is, but that's okay. We're working on that. Is UX design important? And of course, some companies are, further along than others, but I think it's safe to say that many companies, and I've been observing this from leadership teams too, understand that product management is important, and they understand that we need to do these things right? We need to get people focused on the problem. We need to make sure they're testing. We need to make sure they're experimenting, all of those things. So I'm really excited about that. But we still have some ways to go, right? So like everybody else in the world, I have a podcast. Whoops. But on the podcast, I let people write into me on this Dear Melissa segment and ask me any question. And at the end of 2022, I went through all these questions, and I tried to figure out what were product managers concerned about and what's happening in the industry. And it came down to two big themes that people were asking about. They said, okay, I get the product management thing now, but how do we scale this through an organization, right? What do we do to make sure product management value scales? And then two, it was how do I get the rest of my company on board? Right? How do I get everybody else to understand that product management is important? So we're still seeing some of this friction, right? What I've observed out there, though, is that we have a bunch of leaders going, I want to be product-led, right? And then we get a bunch of product managers that are saying, I want to be product-led. But when we actually try to implement that in the company and do product-led things, it's like pulling teeth to get everybody to actually do that. Right? Sales is like, yeah, I didn't know what I was talking about. I don't want to do that. Right? Like marketing is like, nah. Right? Development's like, let's not be product-led. Let's just get away from that. So there's some energy out there about this, and yet we're still facing friction. Why does that happen? Why can't we actually implement this? Well, one thing that's happening in a lot of organizations is that they misinterpret what product-led means. And they think that product-led means product management rules everything, right? They think the product managers make all the decisions and they're not allowed to have any input whatsoever. So they think their product management team's going to be like, listen to me, peons, you must do everything that I tell you to, right? And there's some product managers out there as well who also think that's true. That's not true, right? This is not actually what product-led means. It doesn't mean that product managers rule the world. It doesn't mean that the other functions in an organization are less. So what does product-led actually mean? Well, it means that the product leads our growth, right? And we're organizing around the product and the value that it provides to our customers, the problems it solves, the values that we provide through our solutions to lead the growth of the company. So what we're trying to do is all work together as a team to make sure that that product is so valuable that customers really want it. So that's what product-led really means, right? That's what we have to concentrate. And yet a lot of people still confuse this, and they're not really on board. So when we think about actually doing product-led stuff, we have to understand that it takes a lot to actually go into defining a product. It's not just a product manager sitting in a corner making a decision, right? They have to go get the customer and user research. They've got to go get market research and data to synthesize that, right? Talking to product marketing, talking to the marketing folks, talking to business folks, financial data, implications on sales, user data, technology implications. So building a product is a team sport, right? It takes everybody actually coming around this to bring it together. And that's incredibly important. And that's something that we need to remember. So what's happening here is the reason we're not doing this and we're not aligning around it is because as companies, we're really good at working small, but we're not good at thinking big, We're not thinking about how this all comes together and works together to create great products. So why, right? Why are we all stuck thinking small? Well, it's kind of the culture of what we look at in our organizations. And I want to talk about what culture really looks like. And I love this definition. So while national cultures are based on deeply held values, organizational cultures are more concerned with practices. And the repetition of those practices or behaviors within a workplace help to define the organization's culture. So think about your organization's culture. What are the practices or behaviors that you're doing in service of product? Right? What do people do every day? What do they say every day? What do we really communicate when we talk about product management? Well, what happens is our practices and our behaviors and our language, they all go back to these things. And these things are very specific to just product management, right? Just our product team, UX team, and our developers. And we don't talk about how everybody comes together to help contribute to the product across the organization, like sales and marketing. So when we talk about thinking big versus working small, we get so stuck sometimes in the processes, in the agile bullshit, right? All that type of stuff. And we're not really thinking about how does this scale to the rest of the organization? How do we build great products? And that's missing. That kind of mentality is missing in many organizations. So that's what we're trying to solve here. And I like to liken this to a little analogy. So let me give you an example here. Pretend you run a restaurant. I like to eat, so let's run a restaurant. You hire a chef who's fantastic at cooking vegetables. This person can julienne anything, they can make all these fantastic vegetables. You hire somebody else who's fantastic at meat, they can cook all this beautiful fish, all this meat, they got that, right? You got somebody who's doing the sauce, I know there's a name for it, I don't remember what it is. And then you get all these people individually working on this stuff, you put it together on a plate, and you serve it to people, and if you don't have the right ingredients, they're gonna be like, this is crap, right? Because there's no menu, right? You didn't think about how that fish went with that sauce, went with those vegetables, how it all came together to make a great experience. Instead, you let everybody in a silo work on their own. And it's the same if you think about the lines in a kitchen, right? To make a successful kitchen, if you want to be a 3 Michelin star restaurant, right, and not a McDonald's, you got to tell everybody over here how we work together. You've got to have a beautiful menu that brings everything together. You've got to have a great experience. You've got to have a great recipe for your food. It can't just be about one individual's skills or one function's skills. So that's how we get to working like a great kitchen, and this is what's kind of missing. So why is this missing in organizations, and why are people reluctant to actually move towards a product-led mindset that can get us there? Well, it really comes down to 2 things. The first is a lack of knowledge. The other disciplines in organizations, they just don't know how to work with product management. So I hear this a lot from sales leaders. I work with a lot of CEOs. I work with a lot of financial people too. And they go, how do I plug in, right? I don't know where we fit into this process, right? Does product management just go do everything over here, or do I get a say as well? So they just don't know how it works, and they're not really sure how they fit into the picture. The other thing that causes all this friction is a lack of control, of course, right? Because now when we say we're going to product-led and we are having product managers make ultimate decisions on things, they feel a lack of control. And in many organizations, as we shifted from being, let's say, sales-driven or marketing-driven or business-driven if you work in a bank, usually the GM or that business person, they were in control, right? They made all the decisions and they didn't need to collaborate across it. So now they're feeling a lack of control and they don't know how, again, they fit in and what they can actually control. So these 2 things are causing a lot of friction in these organizations, and that's something that we have to solve, and we can solve through product management. So the 2 things that get us there, that help actually solve these problems, is a concentration on product strategy, and product strategy tells us what we're gonna work on, right? What we're gonna go after, why we're going after it, how we all lead the way. And then how we do it is product operations, right? How do we all come together to actually execute on that? And those two things can help us move our organizations in a better product-led way. The biggest gap I see in organizations, and we've been talking about this a lot today, I heard Tammy talk about it, I heard Gonzalo talk about it, product strategy. There is a huge lack of product strategy in organizations. And this really prevents us from doing great work as product managers, right? It prevents us from all coming around building great products. So think about product strategy as your recipe, right? It's the recipe for your dish and how it all comes together to really be delicious. But it's not just that, it's the whole experience, right? It's the whole experience of how the restaurant works so that they can deliver a fantastic product. So we need to nail that so that we can all start working in the same direction. So when there is a lack of strategy, you can actually see some perceived gaps. And I wrote about this in Escaping the Build Trap. So this concept comes from Stephen Bungay in The Art of Action. How many people have read The Art of Action? Anybody in here? I heard a couple people read it. It's a fantastic book on strategy deployment and where you can see these gaps. So what Stephen talks about is that we have outcomes, plans, and actions, and when they're all aligned and we're moving in the right direction, we can see these things align and hit our strategy. But if there is a difference between our plans and our outcomes, if there's a gap between those, so we make these plans and then we're not hitting the outcomes we thought, there's a knowledge gap. And what you can see in your organization with the knowledge gap is when leaders demand more information. They don't know what's going on. How many people have leaders that go, tell me what you're working on. Give me access to your Jira. Right? I want to report every single day of what all the teams are doing. I had a CEO that I was working with in a 5,000-person company digging through Jira, trying to figure out what was going on. And I was like, get the hell out of Jira. This is not for you. I can't even understand what's in Jira because it's a mess. Like, that's not going to help you, right? But this is a knowledge gap. What they're doing, what's happening here with the knowledge gap, is that they keep demanding more information because they don't understand how the actions of the teams are and the plans that you're making actually produce outcomes. They can't see that connection right there. Now, when there's a gap between our plans and our actions, that's an alignment gap. So for example, we got all these plans going on, and teams might be going in so many different directions. So this is when you could be peanut buttering your strategy, is what I like to call it, right? We've got 500 teams running in 8,000 different directions, and we're not producing anything, right? Like we feel like we're working like crazy, but we're not hitting goals, right? We're not seeing meaningful work. We're working really small, and we're working really spread out. So that's when there's an alignment gap. This also gets produced when you have sales coming over to you and saying, build this thing. And you're like, no, I'm building this thing. And they're like, but I told you to build this thing. And you're like, okay, which one do I go with, right? Alignment gap across the organization. The last gap is between your actions and your outcomes, right? What the teams are actually doing, aligning it back to outcomes, and that's the effects gap. So we're doing all of this work, and then what, right? Everybody's running around. We've got like 5,000 people developing. What did the business do? Did it actually achieve anything? Did we hit any goals? Did we make money? Did we actually produce results? Now, when we perceive an effects gap, what happens? We start blaming everybody. It's the developer's fault. They didn't code fast enough. It's the product manager's fault, because it's always our fault. It's the marketing team's fault. It's the sales fault, right? So people start shifting the blame over and over to each other because they're like, what happened? Why did we all fall apart? So this is a good sign that you are lacking strategy, if you see any of these gaps. Now, what happens here and why we lack it is because we usually have some kind of company vision on top, and then we just got a bunch of solutions. So it's like the CEO goes, we want to be the best bank, right? Make money. That's our vision. Make money, right? And then they go to the teams, and the teams are like, what? How do you want me to make money? You want me to go work at McDonald's on the street? I can make money, right? How, right? How do we actually put this all together? So what's missing here is what I call the missing middle. And there's a lot of layers here, but we're missing some strategic layers on our strategy. So what we do typically is start at the top of the company vision, and we just do those options on the bottom, and we do not do anything in the middle. So Tammy and Gonzalo both talked about strategic intents. This is incredibly important. As an organization, we have to come together as a whole business to set our priorities for strategic intents, which means across all of our divisions, how do we work together to achieve our goals? What's most important? Is it going upmarket or is it expanding geographically? Like, which one are we going to choose? And strategic intents affect everybody, not just product managers, right? They affect the entire company and they align the entire company. So your leadership, your senior leadership usually sets that. It's 1 to 3 years out. This all scales on a time horizon based on how fast you can ship. If you ship fast, you can achieve these things faster. If you ship slow, it's going to take a little longer. Bigger the company, usually the slower you ship. You can see where I'm going with this. Once you have that, now we can set the product strategy, right? Now we can look at our product portfolio and we say, how do these software products come together to actually achieve that company vision, right? How do we actually get that far? And that's what our chief product officers and our VPs do collaboratively to figure out how all the individual products come together. Now, if you don't have more than one product, that part goes away. That's okay. You skip down to the next piece. So then we're going to look at the individual product strategies. What does that product do to grow? What are our initiatives there? And we're prioritizing the big problems we want to solve for our customers. This is problem-focused, right? Value-focused, how we can actually achieve things for customers. And then the teams figure out the solutions. So what a lot of companies are doing are just skipping these middle pieces. And instead, they're like, get ARR. And then they say, build that, right? Build this one thing, build this workflow, get ARR. So they're not connecting all these things up and down and across. And that's what really produces these gaps. So why do we do that? Traditionally, in organizations, what's happening is that as we grow, we start to silo with a lot of functional specialties, right? We got your product department, we got your marketing department, we got your CRO and sales department, we got your customer service, everybody, right? Sometimes teams have huge C-suites, and everybody has their own strategy. So the CEO's like, go make strategies. So then product's got its strategy, marketing's got a strategy, CRO has a strategy, and nobody has a combined strategy. Right? Like nobody's actually coming together to do those things. So they're working independently and deploying it down, but they're not really working across. And what's happening over time, and SaaS companies are already there, but some of these software-enabled companies like banks and stuff are catching up, is we're starting to realize that it's not good to work in functions because we need to collaborate around the product. And our product and our businesses are getting very intertwined. Right? It used to be that we saw sales as the business, right? And product and tech were like, there wasn't even product, but like tech was just the IT people over there. So like, we just told them what to do and we figured it out from the business. But as we become more software driven, as organizations see software as like a really key part, they're realizing that these things are coming together. And even in large banks, for example, you're starting to see a merging of business people and product people into the same type of teams, or we got product people with the business mindset, right, who are taking over as GMs. So in order to be product-led and get around this, we need all those functions to start working together, and especially at the C-suite, right? It starts at the C-suite where all of these people should be getting together and creating the strategic intents. And this is a big issue for companies, because if you have sales arguing with product, arguing with marketing, arguing with technology, and everybody's not aligned, it's almost always because there's some lack of strategic intents that cut across everybody. It's the #1 issue that I've fixed with companies that have aligned them. Like once you fix this problem, there's a lot of other problems to fix, but it does fix a major issue, right, of alignment and where we're going. So this is the most important thing that the C-suite could be working on. But for us, on the teams, as a director of product, as a VP of product, when we're thinking about our product strategies, we also need to work together with the rest of the organization. We need to be going to talk to sales about what they're hearing from customers, what they see. We need to talk to tech about what are capabilities that we have, how do we scale, how do we look at our platform, and we have to work with design, marketing, everybody. So we need to really treat this as a team sport where we are the people at the center helping to bring people together, right? It's not just an individual area. So to do this, we need to have a good strategy framework that allows us to come together and start to think about these things. So to set the different layers, I like to refer to something that I call the product kata, which is based off Toyota kata. So to set each one of those intents to set that strategy, what we need to be doing is deploying strategy down. So for example, the C-suite would go, here's my strategic intents, here's my vision, as Gonzalo said, like that's what he communicates to people. And then they understand it, they start to understand the direction. Then they go and analyze the current state. And Tammy mentioned this before. Now you have to say, where are we with my area in relation to where we're going? What's the current state? And to do that, you need a ton of data, right? You need to do data and analysis. A big issue I see people do is we wait till November to go set our roadmaps for next year, and we lock ourselves in a room, and we don't do any data and analysis to figure out where we are today before we actually set the goals for next year. That is bad, right? That doesn't actually help us set good strategy. Once you have that, that's where you set the next goal, right? That's where you set your piece of strategy, and then you can execute towards the goal. And that's where all these experiments, MVPs, prototyping, that type of stuff comes in, right? We need to do this work before we just jump into experimentation. It's not just about experimenting for the sake of experimentation. It's not about running as many A/B tests as you can. It's about getting to that direction, right? And once you do that, you start to feed back and analyze the results and start to think about, okay, where am I now? And hopefully you're closer to the goal, right? So what this type of framework does is it promotes learning. And it should promote learning across an organization where you're constantly like, where am I? What problems are standing in the way of me getting there? How do I actually tackle those problems? And what did I learn from doing that? Now, this is not just for product managers, right? I feel like a lot of times we've been told, or the way that I've seen people be trained at organizations is it's like, go train all the product managers, but we're not training the leaders, right? We're not training the middle level. So this actually scales with strategy deployment. Like executives need to do the same exact thing to set the strategic intents. They have to deploy it down to the CPOs and the VPs of product. The CPOs involved in the top as well. So they do it for the portfolio strategy, it comes down to the product strategy, and then it comes down to the teams. Right? So everybody has to be analyzing these current states, figuring out what the next goal is, and you're taking basically a large vision and making it a little bit more concrete to set direction. This is not about dictating exactly what to do. It's about confining things to the directions that we want to go to. So when you do this as well, this shouldn't be just super top-down. What it is it goes top down, bottom up. So at each level here, we're actually feeding back up into the organization. So CEO and the exec team feeds down the strategic intents. The product people go, okay, this is what I think we can do with the portfolio strategy. Do we have to refine our strategic intents based on what we can deliver? Do we have to actually see if they're realistic? And we go up and down and across. So we're aligning at each level here. And then we're communicating the feedback once we hit the goals or get closer to them above, and we keep adjusting. So this is cyclical, right? So this is constantly evolving. Now, if you do strategy well like this too, what should happen is this should be continuous. So we shouldn't have to lock ourselves in a room in November and make up a roadmap that we're going to throw out in 3 weeks, right? It's something where there's an arbitrary dates when it comes to years. Right? Arbitrary dates when it comes to product strategy. Nobody really accomplishes everything by December 31st, right? Some things need to go a little bit longer. So if we think about these in time horizons and we get ahead of setting strategy, what we could be doing is adding new initiatives as we go along, instead of just throwing everything out and starting over again in November. So this should be continuous. And that's the goal that we want to get to. That is the pillar of doing strategy well and deploying strategy well. What this also does is it helps us connect what we're doing back to the money. So one of the big issues that I hear from CEOs a lot is, my product managers are not business-minded. Has anybody ever been told that? Like, you're not business-minded enough, you don't connect to the financials? I've been told that in the past, for sure. Like, this was a huge learning for me personally. How does the financials of a company and the way you make money connect down to your work? And if you get good at telling that story, you're going to see a different side to the executives. They're going to start to understand what you're doing. So a lot of times when we're communicating about process, we're communicating about some of the work that we're doing, but we're not tying it back to what executives talk about, which is money. ARR, company growth, how we're doing that. If you align all of those strategies up and down, it becomes really easy for you to say, my team is working on this workflow. And what that does is it contributes to this product initiative, and that product initiative is directly tied to this strategic intent, which is going to allow us to expand geographically, which is tied to this expansion in TAM or SAM. It's incredibly hard to pull things back to the money without having an aligned strategy, and it makes it harder for everybody. So if you have executives asking you, I don't know what I get for my investment, or tell me what my ROI is, it's usually because we're missing those pieces to connect the money back. So when we do this well, that becomes really, really easy, and it becomes a lot more transparent for them. So that is why product strategy is so important. That is why it really helps bring organizations together more towards this product-led mindset. Now, the hardest part with product strategy is this piece, too, is analyzing this current state and getting the data analysis. And that's a big issue. How many people can look up right now any data to see how their products are performing and at the drop of a button, not ask anybody else? You have full power to data. Couple people? Cool. Not as many as I would like to see, but I'm glad that you guys can. So this is a big issue for many companies because they're not empowering their product folks to go get the data they need. That is where product operations comes in. So product operations is about the how, right? How do we inform strategy? How do we get the data that we need? How do we do the processes set strategy? But how do we enable our product managers and our product teams to do great work? It's an enablement metric, right? It's an enablement function. So Annabella told us a little bit about how they do product strategy as well. I'm going to break down what our philosophy is on it too. So this is a way that your kitchen works, right? So think about this as your product operating model. How do you all come together to build great products? When we look at product operations, we have three main functions and pillars that we look at. One is business data and insights, and that's really aggregating data that we have internally so that we can monitor and create strategy. The second one is customer market insights. It's getting the right data into the right teams, into the product teams, about qualitative information. It's not doing user research for you. It's about streamlining user research so that you can talk to customers and you get the right feedback. The last one is about process and governance. And this is about how we operate as a product team and how we interact with other disciplines as well. How sales gets plugged in, how marketing gets plugged in. Now, the thing about this is you don't have to have all three of these things to get started with product operations. You can start from anywhere, and it depends on what your biggest problem is as an organization. I also want to point out that a lot of the stuff that you're going to see up here too, as I go through it, it's not necessarily super new. There's probably people in your organization doing this today, and that's fine, right? We just haven't called it product operations before. And what's happened is usually it's a poor product manager doing it off the side of their desk in their spare time, right? I had to go learn MongoDB to pull information out of a database when I should have been doing product management work, but I'm taking a 3-month-long class to try to query stuff, you know? That's the type of stuff that product operations helps to fix, right? It lets you concentrate on product management. And that's what we're getting at with these, with this actual function. So it helps both leaders and product managers. Now, business data and insights, we talked about all of the stuff that we need to look at to set strategy. This information comes from a lot of different places. And usually what's happening is it's locked up in different systems. We've got Salesforce, we've got Amplitude, we've got a financial system, you know, for accounting somewhere. We've got a bunch of notes that somebody took on user research somewhere. We can't find it all, and we're not aggregating it into a way where product managers can just look at it and be able to query things and get the answers they want for success metrics. So that's what business data and insights solves. It gets you the right information to create the strategy, all this stuff going in, and then it allows you to monitor as well with the right dashboards, the KPIs, and the reporting so that you know if you're on the right path. So a company that does this really well is Doodle. So Stephanie Lua, who is the CPO of Doodle, they've got 32 million customers, which is a lot of customers, a lot of data. But from the get-go, they said, we are going to set ourselves up so that anybody can get information about what we're doing in this organization. And they empowered them. They empowered every single member of the organization to be able to go into their business analytics tool, which they use Popsicle for, and just pull the information out so they can monitor what they're doing. And they connect it all the way back up to the financials. So everybody, all the product managers can connect their stuff back to the financials. Stephanie said, I can go in there, monitor my strategy, set my strategy. I don't have to ask for things from the data team because they made it possible to pull it all together. That's powerful, right? So if you're a scale-up company that's growing really fast, when I worked with a lot of scale-up companies with Insight, and I still work with a lot of scale-up companies, I say start here. I say start with business data and insights because the mark of a scale-up is being able to make strategic decisions very quickly because you're growing very fast. So you want to make sure that you're armed with data and you can monitor that strategy and change course if you have to. So that's where we would start, usually in a scale-up company. Now, the other part is customer and market insights. So Fidelity, which is a huge investment firm in the United States, they're global as well, they've got 85,000 people. Like they're Fortune 50 company here. They are trying to make it possible for people to go out in a very regulated, highly compliant area and talk to customers, get that customer research. So Jen Cardello, who I worked with at Athena Health previously to her going to Fidelity, she heads up their UX research function, their research ops function. And what her team does is makes it possible for product managers and anyone really in the organization to get customer insights. So what they do is they have, for example, a system called Lighthouse that aggregates all of the user research being done, dumps it in there so anybody can query and learn about the customers. So now if you have a question about how customers behave, what's going on, you go to Lighthouse, you look it up, and then you can see. Now, if the answer is not there, her team will help you set up different user research sessions. They'll make sure you're well-trained in user research. They also make sure they're compliant. So even in a heavily regulated industry, and especially Fidelity, they can't just go out on the street and talk to customers and like lean startup their way into things. Lots of regulations, right? So she takes it to go democratize research, and she trains different product managers, and her teams train product managers, and they certify them to be compliant, and then they allow them to go out and talk to more customers. So they're finding ways, even in a highly regulated area, to go out and still get customer research, and she's making it easier for people to do that. That's what the customer and market insights team is. The strategic research function at Fidelity, too, they are looking at how do we size these different opportunities. So what are competitors doing in this space? What's the total addressable market in this space? What's a serviceable addressable market? And they help people model that, and especially product managers, so that they can decide whether or not to launch new products, bring things to market, and they get that data and that business validation in. So it's a really important function. So that is a great place to start if you have a trouble getting in touch with customers, you're not getting the user feedback that you want, it's really hard, it's really cumbersome. This is where I would start. The last one is about the process and governance and bringing people together. So Christina Tuaro started the product operations function at Pendo. And where they started was trying to bridge this gap between product and sales. So sales was like, we hate product, they don't give us roadmaps. And product was like, we're not talking to sales anymore because they keep overselling the roadmaps. So they're just fighting, right? Nobody's ever had that problem before, I guarantee it. Everybody's fighting with each other. Now, they said there's got to be a better way. What's going on? So Christine was a product manager, put on her product manager hat, went out there and said, what's going on, guys? And she found out that the sales team was not understanding what was coming out. They didn't know, what anybody was building until it was too late. So they couldn't get ahead of the sales. They felt like product management wasn't listening to them when they said like, hey, big customers are going to churn, they're going to leave us. They felt like they weren't being heard. Product was saying stuff like, well, we never got that information from sales. They really only call us when they have to yell at us. So we don't know what's going on with their side, right? Like they're not keeping up the flow. And every time I give them a roadmap, they oversell it. They promise other stuff to the people they're selling to. It's just not good. So Christine went in and said, let's create a process to work better together. She said, how do we make sure that insights from sales are making it back to product? They created a system to collect all the insights, figure out what was the most important things, tag it back to customer problems, and give it to product managers and to the right product managers so they got the insights. They created a process as well where product would update sales about the roadmaps. And they said, here's what's coming up, here's what you can talk about, here's things that you can get ahead of so that you meet your quotas. And by doing this, they actually built a really good bridge between product and sales where they stopped fighting with each other and they started to actually work better together. So this is what the process and governance piece is about. It's about building bridges between areas and showing people where they fit in, because you do need those insights from sales. But we also don't need them to oversell the roadmap, right? Like, I don't want them out there promising everything. And I've seen that happen a lot. So I was leading a product transformation at Athena Health across 350 Scrum teams, and we had that issue as well, where we would say, hey, we're building something, somebody would oversell it, everybody was mad. So I went, why? What's going on here? Turns out the sales teams didn't understand that prototypes were not coded and functioning. They were so good at clickable prototypes that they thought they were live, right? There was a misunderstanding. They didn't know. So everybody's going to sales, trying to show it, trying to show to customers, and they're like, sweet, let's sell all of this. And we're like, oh no, that's like a year away. And then they're like, what? We wanted it. It's live. We saw it. It exists. So we went in and we actually created this framework that helps a lot. We said we're going to tag everything in Jira and in the kind of the product initiative space, discovery, experiment, alpha, beta, or generally available. And we created guidelines. We said if it's in discovery or it's an experiment, there's a very good chance we're probably not building it. That doesn't get communicated to sales. We do not talk about those things. They will not see them on a roadmap. And we said, if you happen upon one of these things, salespeople, you cannot sell it because we're probably going to kill it and your customers will be mad. If it's an alpha, we are going to solve that problem, but we're still working on a solution. It might not look exactly like what we have today, but it's usually a preliminary coded feature. And if it's in beta, we're definitely releasing it. We're just testing it for scale and making sure that nothing breaks. So if it's an alpha or beta, you're allowed to talk about it, but you cannot promise that it's coming out tomorrow. Here's the timelines, here's the regulations around that. And they said, okay, but you can get people excited, right? You're allowed to get people excited about this. If it's generally available, it means sell it. It's available for people. So we tagged all of our different features, all of our different stuff with this, and it really helped. Sales said, great, I have some insights. I've got enough to keep people excited. I'm allowed to talk about some new fun things, but I'm also not promising stuff we can't deliver. So this is a big piece about creating that product operations governance function as well. Also, you want to look at standardizing templates that are helpful. For instance, things like strategy memos. How do we write strategy? I like 2 to 3 pages. I get everybody to just write down their ideas. Writing is such a powerful thing to just get information out of heads. A lot of times we think there's no strategy, but it's stuck in somebody's head. It's usually stuck in your CEO's head. It's stuck in your chief product officer's head. Get them to write it down. And this is actually a really good exercise that I encourage you to do as a product manager. If you're like, I have a boss that is just all over the place and I don't feel like they have a strategy, sit there with them and ask them questions and write it down. So I do this routinely when I work with companies and when I work with CEOs especially founder CEOs. They're like, I have a strategy. And I'm like, where is it? And they're like, oh, it's in my head. I'm like, great. Let me ask you a bunch of questions. And I put it down on paper. And then I go, is this your strategy? And they go, oh, no, it's not that. But then they fix it, right? But then they start writing it. And now it becomes clearer. So it might not be super defined. It might not be the perfect strategy, but you at least know what's in their head. So I always encourage people to write down whatever you can when it comes to strategy. Other things you can standardize, go-to-market documents, right? A lot of organizations don't have great documentation on how we organize around go-to-market, right? How does product marketing and product come together and sales come together to launch things? OKR reporting, roadmaps, all of those different things. But here it's about finding what you need to standardize as a company. I'm not trying to like over-create tons of process. I'm trying to say that if everybody's rolling their own across an organization and every product manager is creating a different system and they're spending all this time on here, like make one system so that they can just concentrate on product management, so we can concentrate on getting things done. I also like tools, right? And Product Ops looks at the different tools. Dragonboat is a company that I advise that helps you connect all the things you're doing in Jira back up to your portfolio and your strategic OKRs. And this is important because if you start automating these things into tools, I no longer have to dig through a database all the time to create a view for my executives to show them my planned capacity allocation, what people are working on, and how close we are to our goals. So think about what you can automate to help do that type of reporting that you always have to come up with. If you're a product leader, I see product leaders spend like 3 months building board slides. You get into the board meeting, you show a snapshot of time, and then they leave the board meeting, and you're like, oh, good, now I can set the product strategy. And then it's like, oh, crap, I got to do it for the board meeting again, right? Because it's not updated, it's not automated. So think about how you automate these insights that happen over and over and over again, and what tools you can use. And think about how you show it in relation to your OKRs and goals, right? These views are important. It's not just about having Jira. It's not just about seeing what tasks we're doing. It's about how they all come together and allow us to track progress for our companies. So lots of companies are doing product operations out there. You heard about OutSystems today, Stripe, Sam's Club, Airtable, Pendo, Athena Health, Shopify, Amplitude, like many companies are starting to adopt this. And to me, this is really important as we start to scale. And this is one of those things where I've just seen it over and over again, having the lack of product operations break companies. So we want to make sure that we can help our product managers, and you can help yourselves, do the work, right? Do the work you were hired for. So that's why everybody's actually getting on this bandwagon. They're seeing it as a way to solve many of these problems. And because of that, when you do this, you're going to get better communication and collaboration, right? You're going to get better strategies and business outcomes because you're connecting things back to your strategies, right, and your outcomes, and you'll be able to report on it. You're going to get better product launches because you're aligning. And you get better onboarding of product managers because they don't have to figure out 50 different ways to work to move team to team to team to team around an organization, right? So this helps solve a lot of problems and bring this back together. So that's why we wrote our next book on product operations, which is now available. Yeah. Thank you. And Denise and I, who's my co-author, Denise and I have worked together for years. We really wanted to break down for you what is product operations, how do you implement it, guides to get started. So it's very practical, it's very robust. You can buy it now on Amazon, and we are working on making it available in other places. We had 50 copies here, and they sold out very fast. So I hope you enjoy it. Please go to that link and download it and read it when you get a chance. So let's go back to the beginning. So we talked about why people are not being product-led, why there's friction, right? We got this lack of knowledge. Product operations, setting a product strategy of where we're going, that helps solve many of these lack of knowledge problems, right? It helps people understand where they fit into the process, and that helps to calm them down. But we still got a lack of control problem. Not everybody's going to be on board with this. You're going to be like, let's do product ops to solve these problems. And they're going to be like, no. What can you do, right? What can you do to actually solve the lack of control problem, right? To make people feel better. And I want you to think about this for a second. Like, put yourself in a salesperson's shoes. I know it's hard to do, but like, just for 1 second, please humor me. You are being paid on commission. 80% of your salary is coming from commission. The product managers are saying we're going product-led. They're also saying like, hey, I don't want to show you my roadmap. How do you feel right now when 80% of your money is dependent on that, right? Another scenario. Put yourself in the shoes of a founder. You're now the CEO, right? You're the CEO of this company. And you have never been a CEO before. You've never done this job. You are the founder. You built this company out there. I perceive you as running around like crazy, like a chicken with their head cut off, right? Going, everybody do everything. They're tinkering in the code. You're like, get the hell out of the code. You've never done a CEO job before. Nobody's taught you how to do it. How are you supposed to go after it, right? A lot of times, people just don't understand what they were supposed to be doing. And to get them on board, what we really need to do is have empathy for their situations. And I practice this every single day. And it's been the one thing I think that makes a huge difference in communicating with the rest of the organization. A lot of what I do now is bringing the rest of the executive team on board. And what I do is I sit there and I say, okay, I understand, right? Your commission is tied up on here, but let me help you. If we do these types of things, you're going to make more money and I'm going to unlock this value for you. Here's how it helps you. With the founder CEO, I said, let's write a strategy together, right? Tell me what you think the goals are. Let me write them down for you. I could really use some guidance from you about what's more important. Is A more important or is B more important? So what I encourage you to do is if you run into these situations, put yourself in somebody else's shoes and start to empathize with their situation and change your communication, right? Change the way that you talk to them about what you're trying to achieve and try to make it something that's good for them, right? Let's talk about culture, right? What are your practices and behaviors? A lot of times when we try to change an organization to be product-led, we talk about MVPs. We talk about experimentation. We talk about user story mapping. We talk about agile. It doesn't matter for the rest of the organization. That's what we do. So I really encourage you to start to think about how do I change this and put these things in other people's languages. Ask questions, empathize with where they are, and that's what's going to help us become more product-led. And when we're all working together around these common goals and building great products that help our customers really achieve value, we're going to be a very well-run kitchen, bringing everybody together. And that's the goal, right, is to build a fantastic menu, fantastic recipes, and a fantastic experience for our customers together. So thank you very much for listening. If you would like the slides, grab that QR code, and there'll be links to the other things that I mentioned in here. And I think we're going to take a couple questions.
All right, so we have time for a few questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do
I'm gonna leave
a couple
right now.
of questions
Sorry.
before this is over. Okay, so here we are. You can pick and choose.
Okay, let's see. Which ones do we want to talk about? If the collaboration between function is a problem, product sales, shouldn't we find another organization structure that facilitates collaboration? You could do that too. I just had on my podcast somebody as a product leader who actually runs sales. They run customer success and product. It works for them. I'm not saying that every organization has to do that, but honestly, your organizational structure should not dictate your communication. And if it does, you're ending up in some Conway's Law stuff, right? So what we need to do is better collaborate. And you don't have to be an expert at every single function to make that happen, right? It's better to hire functional experts and then get them to collaborate and get them to pull in. But if you feel like the organizational structure is a big barrier to collaboration, now let's start to explore other organizational structures. And I've seen that, right? I've seen it where product doesn't actually report into a CPO. They report into a GM or a business lead. There's no culture around product. There's nobody fighting for the product managers. There's no product ops. In those cases, I do think people need to modernize. So I think, though, a lot of this can be solved by communicating better together and creating ways for us to work better together.
All right, so maybe the next one, since it also has like a lot of votes, what advice
can you give to product people and companies that lack company vision? Okay.
Right.
So this happens a lot, honestly. It's sad, though, too. And what typically happens, again, in the ones that lack company vision is you might have a founder CEO who's never had to put together a company vision before. I end up in a lot of these situations, right? What you could start to do is some analysis to figure out where your opportunities lay, how you want to win. You can also ask questions. So like I said, sometimes visions are stuck up in people's heads and they just don't write them down. So you might not know what the company vision is, but they might be stuck in somebody's head. I actually did this exercise at that 5,000 person company I was talking about. I asked everybody what the vision was for the company, and I asked every single product leader what the vision was for the company. There was 8 of them, and I asked all the C-suite. Everybody gave me a different answer. I showed it to the CEO, and he went, oh, maybe we should write a company vision. Okay, right? Like now we're getting somewhere. So can you surface it up? Like if they're unaware, if they think we're all aligned, like surface it up. Show people where we're not aligned, right? That usually can get them started. Sometimes they're just not aware. And one thing to know about leaders as well, when it comes to strategy or vision, is they think about those things every day, all day, right? So they set that strategy, they think about it like 85 times a day, and they forget that they're not telling you that vision 85 times a day, right? So they think that they've said it 200 times. And I tell them as well, I'm like, if you said it 200 times, say it 2,000 times, because the rest of the organization doesn't understand. So what you can do is ask questions. And I like to give people choices too. Would you rather have this or would you rather have that, right? And now you can start to get some clarity. You can start to see where things are actually coming up. So that will help. Now, if you try all of these things though, and there's still no company vision, or you feel like you're not empowered to do it, go find a company with a vision. I don't believe you can solve every problem in the world, right? Like I'm not trying to tell you to kill yourself trying to solve this problem, because sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just can't solve them.
Do we have time for the last one here?
Let's do it.
Which is a classic for you, right? So,
yeah, what do you have to say to one saying we don't need product managers? Will they just rename the role? So with this one, when people tell me they don't need product managers, I usually ask them how they're doing as a company and how they're aligned with strategy. And I start to show them that you need somebody actually thinking about how all these things come together. Most people misinterpret what product managers do because, like I said, we've learned Scrum. We see all those practices. They think all we do right there is like tell the developers what to do. And I think the developers can figure out what to do pretty easily when we've got a good vision. I'm not an advocate. I get this question a lot. I had product owners, and I say that specifically, product owners, not product managers, saying, I spend 40 hours a week writing user stories. Why? Right? Like, why? And they're like, well, my developers want to know what to work on. I'm like, did you set the context? Did you set the vision for what you're going after? Did you break it down with them? Did you show them the workflow? Did you build prototypes? Because if you do that, usually the developers can figure out what to work on a day-to-day basis, and you don't have to sit there and answer questions every single hour of the day. If you're sitting there answering questions for developers every single hour of the day, it's a good sign that you did not build context, and you did not build a strategy, and you did not build that collaboration, right, and the communication there. So when people say we don't need product managers, they think about that, right? They usually are working with bad product managers, and they don't understand that we're connecting the value back to the company value, right? Like we're the bridge between the customer value and the company value. So I show them things like the strategy, and I say, can you tell me how all the actions of the people on the teams are going to result in company value? And if they can't, I say, well, that's what the product managers are there for. That's what the different levels are, right? It's to make sure that we're maximizing our return on investment by producing great customer value. And we need to be able to tell that story. So that's a really key part of being a great product manager. And honestly, anybody who's worked with great product managers, they don't ask this question. They go, I can't live without them, right? They're only asking it because people aren't doing their jobs.
So you better do your jobs right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're coming to the end of the talks, the end of Productized Conference. I just want to say thank you for being here today. You guys were amazing. I really want to stress that this was probably the best crowd ever from Productized since back in 2015. So thank you. I want to thank you for your vibe, the connection, the energy you brought into the room, but also a special thank to our team members. Yes, over there. You guys can come. You guys can come. For the tech team, they were amazing. Almost no glitches. Tech team, you guys did well. Everyone else that worked on the past year of organizing this conference, lots of blue shirts here. Because they did an amazing job. Also, Sara, our stage manager, making sure that all the talks were on time, and we made it on time. And of course, you know, our production manager, Katerina, yeah, she deserves it, man. She did it. All right, so I also really want to thank our amazing speakers. Guys, you guys were really awesome for the entire day that you were here, listening to each other, discussing, taking stock of each other. That was so nice. So again, please, a round of applause to our speakers, at least the ones that are still here today. My fellow MCs, João Moita, are you still in the room? You are, come on. I'm not sure if Nina and Margarida, but I guess, yeah, you're there. So why aren't you here? You should be here. Yes.
Is Tammy Reese here?
Tammy Reese here, I guess she is. She's over there.
Oh,
Hi. Just checking. All right, and our sponsors that made this possible, and thank you so much, everyone. Don't forget that we have the after party, and we have 200 free beers, craft beers, waiting for you from our craft beer provider, Ba. They are here from Portugal. They're amazing, and they also deserve a round of applause. Thank you, Tracy. By the way, Tracy has been our speakers liaison. Volunteers. So we had lots of volunteers making sure that you guys had food, that you guys had water, that you guys knew where you had to go. Can you please also join us? Yeah. All right, speaking about team alignment. Yes, please, lots of people here. Okay, this is it. And I like our designer backstage production manager, João, over there. Also a round of applause. He did an amazing job making sure that all the presentations were here. Can we have the party slide now? Party slide. All right. So this is it. See you at the after party, 7 p.m. Don't forget, bring your badges to make sure that you get your beer. Thank you. Nice.